Good morning and welcome to the Allianz Stadium for day 2 of the England Rugby County Championship finals. It is the Gill Burns Women's County Championship Division 3 final with Dorset and Wilts taking on Sussex. Well, here's how Dorset and Wilts shape up. They are captained by Denny Jones at fly half and she'll have the leadership assistance from vice-captain Anna Beckett, who will be at the forefront wearing 1 in the pack. There are a couple of late changes to the bench for Dorset and Wilts, with Holly Veneroso and Rachel Wood wearing 22 and 23. Lauren Leatherland looking to guide her team to a championship at the home of English rugby. Sussex stand in their way. Dan Suggett is their coach and Caitlin Flower is their captain. It's her 3rd year playing county, and for each and every one of these players for Sussex, it is their first final ever. Beth Tetlow and Abby Bancock also bring experience with 3 years of county experience, and Grace Addison at fly half is the vice captain. One change for them late in the day is Emma Sandman coming in as a replacement loose head wearing 17. So delighted to be spending the day with you for back-to-back county finals, and delighted to say that I'm in the company of World Cup winner Kat Merchant.
How are you doing today? Excited for this?
Very well, yeah, very much so. You have strapped yourself in for the whole weekend. You were involved in the county action yesterday, and it was some day, and there were some tries too.
Oh, there really were, and I think the games were really close, competitive. We saw some incredible rugby. The winning sides, we saw how much it meant to them, and the losing sides and how gutted they were, and obviously looked at all the trophy lists, and so excited to do it all over again today.
I mean, you would have played here tons of times, Kat. You know, for these players, I'm thinking about Sussex, this is their first ever final. I'm pretty sure that everyone will have barely been able to sleep last night at the thought of playing at this stadium on the turf where England 15 played France 15 yesterday. It's an amazing achievement and an amazing, I guess, offering for these players to get this opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. It's so special. No matter how many times you played on it, even just coming here to do this today, like, I just love it walking around Twickenham, and the changing rooms are massive. The players will have their shirts hung up for them on their own little place, and they might not have experienced that before, and just running through that tunnel, everything just feels so much bigger and more important than anywhere you'll have gone before. So yeah, I love it. They're going to love it. It's going to be just a fantastic experience for everybody today.
Could well be the pinnacle for many of these women who are coming out to play this match, and the crowds are in, and mercifully for that trio there and the shady side of the stand, it is El Scorchio here. It's a little cooler than it was yesterday. There's a breeze blowing through, but there isn't quite as much cloud cover, so Factor 50 is probably doing as big a trade as the bars are here at the Allianz, as Dorset and Wilts come out to take on Sussex with the Division 3 Gill Burns Women's County Championship title on the line. So Sussex in the dark blue, pale blue and white hoops prepare to receive the kickoff from Dorset and Wilts in green. And day 2 of our county championship feast is underway, and it is a bruising carry back from Becky Taylor, the open side for Sussex. Long clearance beyond the halfway line, and a ball that won't do as it's told, but they are some beautiful feet. A bounce off the left foot from Lana Plummer, marshalling the backfield today. Dorset and Wilts getting the first chain of phases together. Well, plenty of hands offering themselves, demanding the ball, but Daisy Stone is picked up and put down pretty emphatically. Purposeful carry, but muscular defence from Sussex. They had the penalty in their back pocket, and good bit of continuity from Dorset and Wilts there early.
I'm just recovering from a few of those collisions. There were some big hits going in there early. First game of the day, they would be so excited. You said probably didn't seem last night, but yeah, some massive hits going in here.
Well, Dorset and Wilts take play up to the 22, and well, they've been developing nicely over the last few years, as we see that bone cruncher from Alice Polden, sorry, from Caitlin Flower, the captain of Sussex. But a couple of years ago, Dorset and Wilts, they only won 1 game, and now here they are in a final at the Allianz Stadium, and the line out is working very nicely indeed early. Here comes the carry from Alice Polden Hollingsworth, but she gets little change out of that contact. Little bit of a travel from Nicole Crowley. The Jacqueline jaws clamped down, and the celebrations are for Sussex.
Really important turnover there, because you had to feel that Dorset were building into that one. So a really great steal. Brave getting over the ball, read it well, really good, because this is initially really good leg drive. The ball was gonna be ripped, and then your hands on so quickly.
Mark's there for you, Green. How many? Take a set 1, thank you.
It's been a 3-year journey for this Sussex side, culminating in this day at Twickenham, and while it certainly wasn't intended for the tail, Sussex have latched on and they've taken some good meters. Big carry in the midfield off the short ball, and that's a lovely drift before receiving. Then the soft hands, the timing is exquisite. And here they are, Sussex searing down the right edge. Great strength from Rachel Marchison.
No advantage coming. High, blue 9.
The tackle had to be high to stop her.
Green ball, apologies.
That was really good play. They moved that ball really nicely, softly through the hands was the words you said, and it was really nice interlinking, and then great strength from the wing to stay away from touch, and got her team a penalty, as well as the shot that came in from her was high. So here's that initial cut. We spoke about the physicality. There's some really big hits going, and then it's just nicely down the hands. And then offloading out of the contact. That's the cover and tackle, and it's the second one that comes in, which is then high.
Yes, community rules, so nothing above the sternum. And it's a great steal, timely in fact, from Dorset and Wilts. And they clear the decks really nicely. That is so well done.
Yeah, it was a good steal. And I think it's one of those where when you're quite close to the try line, possibly is it worth risking a line out with possession, or could you just tap it and go? So they go up early, they read. They were trying to get it to the back, but the defence read it really well and went up at 2 at the front. And good steal. Stole another one.
Well, there you go. The line out is proving troublesome for Sussex right now. Remember, their first one fell in their hands, but it certainly wasn't intended to go to the tail. So a bit of work to do on the set piece. A bit of work to do on the passing from the base. It's a nightmare, rattling around the shins. And the knock-on inevitably comes. Lana Plummer unable to capture it cleanly. But look at that tower at the front. That is a real devil for hooker Ella Scothen to deal with today.
Yeah, going up at the front in the line-out, just make sure that they put the pressure on the thrower. So Sussex are really going to have to think about possibly doing shortened line-outs, a bit more movement in it, a bit more deception, because that's 2 in a row that have just got stolen at the front when they've tried to get the long throw.
Set. Hold.
Held up in the scrum, a lot of depth here for the Sussex back line and some complex shapes. Oh, just lifted invitingly into the space. Big shot coming in on Maya Champion. He came hurtling on. Really like the look of this Sussex handling at the moment, but there's a blend of brutality as well as the forwards get stuck in with a hard carry. Little dribbled kick through from Grace Addison.
I need green captain, please.
And Dorset and Wilts are infringing a little too frequently for the taste of Chrissy Clark, our referee in the middle.
Behaviour change. We're looking for a base of the sternum. We're hitting around this area. No more, please.
So it's just confirmation of cannot hit that sternum height, got to get lower.
OK, Blue, let's go. Blue, let's go. High tackle.
So it'll be interesting to see what they do here, because they're a little bit far back, but they have lost the last 2 line-outs in a row, but they are opting to still back themselves and go for that option.
They missed touch. Big old pitch, Twickenham, isn't it?
I was just thinking that when you haven't played on it before, you're playing on maybe different pitches, well, definitely different quality pitches, and it's the full amount of width that it can be. So
let's go, 8. Good work, 8. Thank you, Blue. Good work.
Nice hands through the middle. And there's another sharp line.
Advantage.
Offered by...
You have penalty, Green.
Daisy Stone. Oh, they're really getting some purchase from their carries now. And the ball is pretty lightning quick as well for Dorset and Wilts. Just the fend and the pump of the pistons. Off goes Denny Jones, the captain. Puts a little kick in and creates a bit of chaos, and all Sussex can do is dot down under pressure. Britt Mole carries it back across the line. But there was some obstruction already, so a penalty for Dorset right in front of the uprights.
Yeah, second penalty as well, because there was, earlier on, there was quite a high hit that the referee was playing the initial advantage from, so I think they were maybe going to come back and look at it. But, yeah, that one there, I think that's a card.
Points not on the mine, instead width, and it was just beyond the reach of Erin Oliver, who was racing onto it. The touchline beats them all.
Blue, take the line.
So they chose not to opt for risking possession in the line-out, but the defence, the pass is a little bit loose, and defence just manages to scrag across there.
Let's go, Blue.
Erin Oliver, who's playing her rugby for Oak Medians and is a University of Bristol graduate. So she'll have probably been coached by Amber Reid, one of your former teammates.
Yeah, that's some good credentials to be coached by the likes of Amber Reid.
And they've got a flourishing sevens programme as well. The Scarlet Sevens is what they play under, along with their men, the Maroons. So watch out for Erin Oliver out on the edge. Sussex Nice clearance and a kind bounce too. That sends Lana Plummer racing back, sits down. The attempt from Rachel Marchison. Plummer taking names, Oliver into the fray.
That was a good jackal.
Oh, and that was a good jackal, clear and simple. And that was really needed because Sussex were on the ropes after that huge carry from Plummer.
Yeah, so we're just going to see it. There was only one option in her mind there, and that was the direct route. Not often seen by fullbacks. Normally there's a bit more footwork or something to go around, but actually when you're that strong, I don't need to. I'm just going to go straight through you. But again, a really important turnover. Sussex have done 2 of those now, even in this first 10 minutes. Integral, really well-timed turnovers to get rid of that momentum.
A hint of a double pump there that Ella Scudden gets away with. And Sussex get up and away. Smart hands. Grace Addison looks a classy player at 10, and it's an intelligent kick to send Plummer chasing. You don't want to go high on her. We've already proven that. And she skirts past a couple of defenders before being dragged down on the 10. Wow, that is some carry still. She keeps going. Katie Hancock bringing the power. Minor bit of confusion. Oh, opens up the rib cage for a tickle. And Marchison doesn't hesitate. The fringes left undefended. Off goes Nicole Crowley. Hitching, accelerating, almost to the 22. So much desire from the Dorset and Wilts girls. 3 of them converging on the ball as it fell loose. This is Alex Patton. Now the pick and go from Liberty Rose. Real jackling intent from Sussex. A nice switch back into all the bodies around the breakdown. Crowley just driving the tempo from the base, but the tackles continue to rain in from Sussex. Again, Crowley there, zipping it left. Now it's Gracie Henson.
Advantage.
Dishing it up to Daisy Stone. Ball's out, but Sussex aren't wise to it. The captain.
No advantage coming.
Knew she had the penalty.
Off you go, please, Green.
And I think collectively, everyone needs to watch their discipline because the penalties are mounting up.
Yeah, definitely. We saw it in yesterday. There was a team yellow that was actually for holding on, and then she ended up getting binned for that just because too many offences in a row. So, yeah, they need to, both teams, have a little think about discipline. But that was that Crowley break there. She did really nicely. And what was also great was she just bought that half a second when she hit the floor to then just pause and then be able to offload it back, even though it didn't go to hand. If she goes to floor there, that's stolen. It's a definite jackal. So really smart play.
You've got water coming, ladies.
So Denny Jones receiving a little bit of treatment, plays her rugby for Devizes, having honed her skills at Bournemouth University. She had an interesting Bournemouth Sevens, according to her biography, which has been sent in. I'll leave that to Denny to divulge to everybody else. But they won't want to lose their captain. She's showing creative glimpses early here, and Devizes one of the 16 different clubs across both counties represented in this tight-knit group. And at the moment, it is a final that's really ebbed and flowed, but presuming this finds touch safely, this will be Dorset and Wilts' best opportunity in attack.
Thank you.
Ellie Beringer of Ellingham and Ringwood sizes up her jumpers, and, well, they're good at stealing. They're not quite as sharp at claiming their own ball, but they get a reprieve from an early lift from Sussex.
Free kick.
I'm going to say a little bit harsh there, because I think that Dorset have been going up at a similar timing.
Well, it's a great late transfer between the back rows, and Crowley has already shown she's a threat around the fringes. There are so many green jerseys queuing up. They straighten through Stone, and she is denied, shoveled back. One last dart, and it had to be the captain, Denny Jones, leading from the front and opening the scoring at the Allianz Stadium.
Yeah, you could sense it was coming, and that needed to be scored as well, because there was a couple of players out wide here. There's a 3v no one, so you've got to say that should have gone, but managed to get recycled, and then a good carry and finish to make sure that it did go over in the end.
But it was great strength by Stone, wasn't it? Because she got wrapped up by two. And I think she'll be relieved that she did have that strength to get her right hand free, because there were a lot of green jerseys outside screaming her name.
There were, but it was, what was really great as well is not going for, because the initial run was to go for the line. Then she realised if she goes for it, maybe she's going to be held up, so wouldn't want that, as it would give away the possession. So turns, managed to offload, and then at good strength to score.
Well, that's how you do it at HQ. A fine conversion from Lana Plummer, and Dorset and Wilts lead Sussex 7 points to 0.
Across the whole of yesterday, it was all about how the team that have just been scored against responded, and quite often it was with a very quick try themselves. So Sussex are going to want to dig deep here and really go for it.
Long and into the arms of Alice Polden Hollingsworth. Flat to the line, and the acceleration from Beringer. Sussex defenders clinging to the hooker in green. Henson doesn't mind running into another human being, does she? Just a delayed double pump opening things up from the captain, and now the interplay. And Erin Oliver side down with a textbook low hit. Oh, another good one coming across. That was Georgia Reed-Davis. The second row working hard from the inside. Well, this is a big moment in the game for Sussex already. The Dorset and Wilts girls have the wind in their sails, and it's billowed them into the Sussex 22. Henson, sharp hands, out to Wellen. Wellen scampers back inside. Crowley again, driving that tempo, demanding hard work from her forward. She gets it from Katie Hancock. Jones to the other second row, Pearson, but lost forward just as the Sussex door was beginning to creak.
It was, yeah, because they had numbers out wide there as well. But you say about the dummy pump, they're doing that really nicely. They're really using that ball. They're scanning. This was a great initial break through the contact, but then a good, as you said, textbook low tackle. But the way they're just recycling, their lines of running as well, that offload out the contact is really getting them in behind Sussex defence.
Well, we've not seen many scrums, but they've been reasonably stable. Dorset and Wilts are just trying to crowbar the Sussex front row up, but it's well held, and then purposeful carry to get some front foot momentum. Another backed up by Becky Taylor. And Plummer is waiting back there in 10. This time, double hit arriving. She's a marked woman, but the offload coming away. Oh, it was an awesome pickup from Oliver after the offload from Patton. But she just ran out of pitch.
Yeah, Oliver was dancing down that touchline, but just got a toe onto that. But it was a really good pickup as well. So as you said, Plummer, they've got her lined up. They know she's a strong runner. They get the good offload away. And here, really good pickup. She tries to balance, has that step back inside, but just a tiptoe on that, on the touchline.
Oh, it was a lot closer than I thought. When we were watching it initially, it looked like she was well in touch, really. But
no, that was literally a little toe on there, I think. Yeah.
Well, one try to speak of. Been an entertaining first quarter. The teams are getting the liquids on board, and Sussex have wisely retreated to the shade for it. We're going to have water breaks throughout the day's action. And this, the only points of the half. And on balance, would you say Dorset and Wilts worthy leaders at this stage, Kat?
Yes, I'd say they've had most of the territory and probably possession. We've seen glimpses of what Sussex can do, and they've done some great interlinking play. Difference between the two sides at the minute is that the line out probably in Dorset and Wilts able to win their own ball, and Sussex struggling, having lost a couple in there. But there's, at the minute, not too much between the two sides, and you have to hope that Sussex, for their sake, can get into the scoring zone and see what they can do. But otherwise, I think that, yeah, Dorset and Wilts are looking the stronger of the sides.
Well, despite that slight dominance, Sussex very much in this final. But you have to say that these women in green, they've connected so seamlessly between forwards and backs. There's been some really nice moments.
Yeah, really good interlinking play. They've got their flankers out wide that are interlinking, giving that last crucial pass to wingers. They're clearly a well-structured team, and they're runners. They have really hard runners, and not just in the forwards. We've seen Plummer, we've mentioned her name a couple of times already. They've got players out there not scared to really just run hard and take it into contact and give the team a platform.
Right, let's get this show back on the roads. Fluids on board, and a moment to pause.
All right, time back on.
And a quarter of the match away from half-time. Ella Scuthen has been under some pressure with her throwing in no small part to the hoist. I think it's of Alex Patton at the front. Again, they go to lift her, doesn't get off the ground, does this time. And finally, Sussex gets some clean ball to maul with. And they also win a penalty in the process. They really gathered momentum fast there. It's an awful ball for anyone to take out there, and lucky they had that insurance policy in their back pocket.
Yeah, they were able to come back, and they do seem to have fixed the line out a little bit, so just getting themselves out of the danger zone, because the pressure has all been on them for the last 10 minutes, I'd say.
Healthy touch found.
Mark's there for you, Green.
Grace Addison looks like a very composed figure at 10, and well, we just see there the depth and the layers that Sussex are offering in attack. We saw it work to good effect to release Marchison in the early stages of the match, and there's the sense that there are a lot of tricks up Addison and co sleeves, but that's as direct as it gets. Meyer, champion, shot like a cannon on the short line. And then the forwards wrapping round the corner and running over opposition defenders. Good line speed from Dorset and Wilts, but it isn't a match to the carry of Sussex. Untidy ball, Addison slips it out the back to the second layer and popped too ambitiously to Marchison, who applauds the intent of Sophia Skinner, but just not quite on the money.
Green 12. 12. We've had a conversation already about tackle height. That tackle was always too high, so it will be a yellow card.
Well, there we go. Referee did warn early on that there were too many high tackles from both sides, but there's been at least, that's the third one from the same side, so opted to, yeah, clearly ball and above that sternum height, so just going to spend 10 minutes in the bin.
That's a hard hitting line from Ella Scuthan. And next it's the turn of Abby Bantock. Her front row partner, what a line. The acceleration into the gap, and it takes two to stop her. It's an unreal pickup from Skinner.
I've lost you.
But then she is wrestled across and into touch.
Knock on by Blue. However, we've got an injury.
Look at that for a line break. You've got to love that. And then what I love as well is the scanning to see who was with her, to who she can offload to. But actually, she was so quick, she got away from her support. So no one was there. So good handoff round there, scanning. Good cover tackle, though, as well. And then a knock on just as they were trying to gather that up. But great cover tackle into defence, into touch as well.
Yes, Georgia Reed-Davis with 5 on her back, shifting like she had 15 on her back.
Yeah, definitely. She didn't know she's forward, I don't think, in there.
Bit of attention for Abby Bantock, who is one of the most experienced players in the Sussex ranks. They will not want to lose all those scrummaging miles on her clock. Few problems to solve that would create for Dan Suggett. The front row replacements for Sussex, Emily Davis, Emma Salmon and Laura McGee are there as the options. McGee would be the one stripping off to come on for Bantock, you'd think. But she's made it tough stuff. And Abby Bantock returns to help her team in this scrum. They all form up quite a long way from the mark, so they then have to shift right. chipped away, cleared away. And that is as tidy an exit as you'll see.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. They've got good metres up the pitch under quite a lot of pressure as well, with the line speed of the defence coming up to try and charge down the kick.
The line out continuing to prove an Achilles heel for Sussex.
Yeah, they seem to have changed it up though, which I liked, because they just walked in and went up quickly to try and beat the jump at the front, but referees deem that there is a knock on in there. Yeah, it's come off her hand, gone forward.
Well, the net outcome is that Sussex win the free kick, and they're in a hurry through Liv Lawrence. Whoa, cut in half by the shoulder of Alex Patton. Addison. Skinner. Skinner just drifts and dummies, and it's a beautifully weighted pass. It's on here for Sussex, who step back inside. The cover coming across hard. More good hands, and Becky Taylor looks a real handful at open side. Great counter from Dorset and Wilts. No such thing as a lost cause for them. Bantock acts as the orchestrator at first receiver. Lawrence, who got it all started with the tap and go, continues to burrow, continues to press ahead. The weighted pass, oh, smothered into the corner flag, and you see the roar from Alex Patton. Desperation and determination from Dorset and Wilts.
Yeah, I thought Sussex were in here. I thought a nicely weighted pass and right in that corner flag, but the two cover defence coming across make sure that it's not going to be. That was because it was a nicely weighted pass as well. There was a slight hold enough, but couldn't quite get it over. Maybe needed a dive there.
That's some contest at the front, and Patton does well to take the ball from Beringer on mauled metres, and also on an angle infield, provides the clearance opportunity for Jones, and Sussex will have to rebuild from 35 metres once more.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty frustrated there, because they'd started to really put some phases together. They've had a fair bit of time now in this half, and they need to come away with points when it's only 7-0. They want to get in, get on the board, because in the first 20 minutes, they didn't have much time in this half. Now they have, and they've had good possession in there as well, and just not quite coming together for them.
Again, an overthrow, but this time it falls into green hands, and it's a lovely bounce off the left. A straightening and an acceleration. Dorset and Wilts will fire the secondary ball at the feet, and it's actually wonderful control on the laces from Plummer, who's shown an all-court game at the moment. Marchison puts in a nice shot on Oliver. Good ding-dong between those two out here on this edge. Polden Hollingsworth with the good hand. Crowley with the kick ahead. Addison's on hand. But again, it was penalty advantage.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see what they do here. So that line out, as you said, that's been causing problems, is overthrow, but I don't know if it's on purpose. And look at that line break, the power, the footwork. really great. And again, though, got to be so careful that the support gets in there quick, because there was a Sussex player straight over that ball looking for the jackal. So any line breaks that are made for either side, so important support gets there quickly.
Yes, Sussex are clearly passionate about jackling, aren't they? We've seen a number of nibbles and some really good turnovers. But as it stands, having moments ago been bundled into touch as they race for the corner, they now find themselves defending at the 22, but another overthrow falls kindly into the hands of the rampaging Georgia Reed-Davis, who's been a shining light so far. There are so many Hoops jerseys out wide. Skinner advances forward, then shifts it to Champion. Champion with a loose ball, with Sussex backs queuing up outside. It's an opportunity spurned.
Yeah, it's one of those, it probably had to go just slightly earlier, because she's done initially that overthrow, the reactions here, she's already had a line break of her own earlier on, and then the hands here, it's just maybe, I could see trying to get around that corner of defence, but actually just give it earlier, and because it was delayed, it then ended up being messy out wide. But I just think, yeah, even just half a second, just move it, get the ball into the hands of the speedsters out wide.
The line out is absolutely anyone's at the moment. Addison just manipulating the defences with some nicely timed balls to forwards and backs around her. Again, takes it tight to the line. Skinner's on hand. We've seen this already from Sussex. Marchison, one-on-one, hops, skips, slings it inside, has the support of Mole, and Mole shows super strength to brush aside the cover coming from Oliver. Well, it's no less than Sussex deserve. Their handling, their timing has been bang on. And Britt Mole finishes the job finally for their first points of the final.
I think they must have heard us up in comms. We told them get it wide to get it into the speedster's hand, and they do just that. But that was really nicely weighted passing as well, and that offload so important. And you have to think that that's going to be a tackle in there. And as you said, it's just the strength of Mole to just keep going. But this running, one hand on the ball, thinking about a little bit of a goose step, but actually realises that she'll get tackled into touch by Brummer coming across as that cover tackle. So that offload, so important.
Yeah, an intelligent transfer of the ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, really nice, and that interlinking play to help get them the ball as well. 10-12, timed it perfectly to get that ball into space, utilising the fact that they are currently Dorset and Wilts a player down.
A kicker's paradise here on a Sunday at the Allianz. An outstanding addition of extras from Maya Champion, and we are locked at 7 apiece.
Yeah, that was nice. It was her big long pass as well to the winger that made that in the first place, but kicking that from near enough the touchline. And it is a big wide pitch, and it's a pressure kick as well, because it's a take them equal. Credit where it's due. Stayed calm, composed. Delivered when it mattered.
It's a good game, this, isn't it? I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, neck and neck. That's what you want in finals games.
Didn't travel and play by green. Let's go, Sussex. Blue scrum.
The restart, not travelling 10. So another opportunity for Sussex to get it through the hands. Denny Jones. Not giving enough distance for Charlotte Wellen to latch on to.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Lib Lawrence scampers back, and there's already been a late shift round to the right from Addison and Co. Again, she's really sort of putting her ribcage on the line in terms of how late she delays the ball, but this time she didn't give herself enough room, and Daisy Stone is on the ball. Reinstated to the field is Gracie Henson. Her sin bin served. Just literally dished up by Taylor.
There's always a risk when it's the one-hand one. It looks forward, even when it's lateral. It just, I think, got to keep that ball in two hands where possible and take the step after the pass, because just as she turns to look, that one hand, it does creep forward, but I think it's made to look worse by the fact it's that one-hand lift. So take a step afterwards, paint that picture for the referee.
Like the look of Georgia Reed-Davis with 5 on her back. She's had a couple of really eye-catching breaks.
Yeah, really good runs, good reactions as well to go from turnover ball to make sure that she's getting front foot for her team.
Henson, who's been stewing on the sin bin chair for the last 10 minutes, just shows a little bit of over-keenness. And loses the ball forward. It is like that, isn't it, when you get a yellow card, that you go there and all you do is you just think intensely about what you're going to do when you get on the field.
Do you know what? I only ever got one yellow card in my career, and it was right at the end of the game, so I never got to come back on, so I wouldn't know. How about you? How many yellows are you on?
I was guilty of the odd yellow card in my mediocre playing days. All completely undeserved.
Of course.
Here's Addison linking with Champion. There's a really nice fluidity between Champion, Skinner and Addison. And Addison clearly the boss, back in the pocket. Sends one long, bounces awkwardly for Plummer, who's scampering back. She has Marcheson's shadow bearing down upon her. But I think maybe Marcheson was in front of the kicker.
Green 13, offside.
I beg your pardon? Daisy Stone.
Green 13.
Yeah, they were playing with the advantage when the kick came in, but I think there was a little push maybe before the ball, so they'll come back for that, the initial penalty. But it was a good kick.
Not Addison's best, but safely into touch. Final play of the half, you'd suspect.
Time check, please, Becca.
Dorset and Wilts 7, Sussex 7.
Thank you. I didn't match the clock on the screen.
The early try from Denny Jones and the response from Britt Mole. And still, Sussex's line out remains cursed. They do somehow emerge with it, and they pop up a gift for Denny Jones, but there was already advantage.
Lost by Green.
For a knock-on.
Just so you're aware, ladies, that clock's not accurate. Probably another couple of minutes.
And Chrissy Clark informs us that the stadium clock isn't accurate, so we've got a couple more minutes.
That's good explanation to say to the players if they're playing in a way that they think is the last one in there. Bit of interference there in that line out, but nothing called from it.
Bind. Set.
Addison claims it high in the air. Champion, wonderful timing on her arrival, but she's stripped by the Dorset and Wilts captain, and Patton just about gets dragged to the deck by Mole. Still Dorset and Wilts come, surging down the short side. Strength from Daisy Stone. Patton just pops it up to her fellow back row, Norris.
Advantage, Green.
There's penalty advantage coming for Dorset. Crowley has to hurdle her body and adjust herself, which she does so dexterously. Jones fancies a bit of territory. I think we'll come back for the pen.
Captain of blue 2. High tackle, I need captain of blue 2.
And maybe Sussex are going to be the latest to be reduced to 14.
I'm afraid she is. Obviously, we've had a conversation about the tackle height. That was always high, no attempt to be legal, so it's a yellow card.
So again, as explained by the referee there, there's been too many, they've been warned about it, really want to see that tackle height come down, so too high above that sternum height, and she'll spend 10 minutes in the bin.
Well, further food for thought, considering that that is Sussex's hooker as well. The line-out has been troublesome with her on, so there'll be some pressure on Emily Davis, who will be the likely temporary replacement as and when.
Thank you very much.
Banker ball at the front with Patton lifted. Stop once. So Jones goes to Henson. Sussex rush up. The ball loops over. Oliver is set upon by Marchison. I'm loving that battle out on the edge. But now it's Welland trickling a kick into the Sussex backfield. They just need to survive this onslaught. They need to get the ball off the pitch, you think, but Welland has managed to get her sticky paws into that ruck and won a penalty. Crowley looks like a woman in a hurry. Taps, goes, surges to the corner. Is she there? She's short. Sussex fighting for their lives in the dying embers of the first half. But Dorset and Wilts have come out with a knockout carry, with the clock in the red, and they'll head into the changing rooms with the lead.
Yeah, it was straight away. It was clear they wanted to quick tap, they wanted to go over, just get caught short. Interestingly, that was, they were trying to hold her up, and had she been another 5 centimetres forward, they'd have ended up getting the scrum, so it was good defence initially, but then it's a great, powerful line off of this one.
Yeah, 30 seconds, Green.
And just there's a desperate attempt to put a little paw underneath it afterwards. But Dorset and Wilts with the try.
Well, Alex Patton has been a force of nature, hasn't she, in this first 40 minutes? And worthy of being able to call herself a try scorer at the home of English rugby. There'll be no extras from Lana Plummer on this occasion, but there will be a 5-point lead for Dorset and Wilts to take into the half-time huddles. Half-time here on a hot Sunday morning at the Allianz Stadium. It's Dorset and Wilts who lead Sussex 12 points to 7 at the break.
Sorry. Thank you. None of us have got cuties, I assume, with the water.
Well, let's look at some of these scores. 3 of them to choose from, and Dorset and Wilts getting things going.
Yeah, they've shown their strength throughout, haven't they? They like a direct style of play. They tie defenders in, and then they manage to get the ball out wide when it's needed. to go over for their first.
Well, this has been the hallmark of the enterprising play of Sussex. It was a big bust from the captain, Caitlin Flower, and then it was all about the hands, it was all about the timing. The offload coming from Marchison, and then the strength of Mull to muscle her way to the line.
Yeah, she's got to take that pass as well, and it was a good response, and it took quite some time. And then again, for this response from Dorset and Wilts, it took right until the last play of this first half for them to take their lead back.
Half-time here in the Gill Burns Women's County Championship Division 3 final. Dorset and Wilts 12, Sussex 7.
But yeah, I think you guys are right, they're starting to creep, so those offside calls that you're putting in are appropriate. They were pretty good to begin with, and then as the game is going, look at my lovely husband.
a truly absorbing contest between Dorset and Wilts in green and Sussex in the blue and white hoops. And it is the former who are leading 12-7 after a late try from Alex Patton in that first half. Daisy Stone accelerates into half a hole, which is promptly closed down by Sussex. It's been a real nip and tuck match with both sides enjoying their moments in the sun, and there's plenty of that sun, I can tell you, here at Twickenham. And Dorset and Wilts flashing it through the hands. Henson, who spent 10 minutes in the bin in the first half, is wiped out. And Dorset and Wilts really offering a bit of variety in the way that they're breaking down this Sussex defence. Hands and width from the backs, but plenty of power as well. Patton in the thick of things, as she has been all final, but I think it's a fantastic steal from Sussex. Jackling seems to be in the DNA of these hoop jerseyed women, and then a big dent from the bustle forward. Becky Taylor gets over that just as you thought Dorset and Wilts were going to turn it over. And I'll tell you what, there's early opportunity in this first 60 seconds or so. Sussex turn to put it through the hands, swallowed up by the tackle from Beringer. Addison, that's intelligent. Finds the angle between fullback and Wellen, and Wellen wisely decides to not reach too far and watches the ball travel into touch.
Yeah, a nicely weighted kick there, and I reckon she's got the distance there to go for the 50-22, because it's only looking at another 6 metres on that to go for it. But found the grass, found the space, is rolling on nicely, and maybe she's got that up her sleeve for a bit later on in the game.
Best law introduction / change in the last ever, I reckon.
Yeah, well, when I first heard the law, I was like, I hate it. There's just going to be so much kicking, it's going to ruin it. But actually, it just creates space because players have to drop back for it, so there is more. I really, really like it.
Well, it's a devil of a ball to pick up, jumbling around the toes and laces, but Dorset and Wilts have fashioned a way to be in command. It's dropped by Henson. It was a lifted ball from Plummer that was just dying. You could see it losing velocity the second it left her hand.
Yeah, she's almost, I think that's one of those where Henson wants to get it to give it, so she's held her depth. But then Plummer's thinking, I'll pull her on flat to it so she can hit onto it. So I think it was that in between, and maybe just a bit more communication between the teams there to work out exactly what was needed.
I'm just looking at the Sussex scrum to see if they've had to make a replacement. I haven't seen someone come on, so maybe there's someone who's skilled as a hooker. There's a huge blindside to work with here for Liv Lawrence, but Sussex go open. Addison's on the wrap, and it's been opened up. Carved open, Mole fancies a second, but chopped by a big left shoulder from Plummer. That was a nice hit, and one that absolutely needed to be made. Then the breakdown gets messy, and Wellen, off the outside of the boot, clears the decks.
Green, take the edge of the paint for me.
Sussex really looking to get the ball wide, even with the player down, and I love out wide. Like, Mole really does hit that line, straightens, and she's just a couple of metres short. But then Dorset and Wilts do really well in that breakdown. They put numbers in, they make sure that ball is out, they go for it and clear.
Yeah, out you go, thank you.
Sussex continue to apply pressure. The throw dies, but they emerge with it in their hands. Addison is just such a lovely player, isn't she? Picks that pass, threading the needle between forwards and backs, but it ends up in green hands. Fighting their way out of the 22, and there's some fight in that carry. Latched down upon, though. Alice Polden-Hollingsworth finds herself isolated by virtue of the strength of her carry. It's scant reward.
Yeah, and again, I think that's the same Jackler from the first half, going in really quickly over that ball. It is fantastic. Just so speedy there over the ball. And great work there from Alicia Simmons. I think that's at least her second, maybe even her third.
Can you come and take that mark? Oh, there she comes.
It's just such a skill. To have a player like that in your team, you can just relax when your back rowers are just so good at jackling. You can kind of, you know, all right, yeah, they'll get it back for us.
Yeah, everyone needs a ruck gremlin operating in the dark areas.
Yes, because it certainly wouldn't have been me. Yeah, stay clear of rucks, that was my policy.
Here comes Sussex, bit between their teeth. Concerted pressure in the Dorset and Wilts 22. Liv Lawrence, real urgency, organising her big carries around her. They're not back 10 Dorset and Wilts. I wonder, is another yellow in there, not too distant future?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a warning. Hear what referee has to say here.
Penalty count is starting to build up in the red zone for you. So obviously we had the side entry at the maul, and we've had a tackle off the ball. Have a word with your players. Let's keep the penalty count down now. Let the rugby do the talking for you. Give me a shout when you're ready.
I think that one's next one goes. And, yeah.
When you're ready.
Giving herself a little bit of latitude with not complete ultimate.
Yeah.
Bancock top just shift to the side, and then it is tap, go, and it is Route 1 barreling across. The captain, Caitlin Flower. Flower power here at the Allianz for Sussex.
That was just, it's clearly something they've done before, because you can see there's a nice little setup before it, and then it's just, she has no rights to score there, no rights, because she's the one who taps it herself. Normally you get maybe a little tip on, but like that is some strength there. 3 players tackling her to not be held up. Captain Flower, take a bow, because that was fantastic.
Awesome, thank you very much. That's all right, we don't like to make your job easy, do they?
A dozen apiece. And Maya champion with the conversion from a pretty much carbon copy position from the one that she so expertly slotted in the first half. Oh, and barring a bit of furniture on the field, it would have been back-to-back.
Yeah, just hit the post and bounced the wrong way from it. But yeah, this is the try from Flower. Just good strength.
When you're ready, Sam.
Who's going to win this, Kat?
Oh, well, in the first 20, I would have said that it was going to be Dorset and Wilts. I felt they looked more dominant, but Sussex have got a bit of energy about them this second half, and they're really not messing around.
You feel in this punishing heat that benches are going to have a big part to play.
Yeah, huge impact.
Oh, look at the desire from Dorset and Wilts in the tight areas, though. Alice Polden-Hollingsworth being a real nuisance on the counter-ruck. Addison spots that angle that she likes. Plummer's there. Finds a Sussex defender swinging around her hips, and well, the awkward ricochet. forces a double knock-on, but the first came from the girls in blue. They haven't given Plummer much of a run-up since that uncompromising carry in the first half, have they?
No, that first fend and then run just bounce, I guess, really through. So they, yeah, definitely not giving her much time and space on the ball. There's a lot of cheering going on from the crowd on the other side. They spotted something.
Slipped out the back from Henson, and that is a booming kick, and that is racing towards the touchline. The cover is good, the feet are even better. Oh, and now pirouetting out of the hit. Lovely offload. Oh, like running into a forklift truck. Pattern on Taylor, the battle of the sevens. Taylor looks to exact some revenge on Plummer. Forces the fullback to shovel awkwardly. But Dorset and Wilts retain possession. That's a lovely delayed lift into the grip of Liberty Rose. But she is the latest player to get the treatment out there. Henson. Finds herself dispossessed on the deck. We've seen that a number of times from Sussex. They're so strong over the ball.
Ball's available.
There's one of the replacements, Evie Lewis.
Advantage green.
And Sussex have found a way to get on the wrong side of the referee there in the breakdown. Liberty Rose, another big carry. She's growing into the game.
Advantage coming.
Really great passage of play there for both sides. It really was exciting stuff. We had kicks going in, good chases. We had huge hits, 2 big hits, 1 for each side in that. So both teams really stepping up into this. I was going to say last quarter, but it's not yet. It's just, yeah, going a million miles an hour.
Touch miss. Addison makes a hash of it, but fortunately for her, I think that's bounced off her boot. Plummer with room, Plummer with power. Oh, and it's a great hit. Rachel Marchison just threw her body at the legs of the fullback. And Oliver couldn't take the hurried ball from her back 3 companion.
Yeah, it was brave cover, so the kick's gone straight to Plummer. Really doesn't have to do much. It's a nice bounce into her. She knows she's going to want to fend, but just that was enough to just get her down, go for the legs. Gets a messy offload, and then Oliver just on the floor. Horrible pickup when you're trying to run full pelt. Horrible to pick up, and that one's just edged forward.
Replacements on for Sussex. And the scrum has been a really good contest. And that has found touch. I'm not sure that was necessarily the intention, but Sussex will take the territory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they can feel quite galvanised at the minute. They've had a few things go their way, and they really have upped the energy in this second half.
Two sides full of hunger, but Sussex the ones who'll have the throw here.
Mark's there, it is blue ball. Mark's there for you, Green.
Emily Davis.
Can somebody take this mark from me, please? Thank you.
The replacement hooker.
No, in touch. Guys, it was in touch, yes? Get me second guessing myself.
Well, yes, I was beginning to second guess myself as well. The assistant is there with the flag up and everyone's shaping up for a scrum.
Yeah.
It was a scrum. It was gone into touch off Green, so it's Blue's scrum. Blue's line out. Yes. That's why I gave that mark. That mark is for the front lifter, not for a hooker. That is for the front lifter. That's all right.
Right, everyone all clear what they're doing?
Referee almost got gaslit into a scrum instead. Yeah. No, honestly, ref.
Addison, so many willing runners. One of them is Reed Davis. And Dorset and Wilts do really well to chop her low. You don't want to allow the second row to gather ahead of steam. Game feels just that little bit looser at the moment. You feel an individual moment may be the game-breaking quality. Thrashing through the challenge goes Daisy Stone.
Yes, it's penalty advantage for United.
Advantage for Dorset and Wilts. Beringer on the shoulder of Jones. Lost forward, fly hack through, and back will come.
Just while we're on the topic of gaslighting refs, Rachel Burford, your co-coms from yesterday, when we were playing a lot of 7s and 15s and back and forth, and the kickoff didn't go 10 in 15s, and Burf grabbed it, so used to 7s, went to the halfway line, tapped it, ran, and ref just let it play, and we got away with it. It was fantastic. Yeah.
There you go. Should always try your luck, shouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, she wasn't doing it on purpose. It was a genuine, she was just in 7s mode, but it was just, everyone sort of paused afterwards and was like, what just happened here? Yeah.
Well, Chrissy Clark is, there's no doubt about it, she's the boss out there. And the lines of communications with all the players has been very, very clear throughout.
Gotta love that you just had a zoom in then of the kids with signs, and that is one of the great things about this championship, like coming into these finals, having the support of like friends, family members really coming out from all over the country to support their teams. And yeah, I love seeing those signs when they're cheering on their teammates.
Multi-coloured scrum hat of Laura McGee is on the field. And a couple of big Charlotte Welland fans in the stands there too. She's lurking with intent out wide right here. Oh, that was an uncomfortable challenge that looked high. Came off second best, and that is an immense carry. Good offload too to Harriet Pearson. Dorset and Wilts now, the team with the momentum. The pendulum swinging. Daisy Stone, everything that she's done has been so solid. Always comes away with meters. Committed defence. Continues to confront Dorset and Wilts from Sussex, lifted one-handed by Patton, emulating the act of her opposition 7, Taylor, earlier in the match. And I think that Sussex are going to be reduced to 14 again.
For high tackles. Blue 5's been on the pitch the whole time. She knows my standard. Blue 19 is new on. Have a conversation with her. The next one I may have to escalate again. So have a conversation with your players now for me, please.
So slightly more committal. For the next one, I might have to escalate. But yeah, I think the high tackles, if there's too many in a row creeping in, because it's a good, yeah, I mean, that's, if you were to look at that, if we had TMOs and going in, that could easily make a ground for card. So I think right call to say, right, this next one's got to go.
We'll take the kick, and then the next stoppage will have water. Make sure you're behind still, ladies.
A real final feel now, as for the first time,
Next stoppage, water. Thank you.
a team plumps for the poles from the penalty. Points the order of the day. And Lana Plummer charged with the responsibility of delivering those, which she does straight and true. And a bit of a celebratory jig as the teams head to their enforced water break. And it's with Dorset and Wilts in the lead by 3. There we go, big die-hard Dorset and Wilts fans there. And Daryl Norris fans as well. Go Daryl, love that. We've got the young and the old in, the next generation with their eyes on the players that they're going to look to emulate. Very, very high spirits all round. Nothing quite beats being on the big screen in the stadium, does it, Kat?
Yeah, you can see it makes everybody lift when they... There's always a delay, isn't there, before they notice as well, which is brilliant when it dawns on them.
Yeah, it's the am I going to play it cool or am I just going to go all in?
Yeah, I think, it hasn't happened to me, but if it did, I think I'd just awkwardly sort of shuffle and look away. But some people fully embrace it. What about you? Would you be embracing it? Yeah.
Look at this, like this against his will.
Yeah, he's not about that. He wants to awkwardly look away. He's not. I don't want to wave.
He didn't get a choice in the matter. Just shy of 20 minutes of the final to play. The vice-captain of Sussex, Grace Addison, gets us back underway with her side trailing by 3 after the successful Plummer penalty. Nice shovel to Stone, who is becoming more and more integral to this Dorset and Wilts attack. Good pick up, but Welland's there to swing Meg Plain into touch.
Yeah, it was good, Kevin. You know, sometimes there's nothing you can do, and she was coming across to try and cover. It's a nice kick there, but there's no way she's going to be able to do anything with two players coming across to hit her into touch.
Green, can we just make sure we're keeping that gap as the attacking side, please?
Dorset and Wilts do get the line out, but then it slips through the grip of Holly Veneroso. But Welland's free. Welland weaving. Addison clings on. Oh, that is a tough carry from Patton, who's full of aggression, real venom in the way that she meets opposition defenders.
You have penalty 9.
Lovely take and kick. The bounce is kind, but again, the penalty already in the back pocket, and I think Carol Saunders might be off to the bin. She was involved in the high tackle earlier, and...
Yes, it was 18. Yes, 18. Apologies.
Well, it's Laura McGee,
18.
Is 18.
Yeah, I know. We'll wait for her to come. Warning. Yeah. There was no attempt to make a legal tackle. Always high. So it's going to be a yellow card.
Well, Laura McGee's Twickenham bout is short-lived as she's sent to the bin for 10. Let's have a look at this. Kat, what do you think?
Yeah, so it is. If you're looking at sternum, it is ball height. It's just one of those that players getting used to with that coming in.
Just creeping across the touchline.
Three's got the mark. Yeah, just come in a little step for me there. Hang on. 18. You know, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sussex win the line-out lottery on this occasion. They trail by 3.
Advantage over for the knock-off.
Plenty of rugby left to play. Plummer controls it with her studs. Cannot escape the clutches of Marchison on this occasion. Wore the hand off to the face and kept driving her legs. That's a wonderful intercept from Champion. She could have broken free had it not been for a handful of jersey. Backfield is well defended by Dorset and Wilts. Marchison. Oliver. There's some real pace in those feet, isn't there? Haven't really seen her with the room to demonstrate that yet.
No, they've not quite got it out wide to their wings in space for us to see what they can do. But what we do know that Sussex can do is jackal, because they've done it time and time again. And there's the initial intercept, which is a good read. Read it really well on that back and side pass.
It's Neve Davidson, I beg your pardon, who made that intercept.
And then there's the hands-on to have won the ball for her team.
Nicole Crowley and my Champion are making way for their respective sides. So there'll be a slight reorganisation in the back line of Sussex. I think Michaela Gurney is going into the centres.
I'm setting the blue mark, so I expect you to set that metre off, and you're about half a metre, feeling generously. She still knows what a metre is.
And we'll get another break as a result of, I think it's a bit of cramp, isn't it? Understandable. We saw a lot of the England players going down with cramp yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday across the board there was quite a lot of hamstring and calf cramp going on for players, just with the heat out there, and you know, putting that extra 10% in because you're in a final and because you're at Twickenham, and it takes its toll.
Green 5, replacement. Sorry, blue, hold for me.
24 degrees right now. It was 30 degrees yesterday in the fourth game.
Harriet Pearson makes way. Lovely pop to Marchison. He came flying round the corner. Is it on here, on the short side? Beringer fights with Flower. Now it's the turn of Davis. Games felt a little stagnant just in the doldrums until this point, but now Sussex sense opportunity. On the doorstep of the 22, Addison puts boot to ball. It's going to bounce kindly for Sussex. Welland is fighting on the deck there.
High tackle, green 13.
To see what they do here, because it is in front of the posts. So what will they be thinking? As you said, Champion has been subbed off and she's been the kicker so far.
Well, there was the high tackle in the process of going to deck. Claire Chard with her first offering of the final. And that was Charlie Rose Chippett up against Welland. Well, they don't go for the points. They're going for something grander. They're going for a lead for the first time in this final. They slip it out the back door, but Marchison isn't there. She's tackled off the ball. Tackler must release. Transferred back in laboured fashion. Just about flat.
Let it come, let it go green, let it come. Thank you. Use it, blue.
Sussex players calling for it right. A bounce ball, Marchison, not much room to work with. Taken down by Oliver. And the ball is out. And if they get it into Oliver's hands, it could be try time. They finally do, but she doesn't have the room to stretch her legs. But the hands are so good to spread it out wide. Oh, Henson, if she'd left that for Welland, and she had 20 metres of space to work with.
Yeah, I think you've got to leave that one with the player outside you, because the temptation is to go for it. But actually, it's a good read as well, that ball out. It was out, came out from the back foot. A great tackle attempt. And then keeping the ball alive to go. Getting it right the way to the other side of the pitch. But yeah, just that bounce just then leading to that knock-on.
Time is off. It will be blue scrum.
I think it was Katie Hancock.
Captain, just so you're aware, obviously that penalty was for a high tackle. Yeah. Let's just manage that one, thank you. It was 30.
Who plays a rugby for Supermarine. He's had a troublesome ankle this season.
You have to wonder, with it being so close, they didn't opt to go for the 3. champion has been subbed off. She has been their main kicker in a game this close. Do you want your best kickers on the pitch? I think you probably do. And you know, those are horrible ones to pick up, and if you leave them and then they bounce, even worse, and you get told off for leaving it. So bit of a nightmare one to deal with. Worth also noting as well that even though the referee's watch has stopped, the clock is still going on the main board, so it's going to be at least 2 minutes longer than what's said on there.
More replacements on. Emma Sandman.
Mark is here, ladies.
Just receiving some instructions. A big 7.5 minutes. A final in the balance. Dorset and Wilts edging it against Sussex. 15 points to 12. Neve Davidson. Anxious to get the ball in. Time is on, confirmed by Chrissy Clark. Let's get this show on the road. She has the shadow of Imogen Jeffries surfing her shoulder.
Yeah, just a bit of movement. There's a reset. Right. Crouch. Bind. Set. Steady.
Oh, Dorset and Wilts hit the pulverise button straight away, but it's really good from Davidson to ship it away from the crunch. And Sussex have it in the hands. Addison kicks it again. You sort of feel that, well, Plummer has come up with pretty much her first error of the match. Timely for Sussex. I was going to say that Sussex have been so deadly with the ball in hand. Cap, would you like to see them put it through them a little more?
Oh yeah, absolutely agree with what you're about to say before that happened, because regardless of the result, when you are chasing a game, you're 3 points down, you have the momentum with you, you're kicking the ball to a pacey back three, it's just high risk. And as you said, Plummer hasn't dropped one at all game, so that was a mistake out the blue, really, so they're lucky to get that ball back.
Bind. Set.
They find stability from somewhere. Addison, little double pump, late lift, now it's on, arcing round, Sussex pouring through. Britt Mole just freed up the hands, looking for an offload as the tackle came in, and she has injured herself in the process.
They are playing with a penalty advantage. So moving out wide, really good pace, cover tackle coming in. But there's some head-on-head there.
Just opened up nicely, didn't it, for Britt Mole? And it's a tricky one. She was tackled low and in the act of falling. That's the reason for the head-on-head.
Lovely, thank you. She did lose consciousness for a second, so I'm just going to let the medics do her bit their thing until
So we're hearing fragments of the conversation with the officials there, and Caitlin Flower, who's the Sussex captain. And I have to say these referees, they don't have a TMO like you do in the big games. So these calls are being made in the moment as a three-person team. So, you know, we've just watched that multiple times on the replay, and we've had the good fortune of being able to see it in Technicolor. But, you know, to come up with like sympathetic and astute calls like that on the hop is really impressive.
Oh, so impressive without TMOs, without the input. And what I love there was that player safety was immediately, the player was out, she lost consciousness, is what the referee has said, so she's off. So regardless of any physio team coming in that maybe haven't seen it, they don't know, they haven't got, as you said, the benefits of the replays. So although Sussex have a scrum here, but they were playing with a penalty advantage, so I think that's possibly gone awry there. So they are going to restart with the scrum.
But it's not a bad launch pad.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, is it? But we're into the championship minutes here. There's no doubt about it. 15-12. The clock on the in-stadium scoreboard is displaying 78 minutes and 17 seconds.
Are you happy, Becca?
Britt Moult has left the field.
Time is back on.
And
Crouch.
she can only watch on and wonder whether her Sussex teammates can convert from this position. Davidson gets it out to Addison, under pressure immediately from Daisy Stone, who seems to have inserted herself into the back row now. It is all hands to the pump. It doesn't matter what number's on your back, just do the job that is required of you to close out this match. That's the message for Dorset and Wilts. For Sussex, they're full of hope, they're full of running, and they take some meters, but they roll one too many, maybe. It was a long, hard look from the eyes of Chrissy Clark, and her long arm goes up in favour of Dorset and Wilts.
Yeah, I think they ended up, Sussex, they're just getting a little bit isolated. You could just see a slight delay in the support play getting to it, but Dorset and Wilts not opting for a lot of distance on that, just wanting it to be safe, because there is a few more minutes, I think, than what does say is left on the clock. So it's really, they're going to want to keep this ball and deny Sussex any possession, because they do look dangerous when they have it. It's only 3 points in this.
They're back to the full complement. Laura McGee has just bound on, and she's straight into that number 2 jumper position. Sussex is going to put a tower up here. They're going to put as much pressure on the throw as possible. McGee gets a paw in there. It's knocked backwards by Dorset and Wilts. Patton swallowed up, driven back. And it's that ball out. No, it's not. It'll be another carry. They need to stay low here, Sussex. Just a hint that Velvet Turner had slipped high. Dorset and Wilts trying to see out the clock. It's 80 on the scoreboard. But as you said, Kat, there's a sense that there's more minutes on the wrist of Chrissy Clark, the referee. Well, having been the dominant force at the breakdown late in the day, Carol Saunders is penalised on the floor.
I just heard their referee say 3.5 minutes is left, so 3.5 minutes left on the clock.
And Dorset and Wilts are happy to carry for 3.5 minutes. I mean, look at the hunger from Sussex. They know they're at Last Chance Saloon. They need to be mindful of Dorset and Wilts breaking wide, though. They can't get too narrow and pour in too many numbers into these breakdowns. Maul called. Then Sussex latch on, and they get the penalty. And another 10 for Descent.
Oh, that extra 10 could make all the difference. It makes the points kickable, but...
They tap, they go, there's numbers, there's hands, Taylor dummies, she travels back into traffic and shovels it to Wellen.
Green, you have scrum advantage.
Oh, that was the moment. There's scrum advantage. The try looked almost inevitable for Sussex there, as the clock continues to evaporate and Sussex must fight to get one last chance. Dorset and Wilts carry tight.
Can anyone give me a time check, please? Thank you very much, Rosie.
90 seconds to go. And another breakdown penalty for Sussex.
Oh, what are they going to do? They're going to go quick again. I actually think, though, they're better off not going quick to get themselves organised. It's on to the right if they pick it off.
It's do or die for Sussex. They've got penalty advantage as well. It's a wonderful tackle from Oliver, who just throws her head in the spokes.
Legitimate jackal, but no advantage. Where's the mark?
Oh, this is just... this is drama and a half here. A lot of boos from the Dorset and Wilts supporters here.
How long do we have, ladies? Sorry, my clock's gone off. You have 20 seconds on the clock.
20 seconds.
Make a decision, please. Blue, I need you to make a decision. Post called. Post called.
They're going for the equalise. They all agreed with it. So 20 seconds left. We'll take it to full time as well.
A bold call and huge pressure on this right boot. First kick of the final. And successfully splits the poles. And 80 minutes ends 15-all. Nerves of steel from Meg Plain. And it means that we will have the drama
So it normally goes to number of tries scored, but that is equal in this situation.
Tries, number of conversions, and then it's first try. But the officials are discussing a kick-off here. Well, the scoreline, I think it's just both these sides have given absolutely everything. And it was really, throughout the entire 80 minutes, impossible to separate these two sides. It all came down to that final kick from Meg Plain. Her first kick, no less, as well, because all the points from the tee to that point had come from Maya Champion. And we're going to be dished up the drama of a kickoff.
Can I have your captain, please, ladies? Captain, I need you and the opposition captain.
So a coin toss first to select the end, and then a second coin toss to decide which team will kick first or second. You could win both.
Rather than a coin toss, because I do not carry my coin on the pitch, we're going to do rock, paper, scissors. Oh, a coin is coming. So we're going to do 2 tosses. Yeah. I love it, thank you. Okay, so the first toss will be for deciding which end, and all of the kicks occur at that end. The second toss, the winner decides whether they go first or second. Okay. So you selected on our previous toss, so you can go first this time, and it's just heads and tails this time. So I'll have heads. I'll let it fall. It is tails. We stay this side. So all the kicks are going to be down this end. Okay, and then obviously you can call the second one. Heads. I'm not going to try and catch it this time. It's heads. Would you like to go first or second? Your side today. Can we go first, please? You'd like to go first, please. Lovely. Thank you very much, ladies.
Okay, so there's going to be 6 kicks. There's going to be 3 kickers for each side and 3 kicking positions.
I will give you your coin back, I promise.
So kicker 1, 2 and 3 will take kicks from position 1, 2 and 3. And then they will take them from 4, 5 and 6. So I beg your pardon, there are 6 different kicking positions. Doesn't get more dramatic than this, Kat, does it?
I know, this is just, a lot of drama going on here. So we've got, penalty kicks to decide the final.
Well, I can tell you that position 1 is from the 22 right in front of the uprights. Then they'll move to the 15 metres from the right touchline on the 22. Then 15 metres from the left touchline on the 22. And then position 4 is in front of the uprights, but on the 10-metre line, so 40 metres from the uprights.
And we go middle, right.
Position 5, 15 metres from the touchline. Again, on the 10-metre line, and then to the left on the 10-metre line, 15 metres in. So those final 3 kicks, incredibly challenging, especially given the conversation we had about the size of the pitch here at Twickenham. So really, I mean, the pressure is on these first 3 kicks, because these are the ones that are eminently kickable, with the following 3 being the most challenging.
Have you ever been involved in a game where you've had a penalty shootout to decide?
I'm so old that penalty kick shootouts hadn't been invented. So I don't know if I've ever commentated one, in fact. So
I've commentated on one in 10s, but I've not done a 15s one. I'm not sure.
So locked on points after 80 minutes, 15 all. Same number of tries, same number of conversions, same number of penalties. And it all comes down to this. Dorset and Wilts to kick first. And it'll be Denny Jones, the captain, who plants the tee first, bang in front of the uprights. She's got Lana Plummer as one of the other members and Holly Veneroso. Silence descends as Denny Jones looks to land the first shootout blow. It wasn't pure, but it was enough. Advantage, Dorset and Wilts.
Is it on the 15 or is it how far right do we go? On the 15. It's alternate. Green. Green. Apologies. It is alternate. It's alternate. So if you want to stay there, that's fine. Blue.
So it is now the turn of Sussex. And the long walk from the halfway line. Holly Veneroso is going to have to wait to take her effort. Instead, it'll be the outstanding Grace Addison, the vice-captain, who positions her ball just a swing of the hips to settle herself. Checks in with the referee. And sends it wide of the uprights. So it is 1-0 to Dorset and Wilts.
It's those pressure moments, isn't it? And it wasn't pretty off the boot, but I know it's drama, but you hate to see it for the players and the ones that step up and do it, and like it's just heartbreak for them.
Yeah, when you're ready.
Holly Veneroso from position 2. Fine strike, and there's a bit of a roar of approval from the stands, but I think just dips beneath the crossbar.
Yeah, a little bit short on that one. The accuracy was good.
On the cross, yeah, thank you.
No substituted players can kick. So Maya Champion, who slotted 2 conversions in the match for Sussex, isn't available for selection. However, Meg Plain, whose last-ditch kick took us to this point, eyes up an equalising shot at goal. Well, it was a really pleasing sound and travelled beautifully through the air, but ultimately the assistance flags stay by their sides.
If it blows off, you can replace it, yeah.
Lana Plummer, who has been utterly solid at the back all game. Dead eye from the woman from Devizes. And Dorset and Wilts are beginning to dream. Megan Baker Butler, who came on right at the death of the match in place of Britt Mole. I'm not sure she even got a touch on the ball. This could be her first act. Certainly had the distance, but not quite the direction. So 2-0. Dorset and Wilts lead. And we move to the 10-metre line for 3 more shots apiece. Kat, I mean, what's going through the mind of everyone out there?
I think there's quite a bit of confusion. I think they thought if they equalised, maybe it was going to extra time or something. So I don't know if they knew what they were in for. And I mean, this is a big kick from a 10-metre. I think it's a big ask for these players out there.
Well, it's a good attempt from Denny Jones, but it is an awfully long way. 40 metres.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be, no disrespect to the kickers out there, I just don't think it's going to be in their ranges. They're going to have to go after this one. It's out on the 15. It's a big kick for internationals.
Grace Addison. It's a better strike than her first attempt, but again, you know, the towering distance makes it such a tall task. And with the equation now for Holly Veneroso is that if she sends this one over, then that's the match, and that is the Gill Burns Women's County Championship for Dorset and Wilts. Another good attempt, but ultimately falls short. So Meg Plain, she's kicked like a dream. She got that equalising kick in the dying moments, and it was a fine strike for her first attempt. So if you're backing anyone in hoops, it's Meg Plain, and she simply must land this kick to keep Sussex in the fight. If she misses, the championship is Dorset and Wilts. And Dorset and Wilts, tentative, but the word's now gone round. They can throw their arms in the air and celebrate because their total of successful kicks is insurmountable, and a gripping, nerve-jangling Gill Burns Women's County Championship Division 3 final is ultimately concluded, and the champions are Dorset and Wilts. 4 tries. A conversion and a penalty apiece, and 80 minutes of rugby couldn't separate Dorset and Wilts and Sussex. But now it's the women in green who have prevailed by virtue of a dramatic penalty shootout, and they are the champions, Dorset and Wilts. And a day that will live long in the memory of all those involved in Dorset and Wilts rugby, and particularly Vice-Captain Anna Beckett and Samantha Briggs. And the games don't happen without those in the middle keeping order and also deciphering the situation when it ends in a draw. The officiating party get their medals to remember their day in the middle, and Sussex, well, they were fabulous throughout. I mean, 15-all was really a fair score at the end of it all. And on any other day, the spoils would have been shared, but not in a final. And the tries from Britt Mole and Caitlin Flower will live long in their memories. The captain with that pulverising carry. Some really lively performances from everyone out there, 1 to 23. And the future very, very bright for Sussex, who've been on a 3-year journey that is culminated in this county final. They've come to the fore at just the right time after victories over Essex and Middlesex en route to this final. but just beaten out in a place kick competition. You don't see many of those in any league round the globe, and it'll be galling for them to miss out in that manner. Worthy runners-up, and I'm sure it'll fuel the fire to go on another championship-seeking campaign next season. But for Dorset and Wilts and the 16 different teams across both counties represented, it is a victorious Sunday at the home of English rugby, the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. And they've done it the hardest way possible. They never trailed in the final. They led on multiple occasions, but each time they were pegged back by the tenacious Sussex. But now they can put that all behind them, and they can get ready to immerse themselves in this championship winning moment. Alex Patton in the middle there, force of nature throughout and a try scorer. And just like Caitlin Flower, the captain of Dorset and Wilts, Denny Jones leading from the front with a try herself and a successful kick in that shootout. And now with the Gill Burns Division 3 Women's County Championship Shield held aloft, Dorset and Wilts, the champions. A Division 3 final for the ages, and one that is understandably stirring huge emotions for Dorset and Wilts, who prevailed in a classic, and one that you can relive right now with our match highlights. Welcome back, everybody, to the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, for the second instalment of our Sunday session of the England Rugby County Championship finals. We have had a thriller already in the Gill Burns Division 3 Championship, and now it's time to turn our attentions to the Beaumont Men's County Championship Division 3 final between Hertfordshire and Leicestershire. Well, Hertfordshire, they've had a strong campaign. They've had a 40-player training squad featuring 32 players from 9 different clubs, and they head into this final co-captained by Josh Sharp at fly half and Steph Jones at hooker. Head coach Brett McNamee is signing off today after 15 years in Hertfordshire County Rugby leads from various coaching and management decisions. It's been a real challenging campaign, just one home fixture, but they'll never have been more pleased to be on the road as they are today, because they're here at the home of English rugby in a county championship final at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. For Leicestershire, this is the culmination of a rebuild of their county programme. 4 years ago, they went back to square one, and across the years, they developed a real clear identity of their playing style, a strong squad culture, and wins against Eastern Counties and Nottinghamshire, Lincolnshire and Derbyshire took them to the semi-final, where they battled past Sussex in an incredibly hard-fought match. And Tom Bishop gets the honour of leading them today out on the Twickenham turf at inside centre. Kieran Stone is his trusty vice-captain at the coalface at tight head prop. And there is a talented bench for head coach Chris McCauley to call upon. Many of these players now surpassing 5 county appearances. You get the feeling that this team is hitting form at just the right time, and they're ready for the next step, the Hillary step on their journey to the summit of Division 3 County Rugby. I'm delighted to be spending Sunday afternoon with you all, wherever you may be tuning in from, and delighted to be in the company of Rugby World Cup winner Cat Merchant 2.
Yeah, ready and raring to go for game 2 of today's finals.
Managed to catch your breath after the Women's Division 3 final that we just enjoyed. For those who missed it, Dorset and Wilts triumphant after a penalty kick competition. The teams unable to be separated after 80 minutes, 15 all. Same tries, same conversions, same penalties. It went to a kick-off, and the girls in green got the job done, Kat.
Yeah, kept their composure, kicked some nice kicks through, but now it's on to the men, and to see what they can do today at the home of rugby.
Leicestershire in the yellow and maroon hoops, bound out, with Hertfordshire in green, with white shorts fanning out and ready to take on the challenge of the Bill Beaumont Division 3 County Championship final. Man in the middle is James Milliner Woodcock, and he's got his assistant George Ownsley and Ian Morgan alongside him for the ride today. Shot there of Tom Bishop, the Leicestershire captain, who's playing his rugby for Oadby Whigs. A fan favourite is Bish. And it is Hertfordshire who kick high into these now slightly clouded over Twickenham skies. eminently challengeable, but unlucky to knock on and for it to be claimed by a player in an offside position.
Yeah, so error from the kickoff, which we've seen across these 2 weekends. So going up, getting a hand to it, but definitely then the wing in an offside position, going to play it. One of those ones you know you do out of instinct, but killing the ball off, and then it's a penalty.
Gives us an opportunity to analyse the Leicestershire set piece nice and early. Shortened line out being offered. Jack Burrows, often the key man, but instead they go to the tail, and they go to the tail with aplomb. Early driving maul intent on display. Chris McFedries, the scrum half, just organising the big men in front who shape and shift and reform into a really devastating advance. And they win a penalty as well. Crossfield, it is so on here. Harry Simpson spotting the space, and the most unkind of bounces outfoxes everybody out wide.
It's been knocked on.
And the opportunity goes. I mean, how unlucky for Joe Lafferty and co.
I mean, that kick just seemed to hang in the air forever, and then the bounce was just awkward between the two of them, and then a bit of a fall as well. But they were playing with the advantage of why they put the kick in and the crossfield. But it's nicely sighted, and then just that awkward bounce back before, bit of a fall as well. But it is eventually regathered, but just knock on the floor.
Well, the vision there from Harry Simpson, who's the Sevens captain for Nottingham University, who made the final of the Celestial Sevens a week ago at Richmond Rugby Club.
A little bit quicker.
So he's in fine fettle. And early warning fired. It's an awkward descent. There is some penalty advantage. The breakaway from Kieran Hussey. Tell you what, Leicestershire are really driven, aren't they? Everyone knows their roles, but you can see the jackling instincts of Hertfordshire, which were good on that occasion, but the penalty advantage was already there for the vice-captain, Carl Garside, taking out the Leicestershire lifter, or one of the two. Yeah, you can just see him dropping his shoulder there.
Yeah, second penalty in a row for Carl Garside, though, so he'll want to be painting the picture for the referee of I'm leaving this now and stepping off it. But clearly for Leicestershire, it's something that they love, their go-to, a driven maul.
There's some big bruises in there, aren't there? Kieran Hussey, Jack Burrows, but again they go to the tail. It's full stretch from Luke Evans, but on this occasion he can't reel in the throw.
Backwards, play on, it's back! I'm there.
Hertfordshire, after 4 minutes of trying to snuff out Leicestershire try-scoring ambition, finally get their hands on the ball, and it's real pressure on the clearance. A thought for a moment that Guy Randall may get taken out in the air, but it's wonderful self-control from the Hertfordshire chasers to leave him alone. And while he scrambled the ball back, it is in green hands, and now they get fizzing it out wide to the right. A straighten and acceleration from Will Titherington.
Offside, it's still in.
It is a real fight on the floor right now between the two sets of forwards, and Hertfordshire are showing there's some slick hands here out the back door from the co-captain Steph Jones. Only finds green grass, but Hertfordshire the first to pounce on the loose ball. Ollie Lacey, direct running from the second row, and that is a well-judged angle. Don't think it's going to get the roll to the touchline, but there was already a penalty in the back pocket for Josh Sharp.
Yeah, they were looking for the 50-22 there, as there was space back there and nothing to lose as they were playing with that penalty advantage.
Offside. Yeah.
But they really went from one side of the pitch to the other, stretching
Still in the ruck. 8 offside.
the width of this defence. And then there's that big long kick put in.
I got it for you, mate. Always fine. Yeah, goals.
Well, there's Carl Garside, who plays his rugby for Cheshire. A groundsman by trade.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he'll be full of admiration for the turf that he is on today, but he does need to cut down on the penalties. Well, it was off the top, but no one was there. Ollie Lacey delivering the ball to an absent scrum half, and Hertfordshire are lucky to still emerge with the ball. Big carry from the number 8, Tom Lewis. Playing his rugby for Letchworth.
Backwards, play on, backwards.
It's not always entirely tidy for Hertfordshire at the moment, but they're finding a way to resource the ball and make meters too. Another big carry from Titherington. He looks powerful. So too Lacey. Plenty of involvements in this opening 6 minutes or so. Wow. Big shots being fired in the midfield. On hard lines arriving from the blindside wing, Josh Rudling.
No, still in.
Getting the door slammed emphatically on him. Well, a roar that loud often indicates a good solid latch. And of all the people, it's Harry Simpson, the fly half.
Yeah, really important moments those when the team's building with momentum, and Hertfordshire have played it all the way out from their defensive try line all the way up here, building with that momentum. So a turnover like that, so key. So it's a double tackle, and then the rights to go in and steal.
End the line, yeah. Oh. I'm here, mate.
Well, it's Division 3, this, but the quality has been really high so far. It is often so impressive, the depth of quality that reaches through the English pyramid. And both these sides will be supercharged in a final. All the ball jumbling around in the grass, offloaded to Tremaine Fry, who gets brought down in timely fashion. Big long looping ball. What vision, what hands, what a try from Hertfordshire. And their flyer on the edge, Kyle Lemon.
Really lovely, well-worked try there as well, linking of forwards and backs, and then a beautiful pass out wide, so to break through the middle. Really nice hands out to Tremaine Fry, who then gets brought down, and then the recycled pass here, really nice from Wicks, the pass to the corner to Shaw to finish off the score. That's some fight to keep going. That's the man that does not want to be tackled, and then offloading, just kept composure as well, and the speed to the breakdown. But for me, it's that pass to receive it at pace and width, and then finish it off there.
Kyle Lemon, his final ever game today. He'd already retired at the end of the season, but he's been brought back in for one last hurrah, and the extras are almost added by Josh Sharp, but slides past the left upright.
So essentially they won't let him retire, it sounds like to me.
Well, why would you? He's got a nose for the pain, and he's done it on the big stage here. The back row working in tandem though, McCartney and Fry. And then this pass, Thomas Williams-esque.
Gone 10, gone 10.
Leicestershire, though, resource the kick-off, and they're coming flying back hard. I think we better hold on to our hats, Kat. This final is promising a lot already. 5-0. Hertfordshire lead Leicestershire, but it is the latter who are advancing into the 22. At the back, awkward. A few feet being bounced around by Finn Knuckles. Hertfordshire have dispossessed them, though. The try scorer, Lemon, gets robbed on the deck.
Move two. Yeah, thank you. Well done.
Short side, is it on? A little dribble over the top. That's a tricky one, and it gets pinballed around in the shins of Josh Sharp, who ultimately does exceptionally well, the co-captain.
No. Use it! Yeah, that's out. Yeah.
Or boxed into the back of his own player and ricocheted out.
Yeah, that one's not going to make the highlights list, but someone that might is Harry Simpson, the 10 for Leicestershire. That was his second turnover for going in. He got a hold-on penalty earlier, he forced it, and then that one just really good jackal.
Yeah, 100%.
The maul is...
6, my arms are up here like this. You've come straight in.
I was just about to say Leicestershire's happy place, but some over-eagerness from Charlie Turner is penalised.
6, offside.
Well, there's a few legends out there. Charlie Turner's the one who's been pinged here, but a Lutterworth club legend. He's actually delayed his family holiday to be playing here today, so
okay.
Bet he's popular at home.
Yeah, well, I assume they're here to cheer him on. That's what you'd like to think. Who books a holiday when the finals are on? You know, you've got to back his team.
Latched upon by Kieran Hussey. Another Lutterworth man.
No.
Big bruising carry from Kieran Stone.
He's released and got up. Still in.
Width, the order of the day once again for Leicestershire. Slowly but surely making meters, but Tremaine Fry just launches his frame at the ankles. Drifted over the top, may just be a gift. Instead it works out for Leicestershire. The offload was good, but it was definitely squeezed forward.
Both teams playing a very high tempo game right now. Really looking to move the ball across, but very much a 1-2 between the two teams.
Whenever I time off, balls will come off. It's theirs because we went up to try and stop.
So we get a chance to catch our breaths. We'll do so again around about 20 minutes. We're having water breaks today because of the temperatures that everyone across the country is enduring. Should say that for the Lutterworth contingent in this Leicestershire side, this is their second trip in almost as many weeks to the home of English rugby. They were involved in an absolutely thrilling Community Cup final against Topsham. Luke Evans starting that day wearing 4, and Charlie Turner so too, wearing 6. Nicknamed the Fossil because he's so old.
Oh, I'm sure he'll love
Charlie
you.
Turner.
I'm sure he'll love you bringing that up. Yeah.
Well, it was when he was here in the final. It was his 342nd first team appearance for Lutterworth. So
Stats don't lie.
factually, he is a fossil. An early change for Hertfordshire by the sounds of things in HIA.
Okay.
It does mean that we get Alex Kay onto the field nice and early.
Scrum goal.
Wearing 19, installs himself on the blind side. The Hertford back row.
Set. Ready, hold, hold.
Guy Randall's lurking with intent out the back here. Instead, Simpson just dabs it into the no man's land, but it's well covered by Josh Rudling.
I'm watching, quiet, backwards.
Ken, that scrap
Backwards.
around the breakdown continues. Real tooth and nail stuff.
No.
Smart claim from Knuckles,
Penalty advantage, high tackle, 8.
who induces a high tackle by Tom Lewis.
Easy. Can't continue. No. You've also taken him off the ball. Come back here. 8. Assist tackler high. Post option.
So setting that out early, he's decided to come away with some points at this time in the entry, and so we're just going to re-watch this great run and then assisted tackle given high. Not much in that from where I'm standing, but as you said, referees are doing this all without TMOs today. They just have to make the decision, make it the call as they go.
Absolute armchair ride at the top these days, isn't it, for refs?
Yeah.
I'm sure they absolutely won't agree. Well, the first points on offer for Leicestershire here. Finn Knuckles, the fullback. Strikes it cleanly, but with a little bit of draw. And Leicestershire, and their wait for their first final points goes on. Randall surveys the scene. Oh, runs into a granite shoulder offered by Alex Kay, who's making his presence known since arriving from the bench. Leicestershire opt to dart back inside. The presence of the Hertford stalwart Rudling, enough of a deterrent to not try and go around the edge. Couple of layers of attack. Knuckles driven back by Lewis. It's really strong defence from Hertfordshire, but somehow Simpsons finds a way to pick his way through a forest of green jerseys. The final offload, though, is picked off, and there's no one at home at the back. Hertfordshire chase on. Plenty of time here for Lafferty, who somehow manages to split a backfield that had 5 players in it. Good touch found. And we're kind of back to where we started.
We are, after all that. Yeah, we got first chance to see really both teams putting the tactical kicks in, and then they decided, enough's enough, we're going to get this out. And this is the Simpson run, where I think he looked up and there just didn't seem to be many options on his outside, so I think he just opted for going it on his own, but then eventually offload goes awry.
Line out Solon, out the back door. Goes Steph Jones, looked good. Didn't quite have the outcome. Couple of mishandles from Hertfordshire. But John O'Wicks still gets a bit of go forward. Lewis advances the court further. Tell you what, Alex Kay looks a real handful. A menacing carry from the replacement back row, and now the hands do the work. Rudling just on the outskirts of the 22, extravagant tummy, and then jolted with a big shoulder. Fry looks a really rangy, dynamic back row. The blend with the brutality of the second rows, Josh Walker being one of them. Oh, was always going to be taken flat there by Sharp. He just needed someone running off him. But there's intent, there's threat here from Hertfordshire. As Leicestershire continue to go hard at the breakdown, they don't emerge with the ball, but Tom Lewis does. Here's the try scorer, Lemon, weaving back inside. Great industry from Hertfordshire to be in support at these breakdowns. They know that Leicestershire want to try and steal it. Again, Simpson's head is buried in there. Doesn't succeed this time. It is wave after wave of carrying green. Now width is offered. Sharp switches, makes it look easy. And Will Titherington, like a javelin against the grain, pierces the Leicestershire defence, and Hertfordshire double their lead.
It just looked so easy. They just looked like a massive gap for him in there. So it's good hands linking together, backs and forwards again, something that they've been really good at doing in this first half. And then ball gets out quickly. It's just a simple switch play, and really that gap defensively should never be that big in and around this area from something as simple as a switch move. But nothing taken away from Titherington. Got to run the right line.
This time there are extras to add, and with the water break called, Hertfordshire lead Leicestershire 12 points to 0. All smiles for Will Titherington after getting his name on the board. Bit of a Letchworth connection out there for Hertfordshire alongside Richard Street. In matches like this, Kat, those little connections can be so crucial. You see it on an international level when club pairings are put together internationally, and just that added level of telepathy.
100% is what working well together, the ins and outs, the training that you're doing. You know what a player is likely to do, even just the intricacies of that, the running lines, the exact timing of them. They take time to come together. So if they've been able to do them at club together, then bringing that through to county is just going to make that so much easier and click so much better.
Do you play any county, Cat, or were you too big time straight away?
Too big time. Yeah, no. So I think because once you were involved in, I got in the England setup from under 19s, so I think it was just straight through with that. Did regionals as a kid, when it's in Midlands.
Yeah, they're becoming 15.
It's good to see the county game thriving, and just as much desire to see one's name etched on the Bill Beaumont trophy. There's some really classy players out there. What about that for an impact from Guy Randall? Leicestershire need some big carries, some big moments here. We saw just a glimpse of what they can do, and Harry Simpson looks like he's going to be the catalyst for all things creative from them today. Dragged down beyond the 10. Bit of a bounce pass, picked up well, and scampers forward. Nice little dab over the top from Knuckles. Oh, the whistle goes when the chase was on, so we don't get to see the outcome. It was for a high tackle. Interesting one this now for Leicestershire and Knuckles, because similar position to the penalty from earlier, a little more advanced. Trailing by 12 now, though. What would you be going for, Kat?
Well, I think they're going for posts, and I think probably not a bad decision, because it is a bit closer. They should probably nail this one just to get some points on the ball, to get them off of nil and get into this game. That's the high tackle that was, again, deemed from above sternum. So really hot on those rules in this game and the last game. We saw lots of high tackles coming in above sternum.
So Finn Knuckles, who's following in his father's footsteps as a Leicestershire player. Resets his radar and delivers Leicestershire's first points of the final.
Yeah, just important to get off of nil, move himself forward, build confidence into it. And obviously sternum rules come in for player safety, but it's one of those laws that does take a little bit of time to get used to, and it used to be a good shot if you got kind of man and ball and hit chest height, but now looking at penalties to come.
Hertfordshire 12, Leicestershire 3. For those tuning in, thinking that they'd be in time for the second half, the schedule is running 30 minutes behind at the moment. That is as a result of a place-kicking finale for the Women's Division 3 title. It's a gift sent into the arms of the co-captain Josh Sharp, just as Leicestershire were building. It was fist wide, but Sharp, true to his name, razor-edged wits, picks off the intercept and just about had the gas to finish in the corner.
Yeah, always a risk when teams are trying to play flat, but that's really nicely read as well. Just timed that, because you can go 0 to 0 pretty quickly when you're going for an intercept. If you go for it and you miss it, then you're in trouble. But that was really nicely read, really smart play.
That'd be a psychological and an emotional wounder for Leicestershire. Got points on the board, beginning to get into the game, and that bit of optimism punctured by the intercept of Sharp. Well, the small mercy is that the extras aren't added, but Hertfordshire not only re-established, but they now stretch their lead, 17-3.
Yeah, and as you said, they'll be hurting from that, because if they've gone well, they've got points on the board, and then immediately for a pass which they've thrown, you know, when they think they've got the ball, they're then punished for it. So they need to heads up, focus, and just think next job.
Always backwards.
Slightly misjudged by Tom Lewis, but there is ample time for a clearance. Collected by McFedries. He gives it to Simpson, who on this occasion can't find a way through the Hertfordshire shoulders. And in fact, finds his support not quite sharp enough, and a penalty's conceded.
Yeah, and again, it's really things going against them here, because initially a good kick take and thought moving it wide was the right call, but giving penalties away in the breakdown is just not what they need to be doing right now.
Yeah.
They've been in some tight clinches on their way to this final, Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Eastern Counties in round one, 34-30 they won on the road.
Yeah, look step.
And then won their round two,
He's all right.
33-31. Bit of a more comfortable ride against Sussex, 30 points to 15 in the semi-final. But they have to dig deeper than they have done the entire campaign. Trailing by 14. Half an hour played. Width from Hertfordshire, and some nice feet, though not enough to outdo Luke Gutteridge. Well, Hertfordshire hammering away. They've left the fringes undefended once more. Just a scamper, and it's a simple 2-on-1, and Titherington's in for a double. Beanie spotted the gap. He had Wicks alongside him for the offload, and he delivered to Titherington, who did the rest.
Yeah, Leicestershire defence there really coming unstuck. They had no guard at the breakdown, and they were punished for it. But just a few phases before that, they'd done something very similar outside of guard and bodyguard. There was a massive gap between that first defender, so they're leaving those gaps in there because they're worried about the pace out wide, they're worried about the width, but that they really need to focus on the middle section of defence, come in tighter, all of that first, and then push them, force them to go out wide. You cannot leave gaps like that around the ruck or around the breakdown.
A gimme for someone of Sharp's quality. And Leicestershire with the mountain to climb, 24-3. Hertfordshire lead.
Yeah, Hertfordshire just making it look so easy. The last two tries have just looked so comfortable. And the last three tries looked so comfortable.
This isn't out of character for Hertfordshire. They have really been in red-hot form all season. 86-13. They were victorious in round 1 against Buckinghamshire. Followed up with a 59-5 win over Middlesex on the road, 45-7. They won when they went to Essex, and then in the semi-final, 40 points to 13 against the green of Dorset and Wilts. What can Leicestershire and Harry Simpson muster? A kind ricochet, and Leicestershire into the 22 once more. They have to make it count. But they won't get a chance here because Harry Simpson adjudged to have made a tackle off the ball.
Well, I was about to sing his praises there because I think he's been pretty impressive in a team that's struggling in this first half. I think the tempo that he puts onto the game and the way he reads it has been really good, and even the nudge through. I'm not seeing that as a penalty.
Time's off.
Just a brief pause. I think someone's receiving some treatment somewhere amongst them all. Everyone all present and correct. And Sharp releases his hard-carrying 8 who is tackled high by the captain, Tom Bishop. Hertfordshire, we're a forward pass away from Josh Ruddling, adding his name to the score sheet.
We'll see.
So it's Richard Streets, the assistant tackler that seemed to have been high, which is why they're coming in for this penalty and going for the corner.
That fade, yeah. Yeah, goal on the fade here. Right, hold it there, hold there.
Claimed at the hearts of the line out. Hertfordshire flex their mauling muscles for the first time in the match. And someone's dropped an anchor there for Leicestershire. Ball squirts free. Streets powers on. Swung back by Simpson with a little help from his friends. And now Hertfordshire get carrying hard. That's a lovely shift of attack into the hands of Josh Walker. But on this occasion, Leicestershire win the battle.
Better defence as well from Hertfordshire there. I think they've learned not to leave the breakdown area so exposed. So they're putting the numbers in. They were much tighter, which meant they could put a lot more pressure.
Time's off. I've got just over 4. Okay.
I said Hertfordshire defence then, didn't I? I meant Leicestershire. Yeah.
Leicestershire desperate for points.
Bind. Set. Easy, easy, Red.
But a long way to go if they are to get some more before the half is done.
No issues here, guys. Just stability and height on this side, okay? Okay. Got it, go. Let's go, come on.
McFedries.
Crunch. Three, straight down on his head.
Doesn't get the chance to put the ball in.
You went straight down on your opposite person's head. Go.
Because Garside has been pinged for another penalty.
So this time he's had two off of a line out defending. Well, we won't see the scrum, but on a long kick here.
Well, he's spared, isn't he? Well, that was maybe forwards into the hands of John O'Wicks. It was certainly very, very flat. And Hertfordshire maybe fancy a few more points before the half is done. Slipped through the hands, collected. McFedries comes racing round the corner, made his county debut back in 2009. But it's his half-back partner, Simpson, who spills forward.
2009, you were saying, there's the debut.
It is his 50th county appearance today.
That's, yeah, impressive stats.
At the age of 41.
Fair play. I mean, it's hot out there for any age, but out there being 41, running around, that's tough.
Someone did try and tell me, Mr. McFedries, that you were getting your 50th appearance on your 50th birthday, but you are in fact 41, so someone's tried to stitch you up there.
Good job that you're a professional and you fact-checked.
No, unsettled this side, it's just stepped across. Unsettled. Come on, reset. That's your big juice. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Dying embers of the first half. Hertfordshire, without doubt, on top. But Leicestershire have given us glimpses to whether they can make them count.
Use it.
Hertfordshire break. Josh Rudling, he is a dangerous runner when he skirts free. Doesn't back his pace, instead goes for the offload inside and ultimately comes to nothing.
Yeah, so clearly wanting to get that ball wide, some out the back. They've got really deep to make sure they can get around the outside, but the tackle comes in, the offload. I think that pass was probably forward anyway if it wasn't ending up in a knock-on, but yeah, that attacking opportunity dies with that.
I remember Josh Rudling from a very talented Northumbria University side a number of years ago, where he played in a team with George Wathoka of Newcastle and I think probably Will Muir as well from Bath. So he is a try scorer when he wriggles free.
Bind. Set.
McFedries breaks, balls disguised, but to a point where Leicestershire can't hold on, and green jerseys are pouring through. That is a wonderful Slide and collect from Guy Randall.
Yes.
Hertfordshire players breathing down his neck. McFedries will get this off the pitch. And he'll get the first half brought to a close. It's one that Hertfordshire have dominated. 4 tries to the men in green. 2 of them converted. And Leicestershire with just the solitary Finn Knuckles penalty to show for their endeavours. A massive second 40 demanded of Leicestershire. Whilst for Hertfordshire, they are in the box seat and have one hand on the Bill Beaumont Division 3 trophy. Half-time here at the Allianz Stadium. Hertfordshire 24, Leicestershire 3.
No tackle, no! Steady. One on 5. Lead 10. Ball is here.
Leicestershire with it all to do in the second half of this Bill Beaumont Men's County Championship Division 3 final. They trail Hertfordshire in green 24 points to 3, and Cat Merchant, what have they got to do to turn it around in this second half?
Well, it's that cliche, isn't it, where you've just got to start fresh in the second half, but they really have to, and they've got to do something different, and that's a good kick chase to start with. They need to bring energy, throw everything at it, take a few more risks, because when you're, my maths is terrible, but when you're 21 points down, you have to roll the dice and you have to bring something different to what they've done in the first half.
Hertfordshire have just looked that little bit sharper, a little bit faster, and touch hungrier so far, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. They've the things that they're doing is just sticking. They look composed, they look confident, and their defence has been pretty relentless as well.
Oh, it's a beautiful looking line-out ball, isn't it? Spiralling through the skies to the tail successfully. The line-out's been very good for Leicestershire and is proving early in the second half to be a source of meters once again. There are a few green jerseys that have infiltrated that, and McFedries is hunting around for its location. They've done well to fight their way to the floor. Now Jack Burrows carries one out, and he carries hard round the corner. That's nice. This is better. The dynamism arriving from Brandon Kenny. Plenty of high numbers. The release and go again from Kieran Stone. Oh, and just as they're beginning to move through the gears, a feather forward, and it all comes to nothing.
Yeah, you mentioned the word earlier. The intent is there. They're putting a lot of energy into it, but just a little fumble, I think, within that breakdown there. So here's carry.
No, breakdown. Let's go. Twos. Crouch. Let's go, Cole. Let's go, boys. Bind. Set. Still in 9. Use it.
Wow, that's beautiful hands, and Lemon release free. One more offload, doesn't quite land. But the hands did all the talking there for Hertfordshire.
And you can hear the players there saying good exit, so they know that's within what they've got. They don't just have to kick, they want to run it out as well, and getting it wide. Good cover tackle though as well. Forced an offload to go back inside before they hit touch, and forced a bit of an error in there. Wind has picked up a little bit from what we've seen across the weekend so far, but line out so far looking still very strong.
Pinched by Ollie Lacey. He's had a very good game so far. The dynamic second row. Richard Beanie combines with his co-captain Sharp, and that is as good a take as you'll see in any match, club, county or international, at the Allianz Stadium, owning the airspace of West London. And Josh Rudling is going to get pinged for launching the boot of Guy Randall. Leicestershire, they've lost a little bit of the impetus that they gained from that majestic take, but Simpson can spark something from nothing. And this doesn't feel good for Josh Rudling.
I'm really intrigued to hear what referee says here, so I'm going to listen in. But oh, I've just seen that high ball take from Simpson.
Things like that I do not want in my game of rugby. Okay, penalty against you for clearly throwing the player's boot off the pitch. Away you go.
It's just a stern telling off. So nothing more than that. But ref doesn't want to see it. Made it very clear with that. But boot comes off, throws to the side. You see it quite often in rugby. I saw it twice yesterday.
Do you know, I'm here for it. I'm here for that. not the throwing of the boot, the stand telling off.
Okay, cool. I was like, you like boot throwing? What's yeah.
I mean, we've probably all done it, haven't we?
Again, no, I haven't. But you got loads of yellow cards, you were saying, so probably for boot throwing.
Okay, the skullduggerous parts of the game I'm here for, but I like the authority from James Milner-Woodcock in the middle there as well.
We're just really clear. I think that's what everybody wants from a referee. Clear what's allowed, what's not, like where's the line.
No challenge from Hertfordshire. Leicestershire are sort of thrust back the moment their feet hit the floor. And by the roars and just the movement of the jerseys, you feel that Hertfordshire may have got hands onto that. They sure have. Locked in the grip of the Hertfordshire forwards. Josh Walker at the bottom of the heap. And Hertfordshire survive.
Yeah, they could have decided staying down was the option for them, so they could be really aggressive and stop that driving maul. But with the new laws of if it's not straight but there's no competition, you can leave it. More people are tending to go up to compete rather than stay on the feet, but they chose that way of defending, and it worked well for them.
Suboptimal ball for Hertfordshire to work with, but Richard Street is a calm port in stormy seas. Touch found. Leicestershire to build from depth again.
Yeah, green, five, still away here, five. Yeah. It was perfect that you were there for me to just make sure your other players know.
That tail ball is just working beautifully, isn't it?
Leave free, leave it!
Luke Evans is taken, then Jack Burrows with the Bosch. And still, Burrows fighting forward.
Backwards!
Voracious defensive appetite on show by Hertfordshire. Clear release on that occasion, but the penalty was already coming.
You have to wonder what's going through the minds here, because three's not going to do it. It's not going to build anything for them. If they want to keep themselves into this game, they have to look for more than that. But just listening into what's being said to the referee here.
Guy Randall.
He's been impressive so far. I think he's done some hard running.
That's why I played through on that one. Yeah. Let's get 3 reds. 3 reds. We're just slow up, guys, with some substitutions, or it might just be the one.
So Kieran Stone, the vice-captain, is making way.
Yeah, hang on. It's...
And number 19, Martin Rayner, takes to the field. Another man of Lutterworth. And off the top and into the middle. And Jaden Darville injected forward, but leaving his luggage behind.
Yeah, he hit that line at about 100 miles an hour and just didn't end up taking the ball with him.
Let's go, lads.
So 10 minutes of the second half played. Leicestershire operating in all the right areas, but still no more points to speak of.
Bind. Set. Use it. No.
But they're pretty happy to play ball in hand. Rudling, fresh from a scolding from the referee, scurries forward to the brink of the 22. Nice 15-metre angle for Richard Beanie to box clear. And he tries to shape it on a little longer by a tilt of his head.
Yeah, go on. Eight, 1, 11. 3.
So, Tom Lewis, Nick Brown, and that man, Kyle Lemon, who gets a very generous applause as he heads off. Kyle Lemon, who opened the scoring,
He's fine, he comes in second.
and the Harpenden man heads from the field for possibly the final time. He's already retired once this season, brought back for the final, and unless he gets brought back on under some circumstances, that'll be the last we'll see of Kyle Lemon. What a way to bow out of egg chasing. A try at the Allianz Stadium in a county final. But it's not a winning county final just yet, because Leicestershire are applying sustained pressure, and Harry Simpson is very much their magic man. Wrongfoots himself.
23 lead now, 23. No, 12.
Dummied inside by Luke Evans. Oh, Jacob Hardwick swallowed up the second he caught the ball, and the referee's arms out, presumably for a high tackle, and Leicestershire are in the groove. Bit of width needs to be offered here. The double miss gives a chance for Rudling and co to scamper across with the drift. McFedries goes back against the grain to Evans. Leicestershire's best passage. Will it yield a try? Can they breathe oxygen?
It's this side, no loss, Green. We still have penalty advantage goal.
Into their cup final hopes. Now it's Burrows. Still they play a penalty advantage. McFedries is so nearly through.
Green. No.
Pick and go. Lung-busting, lactic-inducing passage for both attack and defence. McFedries put some width on it. A dip of the shoulder. A swallowing cover tackle from Carl Garside.
That penalty advantage is still yours.
And the penalty advantage there, just a little shift in style. And the brutality of Jack Burrows, enough to bully Leicestershire's way across for their first try of the final, and a lifeline for Leicestershire.
Yeah, you could see that they were how hard they were working, but how they were buffing and panting after it. But they just worked really smartly. They used their forwards. There's a back inside pass here to the try scorer Burrows as he really works his way, uses his strength to get over the line.
However you want to describe it.
Knuckles to make it a 2-score game, which he does so supremely well. Hertfordshire 24, Leicestershire 10. Just reward.
Yeah, Josh. Okay, my options.
And I mean, in amongst all that, you may have picked it up through the ref mic, is that Hertfordshire are on pretty much a last warning. I don't think it was word for word phrased as such, but it had all the intentions that any more indiscretions, and they'll be down to 14. But their focus now is in re-establishing their lead. Big carry from Will McKenna, who's on wearing 17, and Leicestershire need to sharpen their defensive tools. Titherington on a hat-trick, backdoor boogie, that's glorious. Well, Jono Wicks dished it up for Titherington in the first half. He returns the compliment, and Wicks slides in.
Just showing how much of a quality team they are, that they can turn it around. We saw it last time they were scored against with the penalty of the 3 points. They immediately came back with that intercept and scored, and they've just done the same again. So it is just a class side that responds to being scored against with immediately scoring.
Another galling score for Leicestershire to swallow.
Well, it was, you know, that's pretty much immediately off the kickoff. They do really well, get a big chase in, they regather, they move it wide, and you're looking, you know, they're scoring in 2 minutes in response.
Sharp misses from the tee, but Hertfordshire have 29. Back to a 3-score game.
Hey. Yeah, fine. Just pause, just need to make sure their players are gone.
And you think about the what ifs, the buts, and you know, maybe it's pointless to give it too much energy, but you think that try straight from the kickoff after Leicestershire have scored, and in the first half, after their 3 points, the intercept from Sharp, that would make the scoreline a lot tighter. But it's a credit to Hertfordshire and just how ruthless they've been.
Yeah, their ability to just respond to anything and just so quickly of any points that have been put past them is a real credit to them and their class as a team.
Ball's here, yeah.
It ain't over for Leicestershire, though. 19 points, the deficit. Burrows, the scorer, claims it cleanly. He has really been totemic for them.
No, leave it 2.
Somehow takes them almost to the 10 of Hertfordshire. Bursting through the tackles. Luke Mungston feeling the force of the Leicestershire carry. Intricately worked. Love the wraparound to bring in Knuckles.
Sorry, never on the ball. No limits! He's still... No, he's lost it forward.
It is powerful, abrasive play out there. And now cartwheeling through the tackles. Beautiful hands, a late release. Matt Shaw.
Knock on, 21 offside. Knock on, 21 offside.
Well, the penalty comes for Leicestershire, but another glimpse of the quality in the Hertfordshire ranks.
So it's good hands, and there's some good pace here from the replacement wing. The footwork, the pass back inside. And I was just trying to work out whose hand it came off first. Oh yeah, got it. Okay, the knock on, and then he does pounce on it from an offside position.
Apologies, guys. 20 minutes, so water break. Yeah. 20 minutes, so 3 minutes.
And 3-minute water break called for the teams in pretty cool conditions, actually. I think probably a lot of the players wouldn't mind getting on with it in this instance, but it was very much welcome earlier on today when it was a little bit hotter, and that heat may just come back.
Yeah, I think it's one of those that's just predetermined, will you have them, rather than at discretion. So I think it was agreed before the tournament when they saw the weather coming, because yeah, right now it's not that warm, there's a nice breeze, like actually pretty spot on. They probably, yeah, don't need it.
That penalty advantage is still yours. It's the same over there, their line up, all right? Yeah, but it's also the penalties as well, yeah, okay. That one was obviously technical, but yeah.
Well, as expected, both sides keen to get on with it. And Leicestershire going to the tail expertly once more. Oh, you love to see a big back row bursting onto the ball like that. Oh, wow! It is a huge shot, and it is a straight red card for Luke Mungston. No hesitation from James Milner-Woodcock. And a final appearance short-lived for Luke Mungston.
No messing around from referee there, just a clear, straight red. He's right in line with it. Yeah, no arms at all. Dips, goes shoulders, goes through shoulder into it. That's crazy, crazy tackle.
Well, here's another angle
So yeah, the shoulder comes forward. There's no wraparound of the arm. There's a delayed attempt after it, but that just doesn't look good, doesn't paint the right picture to the ref, and actually is just dangerous.
Well, it was Brandon Kenny who felt the full force of that illegal left shoulder from Monkston, but he's dusted himself down.
And if we wanted a leveller into this final, a red card is one that can do it.
9 red. 9 red.
So Chris McFedries and his half-century appearance in red and yellow comes to a conclusion. Oh, it's been missed, but knocked on as well by Alex Kay, who puts his hands up in apology to his teammates. And, well, Leicestershire really living by their wits at the moment, aren't they? This touch works out well for them. They've got 14 to play against for the next 16-ish minutes as well, as you said, Kat.
Yeah, they have to take that. They've really got to make use of that.
Okay, easy.
Well, an inaccuracy sees Leicestershire put under extreme pressure. Simpson's there, kind of wanted to see him escape the clutches, to see him in full flight, but Leicestershire have still made a burst regardless. Off goes Joe Lafferty. A kick into a vacant backfield until it's scooped up nonchalant by Matt Shaw, who puts pedal to the metal and then swipes the left boot through, and the game is opening up in exciting fashion. Weaving through the green tackles and up to the 22 once more. A sense of opportunity knocking for Leicestershire as Charlie Turner carries things forward. Billy Percival pulling the strings from scrum half now. And there's numbers here, inside and outside. Instead, the shoulders dropped by Burrows, the try scorer, who drives on. And the intercept was definitely there to go for.
Obviously, red card over there was an isolated incident, so you're still in that warning. He was in an offside position. No, you're offside.
Wow.
No, you're offside.
Game-changing moments. It wasn't about the intercept. It was about him being in an offside position. So the co-captain, Steph Jones, sent to the sin bin. Hertfordshire to play the next 10 minutes with 13 men on the pitch.
So yeah, he did start in that offside position. He never got back onside. He advanced forward and then got one hand to it as well. So yeah, 2 cards now for quite a chunk of the remaining time. But this is where, I mean, they've got to take advantage of that. They absolutely have to now.
Penalty here. 2 offside. They're going scrum, guys.
Yeah, good call. When the 2 players down, scrum, get everybody tied in, and then lots of space out there.
I'm going to make the mark here, and then I'll go that way, up your way. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Hold. 2 seconds. Let's go. Hold. Wait for me. Hold. Biggest scrum of the day. Let's go. Coach. Let's go, Ken. Bind. Set.
Biggest scrum of the day is the call, and Leicestershire obliterate Hertfordshire's 6. They move to the short side, a loop ball, a dribble off the boot, and the dead ball will win the race. And it's about how do Leicestershire utilise this two-man advantage now.
Yeah, that's it, because the scrum was going forward. They did have the penalty advantage, but going to the blind side where it is just one-on-one, you're not really taking advantage of the extra number there. But a kick for nothing, really, and they've gone back into that scrum, which was dominant last time.
And 4.
Ollie Lacey will be replaced. There's a replacement as well for Leicestershire. Guy Randall is coming off the field, and I think Ollie Rowley is on. And it's interesting, Hertfordshire essentially conceded the scrum here, haven't they? They've got 6 in there, and they are comfortable to lose this battle because they want to populate the backfield and not leave gaps out there. It's, you know, given where they are, I guess they can concede penalty after penalty, although they then run the risk of another yellow card. So it's, I think it's quite shrewd game management.
Yeah, no, I think they have to put one more in this time, because last time they left everybody out, but I think they might have put a number in the scrum there. But yeah, it is a bold call.
Yeah, so installed in on the flank is an extra man. It wheels round, and now the game is afoot. Red and white hoop jerseys queuing up out to the left, but the forwards still embroiled in close quarter confrontation. Hertfordshire non-committal at the breakdown. Big carry, inches short. Leicester's time to strike. Who do they pick? And they've been held up incredibly, heroically. It looked like Guy Randall couldn't be stopped, but maybe Kaz Henderson has worked his way under the ball.
So you have to say there was 2 players on the outside there, so had the pass have gone, I think either of them go over as a walk-in, and difficult, the temptation to be desperate and to score as quickly as you can, but sometimes even with those extra 2 players, just wait for your moment, wait for the space, and I think that just extra pass would have got that.
Well, there's a real urgency about Leicestershire now. They know what a gilt-edged opportunity this is. There's another high tackle who's come in. Hertfordshire really got to watch themselves. But Leicestershire need to strike, and they need to strike fast. Space out here in the 15-metre channel. The feet of Lafferty not quite dazzling enough to go it alone. They continue to keep the defence honest with short, narrow carries, but now there's width. Enveloped.
You still have that advantage.
Out the back. Replacements. Poor ball, though. From Ollie Rowley.
Yeah.
Randall was outside. He was never going to take that.
I'm aware. When I go to whatever happens, I'll think of another.
So looking at that cover tackle coming across hard, just high, and that arm, just a grabby arm out, a hit and hope almost. And after 2 scrums, which they've had before, they opted this time to go for the line out off the penalty, see if they can get any more change from that. It was something that has worked for them in the first half.
Got it?
We don't have the luxury of a stats machine here today, but I mean, what percentage of the second half do you reckon's been in this half?
Yeah, let's go for 80%. We'll make our own stats.
I think it could be 90. Yeah. Leicestershire, they've been camped here. Their tail gunner throw, always so strong. Oh. And unforgivably, unnecessarily so, Martin Rayner has shuffled his body behind the man who he hoisted. and is penalised for obstruction. Well, the lift was good. You can see that Rayner has negotiated himself intentionally behind the body of Burrows. And, oh, it's popped off the head. And Leicestershire get a reprieve. How big has Burrows been for Leicestershire? A try scorer, another massive carry. And now Simpson, their other star performer, gets set upon by the Hertfordshire cover. With a minute's ebb away on the yellow card. Oh, a big chasm opens up and a handful of jersey grabbed by Harry McCartney. Here for Leicestershire, the missed ball. What a tackle. The ball squirms free and Leicestershire have lost it forward. Body on the line, desperate defence.
Yes.
Each tackler for Hertfordshire a hero. And they survive the onslaught once more.
Wow, the defensive effort as well from Hertfordshire with only 13 players to work so hard, because Leicestershire are throwing everything at this. They really are. They look, I thought this had to be a score, but it's a good tackle and then it gets knocked out in the contact.
It's all right, we got a funny one in 5.
Dan Jordan is coming back onto the field, I believe. And now Hertfordshire opts for the full complement in the scrum. Then they come under pressure. On the ball breaks free, it's against the head. Leicestershire still not there. What do they have to do to break through this green wall full of resolve? The ball's on the line.
You were clearly short, you then played it on the floor.
And it's a double movement.
Clearly short.
The try will be chalked off.
I mean, they are millimetres away when it was clear. Referees very early with the call of it's short, so they can't go for that double movement.
Yeah. Time's off.
So really fighting his way down. It does look like that is over the line, but there's lots of boots and bodies around it.
My 4th is recording that one, so I haven't had anything. Okay, 10. Turn back on.
Well, no camera angle. Better than the line of sight of the man in the middle, and ultimately, he's the one who counts. And for Hertfordshire, you feel now that they're home and hosed. They have ridden out the storm. All 13 of them. Leicestershire may just be left ruining their inability to capitalise upon the numeric advantage. The red card to Monkston.
Take it back. No.
And the additional yellow. Seeing them attack against 13. Simpson loses his studs. Percival feeds it to Brooks. Not much width there for Leicestershire.
Backwards.
They hit it up. Now surely's the time to go wide. To the second layer. Drifted across the face. Simpson shows, goes, gets tapped. But into the Hertfordshire half. 2.5 to go on the stadium clock. But as we know, it's not always in step. The sooner Leicestershire score, the sooner we'll know is their time to do the impossible. Oh, it's a gorgeous ball, but one that is not to the tastes of the referee. And we come back for the penalty.
I mean, that's what you call like, having a go. So you'll see it, he's just felt... I'm looking at this again. I don't know. I don't think it's clear and obvious enough to call out, but I guess there isn't TMO to call back, but I think that was lateral.
Luke Gutteridge being replaced for Leicestershire. And a tale of two halves, isn't it? Hertfordshire were just in electrifying attacking form in the first 40. Just the one try to show for their efforts in the second half, which immediately came after the converted one for Leicestershire. Other than that, it's been a 40-minute defensive drill for Hertfordshire, by and large spent in their own 22.
Yeah, I think actually probably one of the only times, if not the only, was the time they scored that they've been in the half. So they've tell you what, they don't need many shots because they take them, and there's 2 minutes left, referee said.
One last attacking dance for Titherington and his Hertfordshire teammates, who are going to feel the steel of a trophy in their hands in only a few moments' time. Five tries in the final. Richard Street's not one of those to cross. There's someone who has performed very well indeed. Just to scrabble through from Ewan Dawes. The game is gone for Leicestershire. There's confusion reigns in the Hertfordshire ranks, and that is a quite artful and exceptional kick. The spiral off the left to Grubber along the ground. Leicestershire, understandably, don't want the set piece. They want to run. Ricochets off into the arms of Randall. Held up on the line moments before. One final offload. Sees the ball spill forward, and it signals Hertfordshire arms aloft. The Leicestershire players drop to the ground, shattered from a relentless display of courage and a refusal to ever give up. But Hertfordshire, having dominated in the first half, having piled on a score, showed their defensive mettle in the second half to repel wave after wave of Leicestershire attack. And Hertfordshire, with their 5 tries, are the champions. The Bill Beaumont Men's Division 3 County Championship title belongs to Hertfordshire.
No tackle. No. Still in. 105. Lead 10. Ball is here. That penalty advantage is still yours.
Well, a fabulous contest held here today in the Men's Division 3 County Championship, and one with which Leicestershire were full value in, gave it absolutely everything. It was just relentless in the second half, but they couldn't find a way through the stubborn Hertfordshire defence. Tom Bishop, their captain, leads them up, and behind him, a man on his 50th county appearance, having made his debut back in 2009. Chris McFedries tailing him behind. There's some talented players in these ranks, and some young ones as well for the future. Harry Simpson, a real standout, with 10 on his back, but it's a runners-up medal for Leicestershire today in Twickenham. And handshake from the dignitaries to receive them. They really did rally themselves, because at half-time you felt like Hertfordshire were going to run away with it, in the same vein with which they'd done on their charge to the Allianz Stadium. They really have blown away all who've gone before them, but Leicestershire, a totally different prospect, and they got pushed to the wire. A scoreline of 29-10 makes it feel comfortable, but in reality, it wasn't quite so much that way. 4 tries in the first half, 24-3. They led at the break, but Leicestershire mounted an onslaught on the Hertfordshire 22. The hallmark of this victory will be their clinical edge every time they got the chance to strike. They did so in point-scoring fashion, and then it was all about the defensive resolve, that digging deep, going to the well for one another, reduced to 13 at one stage in the closing moments, but with 5 tries. Including retiring great Kyle Lemon, co-captain Josh Sharp, John O'Wicks getting in on the act, and a double from Will Titherington. Worthy winners on the biggest day in many of these players' rugby lives. So Josh Sharp and Steph Jones, the co-captains, will have the honour of hoisting the silverware along with a few kids among them, the next generation of big names in Hertfordshire rugby, no doubt. And buried in there somewhere are a couple of captains and some silverware. The shield is aloft, and Hertfordshire are confirmed as the Bill Beaumont Men's County Division 3 champions 2025. We're back, everybody, at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, for the England Rugby County Championships final weekend. It is the third instalment of day 2. It's Sunday here in West London, and the Bill Beaumont Men's County Championship Division 2 title is on the line between two of the great counties. Devon taking on Cheshire in our final. Well, Devon, you may be familiar with if you tuned in last year, because they were triumphant in Division 3 last year. They returned, but this year in Division 2. Immense progress that the club has made and built upon a high level of cohesion and intensity with consistent displays across everything that they've done. Gloucestershire, Oxfordshire and Staffordshire have all fallen to the men from the southwest, and Lewis Patterson will captain them from fly half today. He's got Thomas McGrattan as his vice-captain at number 8, and Jordan Watson too, playing the vice-captaincy role deep inside the engine room. Dan Parks, the head coach, has a plethora of options to deploy from the bench as Devon seek to go back-to-back Division 3 plus Division 2 year after year. And for Cheshire, this is a big day for them. It's the first time back at the top table of county championship finals. For 4 years, the first time they've been in Twickenham. They're approaching 150 years as a county, and they'll do so underneath the presidency of the great Dowie Morris. And the men's team, with the club focusing on supporting clubs and schools across the county, have taken on Northumberland, Durham, Cumbria and East Midlands en route to this final. They'll be captained on the blindside flank by Harrison Crowe, who has Nick Hearn as his vice-captain alongside him. Christian Jones is the head coach, and like his opposite man, has plenty of talent across the bench to call upon as the match progresses. So Cheshire in the whites and blue, thin hoops and white shorts, are preparing to kick off into the arms of the Devonians. White and green hoops. George Ownsley will marshal the middle, and the Division 2 Men's County Cup final is underway. And once again, Red Roses World Cup winner Cat Merchant is alongside me.
Yes, ready and raring for a third game of the day. We've had lots of drama. We've had penalty kicks to decide games. We've had red cards. So excited to see what this game has in store.
Well, that is a carry full of purpose from the vice-captain Nick Hearn. I have to say, I'm a huge fan of the Cheshire stash. Real old-fashioned feel to it.
Does look pretty old school, doesn't it?
Yeah, lovely heritage garbs from the men up in the northwest, and just positioned through the gap by Reece James. And oh, that is an outstanding return. No angle to work with and the range, but Cheshire want to play with a bit of tempo, but they're going to get called back.
Yeah, that was a beautiful kick, so close to the touchline, only a couple of metres in, and to make it go that far down the pitch and go out, excellent stuff. Yeah, in fact, not even a couple of metres, he's within the 5, and then for that to bounce and then go out.
But Cheshire have their pockets picked in the skies, and Devon get rocking and rolling. There's a real pep in their step. It's a lovely show and go and pirouette through the tackles by Lewis Patterson. He's the creator. Andre Simonetti is the scorer. Devon Delight within a duo of minutes here at the Allianz Stadium. The men from the southwest draw first blood.
Yeah, I mean, it's the dream start, that big long kick going so well for them, and then recycling here, and just the hands, it just looks so easy. All that was a show and go, spinning out the tackle, and then the important thing was that offload. There's still a player outside if they wanted to use it, so it was going to be a score either way through.
Little time wasted.
John, please. The tackler needs to roll quicker. Thank you.
By the boy from Brixham. And his club teammate Joel Ashworth adds the extras from the tee. Richard Friend sends it high, and it is wonderfully claimed by Rhys James. Playing his rugby for the Wirral, once of the Sale Sharks Academy. Some really talented individuals laced through the English pyramid, and we're going to see them on show here today. Beautiful dink over the top, collected, distributed, oh, but for the intercept, the hard-working Thomas McGrattan stymieing the Cheshire charge. Well, having taken the lead, the Devonians are under siege. Good box clearance, but Cheshire definitely offering a lot of danger.
Yeah, it was this one, that little chip over, because they knew they had advantage for the penalty advantage for not rolling away, and then in that attempt to just get it wide, ends up passing to a Devon player.
10. Tackler needs to roll.
Oh, full extension from Oscar Crowe.
And again, playing with that penalty advantage now, so they have that freedom to move it should they wish.
Love the zip that Mark Williams is putting on the ball from fly half for Cheshire. He's taking a back seat as Rhys James spots a bit of room, a kick to chaos, toe poked through, collected cleanly, and Cheshire respond with a bit of class. It's Will Morris, breakthrough season, 20 tries en route to this for the Wirral, and now the biggest one of the season in the county final at the Allianz.
Yeah, really nice. They knew again they had the penalty from that offside at the back of the line out. They'd seen the chip happen earlier, and then a nice nudge here. The bounce evades, good toe to it, and again, it's not easy when you're running full pelt. Those ones are not easy to pick up. He makes it look easy, but yeah, he's waited that. He's very patient, eyes on the ball whole time, pops up, gathers, score.
Williams, the RAF and Combined Services captain, makes light work of the conversion, and we're level, 7 apiece.
Yeah, it's a good response, and because there's been a couple of chips in now for Cheshire, it's going to ask the question for the Devon defence. Do they need to drop someone else back? Do they need to change anything back there.
Hit him is the call.
Keep working.
And Tom Metcalfe does feel that hit. Ben Brooks on an angle. Well positioned and gathered. Well, two sides low on errors in these opening stanzas, but full of fluidity. Good tackle coming across from Kieran Connolly. Just a bit of travelling from Richard Friend. And then a straightening, and look at the power in that carry.
Penalty advantage, high tackle.
High tackles come in. Somewhere in all of that, riding through the challenges. A brilliant offload, once more inside. Cheshire on the ropes. Well, has he taken out the 9?
Go back for the penalty.
Well, they're going to come back for the penalty. And that was right on the edge, the way that the 9 was taken there.
Yeah, that was very tight in there, so they opt not to go for that back inside pass in this one here, but the leg drive going through that.
Use the edge, mate, thank you.
Well, that was the try scorer, Simonetti. Just using Matt Croscombe as the decoy. Pretty powerful centre pairing with Nicholas Headley. Old school up the jumper, catch and drive. Now they break free. Simonetti forced to throw a speculative boot.
Change your mind.
And Lewis Patterson doesn't hesitate
Use the line, Blue. Use the line.
in prodding this to the corner.
Numbers, please, Green. Thank you. Yep.
Well, the play was for the hooker to spin around, but it got snarled in there. And Cheshire, to their credit, have managed to pilfer it. Williams makes no mistake, and a bit of breathing room for Cheshire.
Yeah, they absorbed a fair amount of pressure down in their own half, right by their try line. Really good defensive effort to come away without any points against them there, but they're not quite out of the danger zone yet.
Off the top they go, into the midfield, and they fire Thomas McGrattan. Oh, it's beautiful again from Patterson. He offers so much danger taking it to the line. He got his hands free and he wanted Headley. Wisely held on.
Keep working back.
The Devonians into the 22. Simonetti fires a bullet at his teammate.
Off his boot.
And his open side, Jason Capaldi, can't hold on.
You feel like at the minute they're really soaking up that pressure. They're surviving. They're kicking it. Got a little bit further away, working their way back up that at the pitch, and there's that line. Such an aggressive running line, but knocks the ball on.
No, make sure you stay on side.
Devon do reclaim, but there is a knock-on in that.
First scrum, fellas. First scrum. Hooker, I'll make the mark. You sit back and left.
Yes, sir.
Back and left. There's the mark.
There you go. Nearly 12 minutes in and first scrum. Ref scores.
your area of expertise, Kat.
I do love a scrum chat.
So I'll leave this one to you.
Well, what he's going to do is going to put the ball in. They're going to hoof it back.
Paul McGuckin, Joe Sanders and Tom Gardner.
Okay, far side.
The vanguard
like
for Cheshire up against Harry Rodwell,
ear to ear.
Scott Poulston and Kai Alton. Of Devon.
Crunch. Bind. Set. Step back.
Wow. Hoisted high. Reece James is after it. No one lays a finger until it is just about reeled in by the hard-working Capaldi.
No. Use it, 9. Upright tackle. 5.
Hot on the high tackles as ever.
Yeah, shame for Cheshire to give away a penalty like that. A bit of a let-off because they've worked their way right from their own try line all the way up the pitch with good defence, clever kicks, and then here's the high shot there. And it's just, it's a lazy penalty really to give away.
Oscar Crowe not making too much of an effort to get down low.
Backwards or backwards?
Cheshire, though, come away with it. Nick Hearn forges ahead. This time, it's Tom Gardner of Stockport. Sizable carry coming from Tom Metcalf. It's bruising stuff from both sets of forwards, but now we see a bit of deftness from the second row.
Tackle.
Oscar Crowe stepping in at first receiver. You can hear the impacts from here. The Mountie, as Tom Metcalf is known, taking it to the Devonians. The doglegs appear, the kick comes in, and that was one bounce too many to allow, and really the Devonians get away with one a touch there.
Thank you. 4, not
It'll be interesting to see what Cheshire decide to go through here. And the referee has given that penalty earlier on in the game, and he also gave a warning for it. He said tackler must roll away, and for not making the attempts to there. But right out from the 10-metre, centre of the pitch, going to try and go for goal.
So Mark Williams, 1 from 1. And now 2 from 2. And Cheshire into the lead for the first time in this final.
Yeah, you had to say I think this all started when they were right back on their try line, and just that composure, the defensive effort to work it all the way up that side of the pitch and then to take points when they were on offer to them.
Not 10. Option. Scrum called.
Not 10 and straight out. Cheshire opt for the scrum midfield.
Yeah, the scrum, their ability to move it.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Penalty advantage.
Cheshire just about win the penalty advantage before finding touch from the kick.
Far side at the contest.
And I wonder, does Williams fancy this one too?
On the halfway line, you reckon?
Why not?
You're back in his boot. He's not. He's going for the touch.
There's your Mike Green.
Plenty of movement, but ultimately goes to the banker at the front, latched upon by Joe Sanders. The 6'2", 115-kilo hooker, embedded in the back. A needless penalty given away by Jordan Watson, despite being warned. Short side, Cheshire probe. Nothing comes.
Those are just the crazy penalties to give away, especially when you've been warned. The referee is calling your number, he is telling you, leave it, you still don't leave it. Just, those ones baffle me.
You can't lift him in the maul. There's mine. There's your mine.
So the lift leg.
Number of penalties now, 10, just be aware.
And then the warning about the numbers, which when they're warning you about numbers, you start to think about going, if they think about going to their pocket.
Cheshire claim it cleanly. Sanders in the back, using all that athleticism, that hulking frame of his, to bully his way across the paint. The unstoppable force of Big Joe Sanders.
They had the penalty advantage, but they didn't need it. They're going at a rate not so peel off just at the right time, and there's work to be done there, because there's enough bodies around that to potentially be able to hold the big guy up, but he fights really hard, and you can see, yeah, ball clearly over the line.
This will be the water breaker, Will. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. This will be the water break now, yes.
Williams with his toughest assignment from the tee today. Takes a lick of pain on the way through, but it is through. And the lead is 10, and Cheshire are on top as we head to the first water break of the match.
Yeah, it was just the offside lines. And a few penalties down there now. If we'd have given that one, we might have had a different conversation, but the message is now being passed on. Everyone seems to be brought in, breakdowns cleaned up. A few tackling, not rolling, tackling and sticking. They seem to have got out of the way now, which is good. Scrum time, how I just saw that one. We've just got forward from both sides. sides. Advantage over! Penalty on that message. It's just over there. "20 seconds, fellas."
Well, the water break has been taken and Devon are preparing to kick off once again, having led 7 points to 0. After only 3 minutes played, they now find themselves trailing 17-7, and players, well,
Time's off.
They've been warned plenty of times, and they'll have seen it throughout the days and the season. They need to be making a much better effort to get lower for their tackles.
I just saw that. There's players coming together. I didn't see any direct head contact. I'm at penalty only for this. Thank you. Yeah, penalty only. Didn't... Skipper. Yeah, we didn't see it as high danger. Okay. And no direct head contact.
A bit of attention for Matthew Croscombe. See, well, we're gonna get a better look at this. Kat.
Yeah, so looking at the chase, they said no head contact, but that is head contact. And now the referee was the other side of it, but AR maybe could have seen that, and I think the fact they're looking at the faces of both players might tell a different story.
Again, at pains to state that these refereeing teams are working as a trio out there. They've got the fourth on the touchline as well, but there's no TMOs, there's no replays of this stuff on the big screen, so they're calling it as they see it. I have to say that the standard refereeing has been excellent throughout the day as well, given the pressure and how seismic these matches are for all the players who are involved.
I also like the speed at which the decisions are generally made. When they've seen something, they're very clear of it because they know there's no TMO coming in. They know that they can just go for it. But like with that one, there's a chat with the touch judge just to see if there's seen anything else there. But I mean, he's having his head bandaged, so there definitely was head contact on that one. But yeah, ref's doing a good job.
Happy for him to play on
in general.
Perfect. Thank
Would you like to see less TMO in professional rugby?
Yes. Yes, I would. I think for anything like dangerous, like head-on-head stuff, yeah, great, let's look at it. But a knock on 15 phases ago on something that, like, no, just leave it. Refs should be allowed a bit more license to just referee it, not get... There's been some games that have just called back all the time. And at the end of the day, everybody wants to have the right team win, definitely. And I think those big moments, great. And if it's a try, but yeah, going back to look for tiny things that are missed, I don't think that's what it's about. What about you?
I'm with you. I'm with you, Kat. Yeah, I'd say less TMO, more flow. Get humans refereeing humans.
Sure
yeah.
guys.
Yeah. Players make mistakes, refs make mistakes. Doesn't matter. But that's the part of rugby. Is that, you know, things like that can happen and it's different. But yeah.
Defence on the mark.
Sweet. So I think rugby almost has got to the point when a TMO comes in and people almost, like the crowd, almost groan. Oh, no. Like, yeah, so, yeah, flow. We like the flow.
Well, it's flowing very nicely here on this final county championship day at the Allianz Stadium.
That was once.
Twickenham. And Cheshire have broken through the middle of that. Not quite sure how. Joe Sanders. Oh, and it's miscontrolled under pressure. All credit to the chase, but Joel Ashworth he'd demand more of himself ordinarily.
Yeah, and they are those horrible ones. People talk about high balls swirling and they're difficult, but actually those ones that come flying at you across the floor can be hard. So the kick comes through, it's bouncing like a spiral bounce, and it's just gone off the fingertips there, but has gone forward. So yeah, we're really disappointed not to take that one cleanly.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Cheshire using that evident ballast to get the momentum from the scrum. A 2-on-1. A chasm to cruise through for Tom Akehurst. Second top try scorer in the Northwest. He's off to Goldie next season.
Say it again, sorry.
And he'll do so with an Allianz Stadium try that will have his name by, but it was all about the forward power.
Oh yeah, that's all about the forwards there. The control off the scrum and then nicely lifted by the 8, just popped up at the right time to the 9. And it's a good finish from Tom to die down afterwards. But yeah, all about the forwards and that. And but the last 2 tries for Cheshire have been when they've had a penalty advantage as well. So that's how dangerous these guys are looking. That's what's happening to Devon's discipline. It's letting him down at the minute because it's a free shot for Cheshire.
Well, Mark Williams has packed his kicking boots, there's no doubt about it. He's striking it so sweetly. And the fans of Cheshire Rugby will be feeling pretty sweet at the scoreline right now. It is Cheshire 24, Devon 7. And the early delight will feel a distant memory go, oh, Simonetti is lucky to have just caught that man low enough. It wasn't Simonetti, I beg your pardon, McGrattan. And Ashworth shakes off the disappointment of that fumble that led to the scrum and to the try, but he can't connect.
That one, I thought, live watching that, I thought that went back, but referees in line and can see. But they'll be very disappointed with that. They're struggling to just build momentum back into this game. So this finish will take the good footwork, and then I like that he knows it's about to get caught. It's a one-hand offload. Momentum's going forward from the run, but I don't know if the ball did.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
We're wearing the full effects of the collision, Captain Harrison Crowe. With the mummified dome and part of the forward shove that is giving Akehurst the opportunity to link with Rhys James. Cheshire in cruise control. And Kieran Connolly scooping up the loose ball.
Thank you very much.
And punishing the Devonians mercilessly.
Not now.
And again, a good scrum, good pick off it. And then there's options here, almost toying with the defenders.
Okay.
And a good step on the inside. And here's that show and go to get rid of the final defender. And then the offload, and that one comes off of Devon, so there is no knock on. And it's picked up there by Kieran Connolly.
Tough on Will Morris, who got an arm in there to semi-intercept and knock the ball back. Fell kindly for Connolly. And Williams continues to just drill this ball straight and true every time it's propped up on a tee. And it is really a mountain to climb for the Devonians now. 31-7 they trail.
David, knock on first.
And just every bounce of the ball, every rub of the green, not going their way.
No, they need to keep their heads up, not be frustrated. I like that they changed which way they were going to kick it to try and catch Cheshire out, because you have to do something when the score's running away from you as much as it has done.
Thank you. Crouch.
Kat, it's very tough, you know, at this stage, early in a match. I'm sure you probably wouldn't have encountered it that many times when you were playing for England back in the day, but, you know, to have such a deficit that you're staring at, to rally and sort of know that you've got to be absolutely perfect to get back into the match.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the era I was playing it with England, we didn't really ever go behind by too much, but I played for my club Worcester, and we were very much in a relegation battle at one point, and actually we'll go pick up on this game, we'll talk about that later.
Oh, it's gorgeous play. Connolly to James, but the last pass squeaking forward to Tom Hughes.
That was very close, wasn't it? And just slightly forward, but good reactions again. And, you know, he's dancing down that touchline, very, very close to it. And then that pass there, just the one that's crept forward. But back to your point about coming back from deficits, and, you know, I played for Worcester, and we've won a Prem, and we were close also to relegation, so we had our fair share of being 50 points down, and all you've got to focus on is the next big hit. If you can do a big hit, it will galvanise other people. If you can get a jackal and a turnover, that then helps. So it's just one little thing at a time, rather than looking at trying to do everything at once and doing crazy things and actually making things worse for yourself. So little moments that make big impacts.
Headley deployed for the first time in what feels an age.
50-22's on.
Well, an optimistic call from the referee, and an uncharacteristic error from Reece James.
50-22, like, yeah, that's there'll be some boot on that.
Let's go.
Perfect,
But the knock-on giving Devon, you can see the front row there saying, let's go, let's lift this, and have the energy into it, because they need to capitalise, because every single knock-on and little thing has gone against Devon so far. So that one against Cheshire, so capitalising that energy now.
The last scrum, you both need to come square. Thank you. Crouch. Bind. Early red.
McGrattan gets things going, and Headley is caught man and ball. An outstanding defensive read, and then a hamstring stretcher of a pass. Simonetti.
First contact high.
Cheshire really flirting with that offside line. High tackles coming in as well. Big shot arrives from Paul McGuckin. this time legally. Lovely inside ball. Morris worked hard to get on the shoulder.
He picked it up. Tackle there, release.
Cheshire have turned it over, but we'll come back for the penalty.
Well done.
Yeah, 2 penalties.
We've got a choice of 2 penalties, both for high tackles. We're also going to speak to them about the high tackles. They're both over there. Thank you. Great choice.
Yeah, I think the penalties were about
Thank you.
4 metres within each other, so
3
the choice.
High tackle. Tackle height needs to lower. 2
So yeah,
in quick succession.
2 quick succession high
3
tackles
and
in a row.
14. Let's go. Yep. That was their first one. There's the mark.
Some cherished time in the Cheshire 22.
You could hear the call as well from Devon when they knew they had the penalty advantage. Free ball. They didn't kick it away. It was just free to do whatever they wanted with it. They kept it in hand, as they are now.
Harry Rodwell rampages round the corner, and then Matt Croscombe is brought in. Oh, that is a really aggressive carry from Jordan Watson. Just what the Devonians need.
Skipper.
Yeah, this is likely to be pocket if it's third
Just
in a
had the
row.
conversation over there. We've now got 14 making a high tackle here. Tackle height must reduce, or I now have no option. Pass it on, the time's off.
I thought that one might be the yellow. 3 highs in a row.
Hold it there.
Are you happy with me on the floor?
So. High tackle.
They shift the point of attack. They wrap round the corner, and Connolly sticks his head in the spokes again. Christ again on the ball as Harry Rodwell advances ahead. Watson.
Not material.
Headley, double pump, just hesitated a touch, but has the centre right out the hit. It's a beautiful ball, fist across the face, but it can't be taken.
Thank you.
By Louis Drennan.
There's the mark.
Oh, you feel that was the moment for them to get a hold back into this game. It's a nice
Numbers, please,
vision
fellas.
to go out there.
Area,
Just
please,
missed
fellas.
the camera there of where it went to and if it was takeable or not, but they'll be disappointed nonetheless.
Lifted over the top and gobbled up by Devon hands. Their best passage since scoring in the 2nd minute. The defence flies by, the reach for the line.
Okay, it's off.
And they're pointing to the screen, but there's no TMO up there.
I've got him back putting the ball onto the line.
Tom McGrattan.
Okay. I've got a try here. Agree? Fine. Got a try? Fine.
Yes, you can see on that replay there as well that is a score. Ball, one hand reached out and it definitely hit over the line there, so great try.
That is just what the Devon doctor ordered, isn't it? Scoreboard was looking alarming, but that reach absolutely crucial, and the conversion surely going to be added, and 14:31 feels that little bit more within reach.
And especially just before half-time, so they can have their break, they can chat, they can chat about what they need to work on and what they need to change, but a very important score for Devon to keep themselves in this game now.
Devon 14, Cheshire 31.
5 now. Yeah, no problem. It's because we had the water break.
5 minutes of the half remaining. Well, lifted on the tip, looked to touch.
Tackle release.
on the forward side. But Devon have a newfound verve. If they can get outside this blitz as well, they're on. Travelling back inside. Goes Lewis Patterson. Oh, lovely. Old-fashioned dummy. It was rhythmic. Headley links up with his fellow centre try scorer Simonetti. Now it's Capaldi brushing aside the challenge of Hughes. To try scorer and vice captain Watson. The fringes left undefended. Oh, and there's a fresh personality to the match. Spill en route to the floor.
There's the man.
He has a really good spot going through the middle.
In fact, probably all 8 of you.
Of this. Realise there's no guards, no one marshalling the ruck, but it's just spilt as the tackle comes in.
10.
Scanning, but no one's with him to offload to.
I don't need someone shouting high. Just pass that on for me, please. Pardon, we've got 3 left, 3.5 left.
He just transferred the ball, hadn't he, looking for that offload inside, and it was, I think it was just the arm of Connolly, wasn't it?
Yeah, just manages to get that ball to go out, so you can just see it's just a slight hand to it, and then it's gone.
Almost catches it.
I thought, actually, that angle looks like he catches it. I think the first one we looked at, it, you could see it did go forward, but yeah, that did look like actually he regathered.
Thank you. Water off, please, fellas. Tabacon. There's the mark.
A good effort, but not quite. Not quite.
Yeah.
Doesn't count if you're using the ground to help you in the process.
Crunch.
No, not.
Bind. Set.
The scrum doesn't yield a penalty for Cheshire on this occasion, and Mark Williams goes for distance and territory, and Connolly is climbing all over Croscombe, and he fumbles forward in the process.
Yeah, scrum-wise, I spoke about this yesterday. I feel like referees are almost pressured into any scrum which is struggling and going backwards, give a penalty against, and actually if there's no penalty to be given, it's just the fact that the scrum is being dominated, then it isn't one. So I liked referees' composure there to be like, well, your advantage is you've got quick ball off the scrum, so use it.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Shoulder to ground. Thank you. Number 1.
And having survived the opposition scrum, Harry Rodwell is then penalised.
No, we've got 2 minutes left.
On Devon put in. And there's plenty of time to go to the corner.
Number 1.
Devon really must steel themselves in these final moments. 31-14. That's all right. That's manageable. 38-14. That's a bleak picture.
On the mark.
Yeah, so here's the scrum of Loosehead turning in.
Stolen, but not cleanly, under pressure. But the vice-captain is there.
1.
In the pocket is Patterson. And it's a modest touch finder. In fact, we're back to where we started.
5, thank you.
Yeah, we're a little further up, but then pulled it right back because of the pressure of the chase. A little bit of a shove after the kick there.
I'll have a look. Yeah, he's caught that outside arm, fellas. Minute. Scrum option called.
Come on. Let's go then.
Pardon? That's correct.
So it's been given as not straight, but Devon didn't put anyone up to compete. So sometimes you would find that you would get away with those ones with the new laws in.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Knock on at the back before it's collapsed. It collapsed after he knocked it on.
It is one-way traffic at scrum time, and, well, Devon survive in uncomfortable fashion as Cheshire turn the screw at the scrum, as they have done all game. It's been the basis of all the good that they've produced in this first half. It's one that they end leading 31 points to 14. Cheshire in command of this Bill Beaumont Men's County Championship Division 2 final.
Set! Penalty advantage. Set! Penalty advantage.
Yeah!
Their fellow Devonians, if they're to turn around a 31-14 deficit in this second half. Cheshire, the county in the box seat, received the kick in their 22 and bosh their way forward. Try scorer in the first half. Tom Akers gets under the box. And it leads to a penalty being given away. That's a lovely pass. All the forwards are converging on the solitary runner. And if Devon strike here, this would be the dream start. Just slipping under the tackle goes Joel Ashworth.
Hands off. Penalty advantage, 24 in the side.
Well,
Leave him.
In at the side, an unnecessary clear out, really. And Watson wrapped up, held up. But the momentum all with
24
the boys in green and white. There won't be a quick tap this time, though.
You absolutely hit the nail on the head there. Unnecessary penalty. There's just no point. No matter, like, in that area, you've got a good lead. Just calm down, defend.
Oh, little dummy and a drop of the shoulder, no way through. Although
hands away,
Devon are 3 metres shy. They scored late in the first half to give themselves hope. This will give themselves true belief. It's a beautiful inside ball dummy, all the options around him. And Simonetti just goes through the gap.
Yeah, it's the ideal start for Devon to keep them in this game, and obviously what their chats at half-time really had an impact. And, you know, it's that dummy, as you said, to the inside runner, which so often does get the pass back inside. So really nice there from Simonetti.
Devon 21, Cheshire 31, game on.
What they needed is what this game needs. Absolutely a dream start for the second half for Devon.
Will Morris drops one on the vice-captain Watson, who has been awesome for Devon thus far. And Reece James hasn't been too bad either. Morris hits the accelerator, weaves across, looks inside. Even though he has Headley clinging to him. And Devon are back on the ball. Real gear shift in these early moments of the second half. Headley puts his shoulder to the wheel in the ruck.
Advantage over. 50-22's on, keep the mark, please.
Well, it was the right idea. There was no one at home on that right wing, but the execution not quite on the money. Reece James instead is there, gets upended too, chips through, bounces unkindly, and then maybe more retribution.
Penalty only.
Penalty only is interesting if it's tipped beyond horizontal. That one
from where it was kicked.
Let's have a look. Because it's a good initial set for the tackle, but then that's an extra. I think that's card.
You've got the option Sorry, it was passed before it was passed, and then the other player kicked it, so the penalty's here.
Well, I don't want to lose Simonetti because he scored 2 tries already, so
on the horizontal.
Sigh of relief for the Devonians.
Yes, definitely got away with one there. But as you said, rest following play. Touch just looking where kick's going. Not got TMO to come in and tell him. You've just seen out the corner of his eye that it's gone past horizontal. But when there's a big hit, sometimes it can happen. But then when you accelerate into that, and that's what it looked like happened, that's when you're looking at cards.
Cheshire will want to wrest control back of this final. They'll give it to one of their big runners, no doubt about it. And the captain's always good for meters. Oh, it's a brilliant run and an offload. Oh, to Tom Akehurst.
Leave it.
And there are some unsavoury afters.
Leave it alone.
As Akehurst hopped and skipped his way through to the try line.
Off his neck.
It's all bubbled over and it's detracted from a magnificent score from Cheshire. We started with the big bus from their captain.
Oh yeah, a really good run, just swatting defence away, and it's that offload which is the important one there, and Tom Akehurst, who got one earlier as well himself. A really nice line.
14.
But there could be some trouble here.
Number 2.
Whether it's just a telling off.
Okay. We've got it instigated from yourself, and when it had all calmed down, you've come in from far too far away to restart it again. Therefore, we're both getting yellow carded. Off you go. Off you go. Thank you, yes.
The 2 individuals who feel equally aggrieved. I think it was Louis Drennan. He didn't drop fully on him, did he, on Akehurst, but he did come in after the fact when the try was scored, and then Connolly got his hands on him, and then who knows what happened after that.
Yeah, just temperatures rise, losing their head a little bit in there. Now both sides punished with 14 each. But I don't mind that from the referee there, is to just doesn't want to see any more of it. If it's getting heated, actually, been fighting, like you're off, no more of it, and it sends a good message out for everyone else.
A 14 play 14. And knocked on into touch. Cheshire
into touch.
Back
scrum option called
with the same advantage of 17 points as they finished the first half with.
There's the mark.
Neither side have missed a kick at goal so far. It has been a real exhibition from the tee.
That's fine, let's just get the change done first, please. The number coming off. Who's coming off? Number 8, please, thank you. There's the mark.
Thomas McGrattan being sacrificed so that Jack Carlisle, I believe, can come on and complete the front row with Scott Paulston in the sin bin.
Bind! Set. Stand up. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we've got no stability there, fellas, both sides. There's the mark. It is.
Interesting one, this, for Devon, because they've replaced their number 8 to bring on a replacement hooker to complete the front row. So and they've kept 7 in the back line, so they've only got 7 forwards in there.
Crouch.
And they weren't doing great when they had all 8.
Bind.
Yeah, interesting choice from them. Normally you'd find that you put someone in, but...
Well, vindicated.
There we go.
First was a free kick, now it's a penalty. Early weight, closing the gap. All far side, coming through.
There we go, so it graded from free kick because it wasn't the first offence.
There's the mark, yes.
Devon are going to they'll be very happy with that. As you said, the scrum was struggling already, and then with the player down.
Wind's picked up, it's sort of sweeping left to right, off the top they go. Oh, it's a wonderful line, and it's a great tackle in the midfield. Cheshire having their defensive mettle tested, bouncing feet from Ashworth. Skips along to 5 metres short. Well, confusion reigns, but ultimately taken forward by Kai Alton. Simonetti on a hat-trick. This time no one buys the inside dummy. Ashworth with nowhere to go. Tommy Drennan bounced. Inside ball, it's a beauty. Oh, that's so good. It's the other Drennan, Louis. Delicious from the boys from Devon.
Yeah, really, really nice response. So we really do have a game on our hand. This is back and forth stuff. So there was a little bit of confusion as you noticed at first, but then that back inside pass, earlier the back inside pass was the dummy for the score, and then this time actually given. And you can see what it means to him.
The 100% kicking stat remains, and we're back to a 10-point gap. The Devonians not lying down, and the reinforcements being unloaded from the Cheshire bench.
That's gone 10. Backwards. Backwards.
Wow. The bounce of the ball falling in the favour of Cheshire from that kick-off twice. Show but no go for Oscar Crowe.
No hands green. Tackler must roll first.
Dink over the top. Mark called very, very early from Leon Horn. And he taps, and he stretches his legs, and he straightens. Oh, big wipeout on the clear. Hands. It's here for Devon. Game's breaking up. Are the big frames of Cheshire beginning to tire? Is that going to create opportunity for the lither legs of the Devonians? The vice-captain Watson's inside, but it's a brilliant gamble from Rhys James to move off and take down the second row. Still there for the green and white, controlled by the feet of Croscombe. An absolute barnstorm has opened up here. Watson just slightly overruns it, and it's a forward pass.
Oh, that was such a good attack to that point. I think that line break to the middle, he had a player on his inside and a player on his outside. He chose for the inside option, but I actually think the outside was the one that would have been harder to end up defending.
Please, green, let's go.
As 15 had spotted him across there, but well recycled. And yeah, you have to say, we were talking about the size of the Cheshire lads, and they are big lads, and we did say that there would be some tired bodies potentially out there, and potentially as well the 14-man per side might slightly favour Devon in terms of the extra space it creates, because they are looking to get it wide and to have their gas men finding the spaces.
Yeah, stick her off, we'll win the line out. Line up, wide, got to keep working, do not rest.
Use the line, please. That's their mark. It's their mark.
Big throwing responsibility on the shoulders of the Devonians. Oh, it's a juggle in the air, but it just about works out all right. Crash ball. No other way to describe that hit. And the legs continue to drive through the contact. Oh, willing runners everywhere in green and white. And lightning quick ball. Croscombe offers that inside ball, gets tackled just about by Tom Hughes. Simonetti plays distributor. Patterson picks out his opposite number. He gets lassoed around the ankles. The captain, Crow, whose burst set up their last try. The try that led to the double yellow card, which has just given us this hint more room. Oh, unforgivably. 3 Devonians allow the bomb to bounce. And now they're scrambling. Drifted over the top to the space. Hughes seduces 4 defenders from Devon. Now Crow.
Ball's there, stay there. Yeah, that's fine.
Morris to the line.
Penalty advantage.
To James.
Late tackle.
Penalty advantage for the late hit on the Cheshire playmaker. This will suit the thin blue hoops down to a T. Crow. What a presence he is, ball in hand. Morris skipping around. Almost hit high.
Go careful.
And gaps are beginning to form.
Go back for the penalty.
That's a nice shot goal from Reece James, but it won't count.
Yeah, no. Drop goal after the whistle generally won't stand.
Thank you. Yeah. We're going for goal. Yeah, no problem. No problem.
And an interesting decision there. When they do have a lot of dominance in scrum, they take pride in their line out, but they've decided they're going to build on a score and they're going to go for posts.
Thank you.
It doesn't have a profound impact in terms of what Devon have to do. It'll still be a 2-score game. It'll just mean those 2 scores have to both be converted tries.
Which, as you said, neither kicker is really missing from the tee, so you have to assume they would get it.
Could watch Mark Williams kick all day, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Just been so clinical with it, so confident as well.
4 and 9 have been replaced.
Devon 28, Cheshire 41. The lead 13, a 2-score game. And the replacements bounding on, and the return of the yellow cards as well.
4 and 9 off now. Perfect, thank you very much.
Well, speaking of unnecessary penalties.
Here's Matt.
Yeah, he cannot block the kick chase off of the restart.
There's Mac. Yeah, of course you can. 4.
Well, 24 points was the difference at its height. It is now 13, having been as little as 10.
Option.
Devon
Scrum called.
have whittled away at this Cheshire lead, and they've got a quarter of the match to recapture the lead for the first time since opening the scoring after 2 minutes. But they'll need to be more accurate than that on their set piece when the opportunity comes knocking.
Bind. Set. Use it, blue.
Confident feet. And a big booming boots. And touch found.
Time's off. We've got a water break.
By Ben Brooks, and
yes.
a timely water break, you feel, maybe for Cheshire. I think Devon enjoying the element of chaos here, and this would be a good opportunity, would it be fair to say, for Cheshire to regather themselves
and
assert their control once more?
Yeah, definitely, because I think that it's Devon that's come out after the half-time break with a real different attitude. And I think they caught Cheshire a little bit off guard, because it wasn't that long into this game ago that it was 31-7. So if you turn around and you're looking at this score, you're yeah, quite a long way away from that.
Make sure we keep the mark for this line out. Yeah. I'm not. Sorry, mate. Sorry. There's your mark. Time's off. Time's off, guys.
Those are the tries that have taken us to this point. 41-28, Cheshire lead. Devon knocking at the door. And the tackles come flying forward. The question being asked by Harrison Crowe. Back to the short side. Are there numbers? Ooh. There's danger when Ashworth's on the ball. He's growing into the contest. Cheshire have gone offside by coming round the side of the breakdown. There's a slightly too exuberant clear out. And Devon will prod this into the corner.
Offside.
Yeah, Cheshire just given a few penalties away in the second half that they weren't giving in the first half. Just ones that just don't make sense.
There's Mac.
It's such a good contest from Cheshire. Their movement is unbelievable. And it's pretty much cutting off any easy option for Devon.
Leave it, 8.
Having owned the scrum set piece, they're now beginning to dominate the airspace here in Twickenham. And it's going to make it incredibly tough for Devon.
There's the mark.
With no guaranteed ball.
Well, the last line out, they were done for not throwing it straight. So they know they needed to keep that in line, and as you said, Cheshire's defensive line out looking really strong.
Well, there you have it.
option.
From
Scrum called.
an attacking line out 10 metres or so from the Cheshire line, back to back. They find themselves now defending a scrum on the halfway line.
Let's go, boys. Work hard, work hard. Let's go, come on.
Crouch.
Keep going, baby.
Bind.
Hold.
Set. Use it, blue.
Oh, a gift. Devon sends. And off to the try line for Leon Horn. Mark Williams, of all people, gifting another lifeline to the green and white hoops of Devon.
I mean, that wasn't even really an intercept. It was just a pass to him who stood there because he was up so flat onto that one. So he's read it. Yeah, he's through there, and that is an absolute gift.
Let him know behind the post, please.
And we now have a one-score game. Remarkably, the men from the southwest have fought their way back to within 6.
I was worried in the first half that this game was going to be a bit of a boring one and that Cheshire were just going to run away with it, but boy, am I glad I was wrong, because this is what finals are all about.
And like Devon, all of a sudden Twickenham sees light. The sun bursts through the clouds. And Mark Williams
Keep retreating, thank you.
slings it to Rhys James, who leathers it beyond the rear guard of Devon.
Keep coming back. Keep coming back.
They've done the hard bit. They're back to within range. How do they now handle the feeling of being within 6? They were rolling the dice. They were chancing their arm, having trailed by 24 points. Now they have legitimate hope, but Cheshire have no shortage of class, forwards and backs alike. The vice-captain Hearn walloped.
Hands off green. Beyond the ball first.
Crow with another big carry. Williams, is whacked. But is he whacked too high?
No, I don't need you. I don't need you. Okay. It was high, but he's changing direction and falling to ground, so it will be penalty only. We just need to check that he's okay. Perfect, thank you. High tackle. Going for goal.
There we go, another 3 points
14.
selected into this one, as they know they want to take it within the score. So let's have a look at this one. Oh, I think actually that's a card.
Pardon?
That's shoulder to head.
We've got a sudden change of direction as he's coming to ground.
And again, they're not seeing the view that we are, but that's about as
Thank you.
high as you can go with that.
William Peakman and all those tuning in at the Ivy Bridge clubhouse, thanking their lucky stars that their blind side is still on the park. It's a testament to Mark Williams being tough as teak as well.
I was about to say, I mean, he just absolutely absorbed that. And then, calm as you like, nails the penalty that was put on him for the high tackle, and that really was shoulder to head high. So
number 6 have been
great.
replaced.
great composure there and class.
It's a crucial moment. No yellow cards, but punished to the tune of 3 points by the right boot of Williams. The lead now 9, 2 scores required once more. And I think that'll be the final act from Peakman.
What's his number, please?
He's had a busy afternoon.
Hi, thank you.
And I think that could be, if we were looking at professional rugby, TMO, all the angles, etc., I think that's bunker and it's upgraded to red, to be honest.
Again, Cheshire needlessly put a blocking line in for the reception.
Yeah, you just can't. You used to get away with it a little bit more. You couldn't step in the way, but you could just stand where you were and not be a problem. But now you can't do that at all. So, and there we go. Now, first points, looking to go and building in that score. And you think how crazy it is that Devon, not too long ago, were really chasing this game down. There was no point them going for threes. They had to go for more points.
Look over your shoulder to in the channels. Yeah. It is.
Joel Ashworth. Flawless from the tee today. His first penalty shots at goal. And he, like Williams, remains impeccable. And we're back to a 6-point game. We're back to within a score. And with the clock ticking towards 70 in the stadium, the Allianz Stadium readies itself for a grandstand finish. The vice-captain back on the field, having been forced to take time out whilst Devon rode out a yellow card, which saw their hooker off the field for 10. The whole personality of this match has changed in 30 minutes. Cheshire, having been in complete command, now with a sense of holding on. Drennan manipulates the midfield. Devon break free. They tumble a ball through into the 22 and the chase is on, but the pace is there from Mark Williams. Hunting for the tackles, but too much exuberance from Watson. A little loose, the tackle high, and the penalty to Cheshire.
I'll tell you what, we speak about Mark Williams and his kicking ability, but that, to be deep back, take that high ball, pace on it as well, and then link up there as well with the pass, just his class player.
Come on, let's talk properly. There's the man. Let's talk to each other properly, if you're going to captain. Thank you. Numbers, please. 5 called. Okay.
Lost forward. And a scrum to Devon. Though we know too well that this has been Cheshire's playground all afternoon.
Number 8.
Cam Granger is on at half-back for Devon.
And blue 12, number 12.
And it looks like Matt Croscombe is about to insert himself at number 8. So the left wing in at number 8 for Devon.
Bind! Set!
And a scrum reset.
Okay. 22. You can't pull him to ground. You must set square. Okay. Both sides will be rewarded. You don't pull him to ground. You set square. Thank you. That's what I've just said.
Joe Adnams receiving a bit of scrummaging advice.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Straight into reverse. A brutal picture painted. And a punishing penalty awarded to Cheshire. And Mark Williams strides up from the back with surely only one thing on his mind.
Decision, please. What's the decision? Going for goal.
Ah, there we go. You said it. There's only one thing on his mind, but actually nothing was called as he put the ball down. So ref pushed for a decision, but from up here, we thought clear and obvious with his form today off the tee that that's what they'd be going for. He cannot miss. He cannot miss today.
Marksman Williams bisects the poles once more. The RAF captain with his radar set to points. And a 9-point cushion for Cheshire. Not to enjoy, but to desperately seek to conserve in these closing moments. Every time they've stretched ahead, Devon have found a way to come back. Can they do it again? Archie Idden, Horn, flips it out the back, but gets picked off. Now it's Will Morris. Seatbelt tackle. Suddenly, it's Devon's discipline that has taken a downward turn. And
no, it's here.
Yeah, desperate ditch tackle, but he can't do that. Come high, around the shoulder and neck.
I've got your mark here.
Leading by 9. Williams
Numbers,
just
please,
prodded
Blue,
into the 22. They're already ahead by 2 scores, so
just keep that same tempo,
looking
please,
to
thank you.
Just sap a little bit out of the clock. Hayden Gosling is on for Devon. And Cheshire build them all with some large men.
5, don't change.
And even more big boys come and lend their mass to them all. Fired out to Jimmy Gore. Oh, the captain shot low. That was a good tackle.
Leave it. Leave it. Not rolling. Okay. Right. Time's off. So the penalty will be here for the tackle not rolling first, but we need to be calm, okay? No more. Okay?
Well, what's the call here,
Cat? The first defence was
Kat?
not rolling.
Points.
The first defence was not rolling. There's the man. It's about 30 seconds wrong. Decision, please, 10. Going for goal. Yep, so we've got 3 minutes left.
Is this the end
30 seconds wrong
of Devon's defiance?
Pardon? 3 minutes. It's about 30 seconds out.
Whatever happens, they can leave Twickenham with their heads held high for
They've been stopping it.
the way that they fought back into this contest and made it a contest, because it wasn't one in the first half.
Sorry, mate, I'll move out your way.
But Mark Williams
15 seconds.
has been unbelievable. With the ball perched on that tee.
No more.
He drills it through the uprights to bring up a half century
8, blue. Number
of
8.
which he's responsible for half the points.
Number 8's been subbed.
I'm glad you've got your calculator out, because my maths isn't mapping for that. But just an incredible, like, to have just such a reliable kicker that just from wherever, like, he's kicked him from the edge, he's kicked him from far back, just so reliable.
The ball sent skyward and pressure on the Devon backfield. They need to return with interest and in double quick time. It's do or die, but one final intercept will be their undoing. Cheshire just need to hold on to possession, and they'll do so through Harrison Crowe. The commitment of the tackling from the men from the southwest is to be applauded, and as Derek Salisbury puts his hand up to acknowledge the knock-on,
Time's off.
I think he knows and they know that the deal is done, and they have finally seen off Devon. But Kat, what a final, what a match.
Incredible final, and you were saying that Devon were Division 3 last year, and then to be in Division 2 and put on a final like this, and they've been absolutely fantastic with the development already, and they really have put up a fight in this final.
Yeah, let's get set. I've got it.
Choose. 5 seconds in.
Crouch.
Swing. Devon. Aggressive, Derek, aggressive.
Bind.
Ready.
Set.
Watson has given a performance of a lifetime here, knocked on
Scrum advantage.
On the angle, at velocity. You feel like this will be the last play now. The clock's ticked through 80. Cheshire looking to finish this final with a flourish, but instead they finish with a forward pass, but most importantly they finish with 50 to Devon's 38. A scoreboard that doesn't even tell half the tale of the final that we've just enjoyed. Devon down and out at half-time, trailing by 24, but battling their way valiantly back into the contest. They were within 6 in the closing moments, but the unerring accuracy of the right boot of Mark Williams has claimed a county crown for Cheshire. And they are the Beaumont Men's County Championship Division 2 champions.
Set. Penalty advantage. Set. Penalty advantage. Hands away, hands away.
Devon have played their part in a fabulous final, and the body language tells you a tale of dejection, having fought so incredibly hard to come back from a first half where they were blown away by clinical Cheshire. And goodness me, did they rattle a few nerves in that final 40. They came close, but not close enough, and it'll be a handshake and a medal on this occasion, as opposed to last year when they raised silverware. But let's not forget, that the silverware they raised was for Division 3. This year, they're not only in Division 2, but they are right in amongst it. Another final, an incredible trajectory that Devon are on. But for Cheshire, who are going to receive the warm embrace of their president, the great England and Lion, Dowie Morris, who's embracing his players now passionately. It is a day to truly remember and savour. They've been on a rebuild over the last 4 years. They've had a real focus in supporting clubs and schools across the county. Both their age grade and adult representative teams, they wear the shirt, they wear the crest with immense pride, and with the county approaching 150 years of excellence, they're back here for the first time in 4 years, and they're going to leave with a title. A rich rugby heritage that stretches all the way back to the 19th century. Deeply rooted in the community. And that rich rugby heritage is going to have another historic chapter written today as captain and leader Harrison Crowe puts his medal around his neck. He takes a hold of the silver platter and hoists it high in the sun-drenched Twickenham skies, because Cheshire are the Bill Beaumont Men's County Championship Division 2 champions. Welcome to the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, for our fourth and final instalment of the Sunday session of the England Rugby County Championships final weekend. We have had a fabulous day and we've just enjoyed the Division 2 men's final between Devon and Cheshire, and we will see Devon again, this time in action against Eastern Counties in the Gill Women's County Championship Division 2 final. Starting with the green and white of Devon, they're back for their third straight county final, continuing a remarkable rise through the ranks after winning the Division 3 title in 2024. They've stepped up to Division 2, much like their men, with focus and belief. Big victories over Gloucestershire, Hampshire and Berkshire, and a narrow defeat to Cornwall have tested and shaped the squad. They are led by Jess Thomas in the front row. She's got the vice captaincy of Emily Underwood to depend upon, and Tom Powell assisted by a strong coaching staff, has plenty of firepower to deploy from the bench too. Standing in their way is Eastern Counties, and were very, very young in the county scheme of things. Formed in 2015-16, they've reached the final on 3 occasions and lifted the trophy back in 2022. Real strong Suffolk presence in the ranks, largely thanks to the success of Bury St Edmunds women, who are making the step up to Championship 1 rugby next season. Their semi-final went to a penalty shootout over Nottinghamshire, Lincolnshire and Derbyshire, and it's going to be the first ever meeting between Devon and Eastern Counties today, and Chantel Higgins in the second row gets the honour of captaining Eastern Counties on this momentous occasion. Aaron Beaumont has a fully loaded bench, with Abby Ambrose a late switch to the bench, wearing 20 to call upon. Well, the Devon fans get to stick around for a double. Their women bound out to the field that their men came so close to clinching a title on moments ago. And Eastern Counties now standing in their way. The climax of the weekend will be officiated by Katie Gent.
You chose the end. You chose the end, which means, oh, sorry, yes, sorry, sorry. Yeah, it's fine.
Eastern Counties in their very distinctive jerseys, who defeated Berkshire, North Midlands and East Midlands before that incredible penalty shootout climax. We've already seen one of those here today in the Division 3 final. And Eastern Counties get the Gill Burns Women's County Division 2 final off underway, and an early error from the Devonians gives a nice bit of attacking field position for the Eastern Counties. And Kat Merchant, Red Rose Rugby World Cup winner, you're still with me here for the fourth and final instalment today.
Just about. It's my 7th game in 2 days, so the voice is just about hanging on. I just about know who I am, and we are good to go.
Well, you've been treated. There's worse ways to spend a weekend, because, I mean, the commitment has been unwavering, but the quality has also been very, very high.
Oh, we've seen some amazing tries, some big hits. So it really has had it all, and now's the time for this final game of the weekend.
Immediately out to the edge, out to the speeds, where Rebecca Nasaya there's a big smile on her face despite finding her way to the touchline, but early danger on offer from the Sudbury winger.
Yeah, there's some pace going around on the outside, but a good cover coming across. I thought she might have just got rid of the ball there before her foot made touch, but very close one.
Okay, some more, play on. Now some more.
Well, that's a crafty box kick that Nasaya has to race after, and she does so well to brush off the challenge. It was full force.
Roll green, no. Okay, the jackal was fair, but 6
Jackal was good. The roll wasn't swift enough, and Eastern Counties are forging ahead. There's real tempo to the match in these early exchanges as the sun has well and truly burst through. We are right in the eye of the sun, I can tell you. Difficult to see our screen. It is so bright here, and the temperature's sweltering on pitch too. And Eastern Counties bringing the heat in attack. Just a little transfer there from Fabia Howell. Distribution from Jess Norris, bringing her forwards into play around her. And Hannah Barwell shifts it from the base. Nasaya back onto the ball. Nasaya fighting her way to the 22. What about that for a counter ruck from Hannah Lumley? Eastern Counties undisrupted. Slip it out the back to the second layer. There are numbers, but straightening decided to be the option. Wonderful continuity and composure on show from Counties, who are hurled into touch. Annabelle Scarl unable to skate round the edge.
On a penalty though before going into touch for the high tackle coming up, hitting shoulder height in here. It's a getting close one with that call.
Take the line for me, please.
Oh, picked off at the front and ambitiously flinged off the top as well. There are numbers here for Devon if they've got the ambition. They move it along the chain. Look to get around Scarl. But she has the measure of Izzy Edworthy.
Yeah, it's a good steal to get up, bring it down. And ambitious to attack that blind side, but the cover was there, so have to think maybe thinking about putting boot to ball just to clear the pressure away a bit for them.
Well, again, you ain't getting past that tower at the front, hoisted high and straight into the grip. It was the Devon men who struggled in their final with the set piece, but their women looking in real fine form. There's Garnet McKinder on a short line. You may remember her from winning a Premiership title with Saracens back in the day. Doesn't get used. Instead,
Just take a step.
It's other girls in green and white. Now McKinder's on the ball. Oh, that's brilliant pace and timing on the run. Nasaya makes the tackle. Two very well-matched teams here in the opening exchanges.
Use it, please.
Eastern County's defence is really powerful. Izzy Burr burying her left shoulder into the midriff of another willing Devon runner. This time it's Danielle Hall coming in with the hit. Big, bustling carry from captain Jess Thomas. Or miss pass. More pace arriving out wide. This is the break that the Devonians were looking for. It was a 2-on-1 and she backed her feet. But the defence was mighty.
Okay, advantage, never onside. Thank you.
They should be in already, but still,
keep them up.
Devon are there in the 22. Can they find some width because there's numbers waiting? Michaela Dorian, the vice-captain, drives the tempo. It's delivered to Molly Pepper. And the inside centre delivers the first points of the game with a defence-busting carry.
I just don't know where she came from, really. It just looks so easy, just carving through the line there. But this initial carry, fantastic leg drive there, taking 1, 2, 3 players to get her down. From Jess Thomas, the captain, who started that whole thing off, and then some really good pace out wide. Yes, the offload doesn't go to hand, but Devon don't panic. They keep their composure. They move it across. They are playing with an advantage here, but how does she go through there? There's no right to go through.
Columpton's finest, Molly Pepper, with the score and a beautifully struck conversion from Beth Plumpton. A trademark plum version, as they're known in the southwest around Ivy Bridge Ways, maximising the effort of Molly Pepper. Long and into the sunny climbs of the Devon half. Well, the roll an issue there, so the Jackala eschewed away. Lateral from Hannah Lumley and Devon, but they're finding a way through these Eastern Counties tackles all of a sudden. Jess Thomas, who's played PWR for the Exeter Chiefs in days gone by, acting as first receiver. There's real purpose in the carries out wide. Thomas just bounces one, strides through a second, proving to be a huge handful, and it's a great reach and snatch. For Nasaya, again, is doing sterling defensive work, using the touchline as her friend.
Yeah, Nasaya's done a few important tackles as well, because Devon have been really looking to get it out to that right-hand side. So really important defence coming in. But this carry again, just taking so many players with her, just such a strong runner. And this one just potentially guilty of a little bit of drifting with the ball, so cutting down on the winger's space out wide.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Slips through the hands, and Eastern Counties
Use it, please.
get a bit of possession. Haven't had much of that in the last few minutes. They're engaging Devon in the close clinches, but now they put a bit of air on the ball. Going hard at the breakdown, Devon, and they're rewarded. Tap, go, tempo from Megan Heath. Tumbling towards the Eastern Counties line.
Okay, use it, please. Thank you.
Lumley picks, goes a little bit high, and her body position gets punished.
No, she's part of the ruck.
Another barnstorming carry, this time from Emily Underwood. Pepper, the try scorer, in as one of the creators. A race to the left-hand corner and just about brushes the ball down on the deck.
On live, I thought she'd dropped that. I thought that had spilled, but referee's in line with it, so would have seen better than we have up here. So good, strong carry initially, but look at the hits going in as well from Eastern County. Some big defence, and then here's the ball moving out wide again, using the dummy runners, and then the tackle coming in here. And I think, how confident are you with that ball placement?
Well, we're going to get the best look at it here.
She's losing it, but you reckon downward pressure on the way?
I think that's grazed the grass. It's one of those that you stroke along the blades of grass. She knows where the line is. Does Izzy Edworthy. And Beth Plumpton knows how to strike a ball, but this one goes across the face, and they'll have to settle for just the 5 from Izzy Edworthy. A hat-trick against Cornwall for the Oakhampton winger. And the desperate defence of Eastern Counties, ultimately in vain. Devon have got the bit between their teeth. Dorian to Pepper. Edworthy just surfing the shoulder, but the tackling really strong, and it looks like an awkward fall. It was Izzy Burt who came in with the muscular defence on Gemma Parrish.
And I think the ball was just knocked on there into touch, so Eastern Counties will have a option there of scrum or line out.
It was an awkward fall for Devon's most experienced player.
Captain, come in, please.
She's holding the back of her leg, so
there was nothing in that for me.
oh, it's a hyperextension.
So you've got the option. You can have the line out on the scrum.
Hopefully there's nothing too serious there.
Well, she is a foundational piece of all the good stuff that's going on at Columpton Rugby Club, combining playing and the role of team manager as well, someone who everyone looks up to immensely. And it would be a real blow to see her leave the field prematurely, and of course we don't want to see anybody leave against their will through injury. Chance for Eastern Counties to regather themselves. They've sort of really they felt the full force of Devon, haven't they? They've come flying out Devon, in these early exchanges?
Well, I think Eastern County's best chance was right at the start when Devon knocked on the first kick-off. Eastern County's kept the ball really well, and they got into some phases, but no scores was the important part of that. And then Devon, yeah, have just like come at it so hard since then and been pretty difficult to defend. And looking at that replay, I think they'll be disappointed with their defence there, as that's a bit of a soft attempt.
Well, this is the finish from Izzy Edworthy. Holly Walsh doing her absolute best to try and halt her.
7. Just checking, happy with us? Yes, you're listening to me at the moment. A couple of times where your players haven't rolled.
And it looks like it will be the end of Gemma Parrish's day here at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. So changes to be rung, and the loss of a leader in Parish. So Kat Cramp, wearing 19, comes into the final a little earlier than she may have thought. Plays a rugby for Bideford Rugby Club, known for her defence. More often deployed as a second half impact sub, and well, Devon will have to do without Parish, but maybe they'll be able to use that as fuel to deliver a final performance worthy of her impact on the group.
Yeah, you do. You galvanise as a team, I think, when a player and an important and integral part of the team goes off, because you're doing it, of course you're doing it for yourself and the team, but you're doing it for each other, and you're doing it for the ones that either haven't made it today in the squad, or your injured players, or ones that go off like that. So I think they can use that.
And a great opportunity for Cramp as well, because she's going to get huge minutes here in this final. It's the first 15 that everyone wants to make. And it's a solid scrum from Eastern Counties. Begins to sort of shift and lose shape. And it's a penalty.
One, driving across.
So Eastern Counties opting for the line out, but we've seen 2 stolen from a pretty similar position down here earlier. So they're going to want to make sure that they fix the issues that they've been having so far.
Important period here for Eastern Counties, trailing by 12 on the scoreboard, and they can't get their line out functioning at the moment. There's been a number of steals at the front, and on this occasion they get lucky. The untidy ball.
That's where the leaders have to step up and go, right, that's 3 line-outs now, which have not gone to plan. So they either have to quick tap, okay, or opt for just different options with that, because it's not going to plan. And if they're losing 3 in this short succession, things definitely need to change.
Crouch! Bind! Stand up for me, please. Okay, keep your head off of her. Yeah. Set it up again, please.
Reset. Good seconds. All 8. Ready? Seconds. Let's go. Come on,
Crouch!
Devon!
Bind! Set!
The EC women successfully retrieve the ball. There is width. There is Messiah. Wraparound arrives and a hurdle over the tackle. Still, Eastern County's drive to the line. Low body positions. Exploding off the mark, but still not through the Devon defences. Oh, the netball pass out of the tackle. One more along, but picked off by Izzy Edworthy. Electrifying Izzy. Pins her ears back. A finish Edworthy of any final.
Fantastic finish there, because there's one thing an intercept, you know, when you go in 20 metres, but to go the whole length of the pitch on a very hot day as well, that's some going. She doesn't even look out of breath, which is the sickening thing there. So really showing her not just speed, but her fitness as well. But it's a good read, and yeah, that is a 95-metre sprint in for the line, and she is being chased down, so it's not like she can let up. She's got to go whole way. That's one definitely she can remember for a long time. You know, normally stories get exaggerated or scored a try from when it gets longer and longer. She can't really get much longer than that, can she, other than she's in her own dead ball. But a great pace.
We'll take the water break after the kick.
I think of all the individuals to pick off an intercept in green and white, Izzy Edworthy, as far as Eastern Counties were concerned, was the worst to pick out, and Beth Plumpton adds her second conversion of the match. And just as Eastern Counties were beginning to pound away at the Devon line, they now find themselves 19-0 down at the first water break.
Very straight. Just unsportsmanlike behaviour, and I told her at the last line not to do it. That's what I thought I'd seen. Yeah, I was happy, and I saw the one on the floor, so yeah. And if she'd not been exhibiting that behaviour, can I have some water? After my sprint. I don't know what she's trying to do. So you've just scored, so it's a kick-off or something? Well, give me a second. Well, if they want to play sooner, we'll play sooner. Fine.
Eastern Counties
It's good that I know.
will look up at the scoreboard, and it is an imposing task ahead of them so early in this final. Picked off at the last by Izzy Edworthy, just as you thought that they may break down the Devon door. Oh, that was called on the full. They might have been racing away again through their blindside. Lulu Sinner. But when you're 19-0 up, you can afford to smile at your error.
Yeah, it's not going to be, at that moment, it's not that high pressure one, as they do have that comfortable lead.
White 13. They've called it now. They've called it now. White 13. Time is on.
seconds. Keep me in, Lulu.
Crouch.
Devon!
Bind. Set.
2, 3, and now!
Eastern Counties have definitely got the nudge out there at scrum time, but somehow it is one against the head.
Okay, use it, please.
Hannah Lumley doing mysterious work with the hook against the head. McKinder looks up, spots a bit of room, and then loses her feet just as she's beginning to shift up the gears.
No hands, leave it, leave it.
A messier breakdown you won't find in any county around the country.
Okay. Okay, you can't kick the ball in the breakdown. It was clearly just a kick. Okay, not having that. Off you go.
The ball's from your legs.
I know.
Sorry.
Just deal with one thing at a time. Okay, kick in the breakdown.
So as you said, very, very messy breakdown, and then you cannot kick it once it's in there. Almost Eastern County just need to keep pushing through that and make the ball be really clearly out of the back, and then they can play that away rather than putting a foot in there.
Okay, take the line from me, please. Thank you.
So, do you want? Oh, you're there.
No, thank you. It's not straight. Okay, what would you like?
Well, not straight and through the fingertips. So another scrum to Eastern Counties, which is an area of the game that they'll be pleased with so far. Wind picking up, as you can probably hear through our microphones.
The wind tunnel that suddenly just created itself on the commentary booth.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Okay, advantage, green knee to floor.
Penalty advantage for Eastern Counties to work with. And Molly Pepper looks to soak up the run from Walsh.
No hands, green, no
But Walsh takes more stopping than that.
Second advantage.
Devon just can't keep their hands out the cookie jar. Slung left by Jess Norris, a try scorer in the semi-final, and a real burst of acceleration and fight. An advantage now played.
Go back for me, please.
Devon successfully dispossessing Eastern Counties. But they really do possess some danger out there on the left. Oh, spilt forward. And Devon, a first to the loose bounce of the ball, pick up on the tiptoes.
There was a second knock on there.
Yeah, I think there's a double knock on there. I think Eastern Counties first, but then as Devon try and pick it up, there's a knock on as well.
Watch about the only engage, please.
Keep your head off there.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Player.
I'm
Well,
trying
Charlie
to see
Hopkin,
That's fine.
the other winger, yet to
Thank you.
get her opportunity to stretch her legs like Izzy Edworthy has.
Yes.
Yeah, you can just see that's just come off. There is one of those where you sight it and you think about what you're going to do next with it, and then actually the catch evades you.
Thank you. We're done. Waters off, please. Waters off, please.
Oh, that looks like a sore one.
Scrum. Time on. Hold on a second.
Let's go then, Devon, come on.
That's the mark.
Live right, man, live right. Yes, lads. Yes, okay.
Crouch.
Devon!
Bind. Set.
2, 3.
Okay. White.
This time, the penalty goes the way
I'm happy
of
with the 10
Devon.
there. That's fine.
And they waste no time in bringing the fight to Eastern Counties.
Prevented the jackal.
But a penalty conceded for a double roll.
Yeah, used to be able to get away with them a lot more, but now it's very hot on it. One roll, if that, but you cannot prevent the jackal.
Thank you. Green, take the end for me, please. Thank you.
So there's that roll.
You're on the end, please. Thank you. As in your team are on the end.
Not seeing a double roll there, but the jackler was in to try and steal it, and the roll presented. Maybe it was that she stopped and went, but that wind tunnel's back.
Pinched at the front again. That's a really nice fend, and then the coolness to sell the dummy. The jackal arrives from Eastern Counties.
Back foot. Thank you.
It's definitely an area that they're targeting. And a strong burst. Bat ball in hand. Trickled through. Well watched. There wasn't too much pressure on the collection, but there was plenty of biff in that right shoulder from Izzy Burr again. Couple of crunching shots from the Eastern Counties inside centre. There's Lulu Sinner. Looks a dynamic presence with 6 on her back for Devon.
There you come in at the side.
Well, both sets of players struggling to stay within the boundaries of the laws of the game at the moment when it comes to the breakdown. It's alternate penalties almost.
Yeah, discipline. Just getting away from them. So this is the side entry call. You can see from the body language, the angle there.
As soon as you're ready.
Eastern Counties.
Stay down.
No points on the board, but sustained pressure in the Devon half. Half a glide through a gap. This time Burt acts as the clear out. That quick ball is the catalyst for a powerful carry to within 5. Barwell zips it out left. The Devonians racing up, they're going high and allowing Eastern Counties to drive on forward. Barwell, a ball dying at the feet, but carried to within 2. One last lurch to the line. Half a metre shy now. Barwell pops it up left. Barreled over the line by Danielle Hall, and Eastern Counties are rewarded. Wave after wave of white jersey from the Eastern Counties, and it's the Bury St Edmunds bruiser, Danielle Hall, in her debut season, who gets a try in the final.
The difference for me there as well is when they had their penalty, the opportunity, instead of going for the line out and risking that possession, they just tap it, they keep possession, they're patient with it, they go, they don't get held up, they're caught slightly short, but then they regather it and go round, and you can see exactly what it means there. Some jumping up, arms going everywhere, but they're keeping themselves in this game.
Just the 5, but on the board for Eastern Counties.
Which way are you going?
Devon 19, Eastern Counties 5.
Good take.
Last 10 minutes of the first half. It was a score that Eastern Counties so desperately needed. They have toiled and they have travelled at some pace into these Devon shoulders, and a loose Mick gets thrown out, and it seeds some transition ball to Devon, and Garnet McKinder, and on Nasaya just chops her opposite woman in half, and now the Eastern Counties pour through. The appetite voracious, and the turnover. Life in the Eastern Counties. And there's no one at home here for Devon until Izzy Edworthy is. And this girl can fly. She's on her first half hat-trick. She skirts around the outside and then is swung unceremoniously by Holly Walsh across the touchline. She was a handful of jersey away from a hat-trick.
She really was. That was so close, and I think Eastern Counties need to be a bit smarter with their kick chase. If you're gonna kick to the danger runners that they have, there's just no way that you can not put the pressure on with a bigger chase than they did there. Just so much pace. That's a really important. It's one of those fingertips tackles, but doesn't matter. Just get the player.
Not stroked.
Dangerously close to a hairpull as well in there, which would have been a penalty try, I think.
Can do.
Just asking if that wasn't a high tackle for her being swung up by her neck.
It was here.
Oh, was it? From
that far, I can understand, but it was from here.
I'll put my wheels on there. Seconds.
Yeah, seconds, that's good.
Crouch!
Devon! 6 seconds.
Bind!
Nah, it's not a high tackle. Heard one of the players asking if it was, but for me, not high.
A painful arrival to the turf, though, by the looks of things. Carry round the corner. Pepper slaloming through the white jerseys of the Eastern Counties. That is a clear demonstration of the release, and there's advantage here for the Eastern Counties.
Okay, high, you've gone across the neck.
Been outstanding on the floor, haven't they, Eastern Counties?
Yeah, they fought for everything. They really do go for any opportunity that's there. They look to go through the breakdown, put pressure on the speed of ball.
You can, yes. Oh. You've come back for this one, you had the option.
Well, it's that really clear demonstration from Chantal Higgins.
Yeah, where you are.
The captain with 20 appearances, and in her third final, she knows what it feels like to be on the winner's podium, having been victorious in 2022.
No hands! No!
This time, Eastern Counties ushered away. Jess Thomas goes out the back. Bit of room now for the other winger. Charlie Hopkin. Oh, there's room until there is no room, because Nasaya's there.
Yeah, Nasaya is she's been a tackling machine so far this game.
No, I was explaining why they hadn't won it.
Number 10.
Oh, thank you. There you go.
But there's the kick that doesn't make touch, and crucially it does really need to, but some lateral running initially, but then a straighten and big hit goes in. And then there is room.
Take a step
but
forward, please.
as you said, not when the side is there.
Speed them up, please. That's fine. For me, that was low, but thank you. Woo, well, not at me.
Charge down in the midfield on the outskirts of the 22. It's an awkward pickup that actually ends in the hands of Eastern Counties. And Abby Ambrose kicking long. Plumpton's there once more. Plumpton on the arcing run, finds a hole, gets chopped down. by Lizelle Heather. And, well, there you go, another penalty on the floor. Eastern Counties are winning the battle of the breakdown.
So there's that messy reaction on the floor, but a good pick-up. And then here's the holding on penalty, because Plumpton does so well. I think she loses her support play because she's so quick and goes round. So Eastern Counties the opportunity to jackal.
Yeah, the captain Higgins is all over it, isn't she? Outside arm found by Eastern Counties. It's play on, despite it not being straight. Good call to let the game flow. And now the first line of forwards ignored. McKinder wrapped up by two, playing her rugby for Oakhampton, but finding her pocket well and truly picked in the midfield there. Eastern Counties, minutes left of the first half, find themselves dispossessed. Neither side seeing the phases mount up. And McKinder driven back. Wonderful fight there in the carry from Underwood. This time, Thomas holds on. Pepper spots that no one's at home. Awkward bounce for Nasaya. Gets enveloped by the tentacles of Pepper, who chased hard. Been a penalty that's been given away in there somewhere. That is a javelin of a clear out.
Yeah, I think it was the tackle on Nasaya was deemed as high, so they'll be able to get themselves out of here. So, and it is shoulder height in that tackle.
Gathered at the second time of asking. Plumpton back towards the edge. Guess who? Nasaya right in the thick of things.
You've held on to that. You've got to release as soon as you hit the floor. Okay, Green, take the line through, please. Count. Penalty count is beginning to creep. I need your girls to lower and be more disciplined around the breakdown. Yeah, of course. Can we watch them coming at the sides? Yes.
We've seen a glimpse of the pace that Rebecca Nasaya possesses with ball in hand. She hasn't had quite enough room to work her magic, but it has been a virtuoso defensive display from her.
Oh yeah, she's put in at least 4 really important and big tackles as well. She's not the biggest of wingers, but she certainly punches above her size.
Packs a punch. Well, this line out is really detonating the comeback dreams of Eastern Counties right now. Can't get any secure ball off their own throw. It's been the story since minute 1. Jess Thomas, very comfortable at first receiver. Just a timing issue in the centres between Pepper and McKinder.
Okay, hands on the floor.
I think the main thing that's keeping Eastern Counties in this game is their jackling ability, but this one, referee says, no, leave it, hands off. She decides she doesn't, which is why, again, get the advantage, so you have to listen to what the referee's telling you, whether you agree with her or not. You're not going to change your mind.
Off the top, Devon go. Final plays of this first half. Pepper, inside ball. Hopkin working hard off her wing. But again, the sticky paws of the Eastern Counties. Working harder on the floor. Jess Thomas engages a big runner with her left shoulder. Another strong carry and transfer into the hands of Fabia Howell. Eastern Counties a score now on the stroke of half-time. Will do their team talk the world of good, but Pepper gives them a taste of their own medicine.
Okay, captain for me, please. The team are really messy at the breakdown. Okay, I've been trying to tell them to roll away, release, etc. But they're not using their discipline. Okay, I need them to be more clinical at the breakdown. I want them to roll away and I want them to release when they hit the deck, please.
Yeah. Can I speak to them?
Yes, please, can I speak to them?
You?
Just hold for a second. Sorry, time is off at the moment, yeah.
A collective warning for the Eastern Counties.
Time is on.
Devon tap, go. And they deliver another high velocity carry. Transferred forward to Emily Underwood.
Scrum.
And there is still more to play in this first half.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know how long is left on the clock.
I need to complete the scrum.
Good hit from Sophia John there, by the way.
Yeah, huge hit.
The defence has been big from everyone, hasn't it?
Yeah, real big defensive effort from both sides. Some good shots going in.
I think if you're Eastern Counties, you're probably reflecting and thinking, our defence has been so solid, yet we left a bit of a soft one through with Molly Pepper's opener. An intercept for Izzy Edworthy.
As long as everything remains
it is, I mean, finals are about margins, aren't they? And they're feeling the effects of them against them, really.
Yeah, and in all honesty, they've had 2 penalties where they've missed touch, and they've had at least 3, I think 4 lineouts that have been stolen. So those are the minor things that add up as well.
14 points is nothing, though. That's one thing that we've learned here today on this Sunday, the final day of the England Rugby County Championships finals. And here, right now, in the Jill Burns Women's County Championship Division 2 final, the 4th and final instalment of this Sunday session. It is Devon who are leading the Eastern Counties 19 points to 5 at half-time.
Yeah, it's just keep them up, please. Tried.
Yeah, you've given it plenty of.
No, she's part of them all. Ruck. I'm just going to speak to both captains. Captain, for me, please. Captain. Hello. So going into the second half, just want to clarify. Absolutely need to be clinical at the breakdown from the tackle bites as well. Yeah. Okay, so just make sure that that's going into the second half. Yeah, of course. We're lowering those, sorting that out.
Okay. Just a few messages from my team, obviously. Shock horror. Just worried about people coming in at the side.
Just for me, I've caught the ones that are clear and obvious, but I'll take that.
Yeah. It's always difficult because obviously I hate people.
I know. Thank you. Captain, for me, please, just very quickly. Captain, please. So we've already spoken about breakdowns. Yeah. Okay. Tackle whites needs to come down as well for me, please. Okay. We're going to start getting tired. They're going to start to creep. So I need your girls to work hard in this second half to make sure they stay legal. Yeah. Okay. Tackle white and dismount breakdown. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Difficult to manage such a messy breakdown.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's not getting really closer.
Yeah.
Like you've like done well, then come round to push like particularly green. I think the main one to the coach on the outside of the zero. Yeah. It's nothing massive, it's only marginal, but the right to push me back and then listening to it, so they're responding to it. Yeah. There's tons of them, honestly.
They keep flying in my eyeballs.
Oh yeah. I swallowed one this morning. There's so many of them in the place we can see. It's not very material yet. It's like not I tried to tell her to the brick again. She's waiting for the jumpers to make a move. I think we need to communicate into the jumpers. She's waiting for them to initiate.
I'll have a chat at the next one.
Yeah, she's still waiting. She's waiting for the jumpers. I was like, no. And she was like, yeah. I was like, no. She's like, yeah, but she's waiting for them. It's not them. It's there. She's responding to them. But they're waiting the right way around. You get it? Yeah. You're giving them good, like, preventative. You're giving SWAT.
Yeah. If you're unhappy with them, ask Faye to put them back in the box.
Oh, she's on that side now, so she can do it.
Inside, if you're not happy. Well, yeah, if you're not happy, you'll put them back in the box.
I tolerated them. That's fine. They won't do anything bad. You know when you're like, and you're like, no, and I didn't want to turn around and say anything. I felt like bad. I don't know why.
Thank you very much. Honestly, you've got other things to worry about today. Yes.
One final half of rugby remaining in the England Rugby County Championships final weekend. And fittingly, it is a final finely poised. Devon leading the Eastern Counties 19 points to 5. But Eastern Counties, who are ready to receive the kickoff from Devon, baring their teeth in the latter stages of the first half. Imperious at the breakdown. They just need to find their clinical edge when try-scoring opportunities come knocking, and that is a tone-setting carry from Abby Ambrose, abrasively through the Devon shoulders. And now, oh, fizzed on a drift and picked up by Hopkins.
So we'll go back.
It was a good tackle in the end from May Harvey, but there was already penalty advantage.
Yeah, for that high shot there on that carry, but didn't let her stop it. Like, it didn't matter that she got that hit on her, she just carried on running real strong.
The tap, the go, Sophia John barrelling across the halfway line.
Back foot for me, please.
Debut in 2017, her third final.
No hands,
Tasted victory against Hampshire in 2022. Oh, and just a mini dogleg was prized open
not held, that's fine.
in the midfield, and the fight
Green, stay down, good, thank
to
you.
persist through the challenges is evident. Low shot coming in from Kat Cramp, who came on early in that first half for the injured Gemma Parrish.
No hands, ruck was formed. No. You're fine. Stay there.
Hannah Barwell to her halfback partner Norris.
That's a tackle release.
Phase by phase, Eastern Counties working their way up the field, and a real injection of speed. Breaks down the stubborn Devon defence, but that is an outstanding steal from Lulu Sinnott. Crowbarred from the grip.
Thank you. Okay, nothing's come.
And the penalty count continues
Penalty.
to rack up here. There was Paynton RFC's crowbar. Levering it free and...
Not high. She's gone for the ball there. I don't see that as high at all.
Another penalty gets sent across the touchline. Just the
Okay, in line with the front.
number of penalties sort of just hindering the rhythm at the moment.
Not straight. Sorry?
Yeah, I know that the player safety is paramount, and I like new laws to protect players. You know, I retired from concussion, so I know that it's an important matter, and I think the ones that are, you know, shots on head, shoulder on head are really important ones, but the ones that are just on the ball are just those grey area that I find very frustrating for players and for fans who are watching.
Eastern Counties finally win a line out, and it's put real spring in their step.
Okay, advantage, green 12, high.
Izzy Burt dragged down again, a tackle adjudged to be high, and now it's the captain Chantal Higgins who's been the biggest breakdown burglar of them all. Abby Ambrose, really lively and prominent with 20 on her back, drifted out wide by Norris. Good timing on the take, and Eastern Counties have got a bit of get-go.
Advantage over.
The penalty advantage serve. Now it's up to the hands of the Eastern Counties. A straightening carry, a bustling one from Burr, who continues to bust forward. Nasaya, she's been everywhere in defence, and she's almost to the line.
Ruck was formed.
And Michaela Dorian, she thought it was a legal steal.
What a run from Burr. Really, really strong. Here's the carry. Through one, through two. hand-off going as well. Another one. People trailing off her, and then she manages to get the offload as well.
That's
so really nice run there.
One there. Yes, miss. I don't know what that was. Hands in the rock. Hands in the rock.
A pause for some attention to a Devon player. We want to see the ball in her hands in a bit of space, don't we?
Definitely.
She is a demolition derby in defence, but we know she can finish as well. But maybe Eastern Counties are going to go from point-blank range instead. No one's at home. Down the blind side. And Sophia John has the sharpest mind. And the Bury St Edmunds battering ram forges across the line, and Eastern Counties are right back in the final.
And just in time as well, really important for them, and a good pick and spot around that blind side. They noticed there was no guard there, so a good score, and they were also playing with advantage.
Not quite on the money, so a 2-score deficit remains, but they're to within 9, and that is 10 unanswered points for Eastern Counties.
Thank you. Any others? Yeah, thank you.
Devon kick off into the arms of Abby Ambrose, who's really shown up in this final today. And you just feel that Eastern Counties are in the ascendancy now. Izzy Burt is having an awesome second half. She was very good in the first, but she is growing with every carry.
Okay. Advantage, give me a number, please.
And dispatched. Holly Walsh fends off the attentions of another defender from the southwest. There might be a yellow card coming as the ball is fumbled forward.
You did have a number. For a penalty. Okay, time off. Okay, too many penalty counts, off we go.
And Charlie Hopkin
time back on.
Is sent to the bin for
card, please.
The judge high tackle on Walsh. So Devon are going to have to do without their right winger. They're down to 14 for the next 10. And more opportunity for the Eastern Counties. Oh my goodness. Well, they've gotten away with one there, Devon. They've really gotten away with one. Perilously close to seeing that tumble out 5 metres from their line, but Ambrose is at the bottom of the heap and she's turned the ball over. And Eastern Counties are feasting off the hesitancy of Devon right now. Pick and go, a blast round the corner, but shut down by the shoulder of Megan Heath. Now it's Ambrose again. Norris sends a long ball to the edge where if it was taken, it would have been try time.
Yeah, that was the right idea. The vision was good. Execution of the pass just fell a little bit low. But there's been a lot of penalties for high tackles, and so I think both teams just really need to react to the ref. It doesn't actually matter whether you think they're harsh or they're not. You just have to just make it really safe, just low, chop tackle, do whatever you got to do, because there have been far too many penalties for high tackles in this game.
For me. Okay, options. Line. Line called. Wasn't straight. Just caught it on the outside.
Numbers?
Yeah.
Thank you, miss.
Stay where you are.
You knew I was going to ask that question.
After Devon's success in the first half at the line out, it appears
Okay, let's use this quickly, please.
their radar has gone off. Lost forward. And a calamity of line-out errors results in a scrum to Devon.
Yeah, I think there's a few things in the last 5 minutes that neither team will be wanting to watch back on the highlights reel. The letting the ball bounce is cardinal sin, 101 especially. Back three will know that, because you just got to get a name on the ball.
Please, white 9. White 9? Sorry? Oh, sorry, not white 9, come back. White 19. 19, yeah. You have to go. 19.
No one knows who's going off, but
yeah, she can come on.
they do now.
Apologies, that was me hearing the wrong.
Fabia Howe makes way.
Yep, where you are, fabulous.
And probably confusingly for the girls from Devon, as Lottie Mountford comes bounding out wearing a pair of Exeter Chiefs shorts. And her presence in tandem with the other 7 enough
No.
to result in a penalty.
No, thank you. No, put it down.
So the reason for her Exeter shorts is the fact that she's actually a physiotherapist at Chiefs.
Away we go.
There you go, she'll know probably quite a few
Time is up.
of those in green and white out there, so a mini local derby. And a penalty now for Eastern Counties to tap and go, and they do through their try scorer, John. Now the turn of Lauren Howard, who gets close, the ball squirts free. Assertion of the line from Ambrose, who battles to get it to ground. Still they're not there. Mountford, it absolutely had to be. Clad in Exeter Chiefs shorts and delivering the damage to Devon on the field for a moment, but in the history books as a try scorer forever.
Yeah, it's a good score as well, because I actually thought there was a real risk of getting held up in this position, because she's come up pretty high. She's getting held by 2 players, but she just manages to twist her body weight round and to make sure that ball goes down with that elbow turn to get down to ground.
To watch for what? Okay.
Lizelle Heather splits the uprights, and we have a 2-point game. From 19-0 down, Eastern Counties have clawed their way back to 1917. And the Devonians must dig deep to rediscover their try-scoring form in this final 25 minutes. Ambrose, been a tyro with 20 on her back. Fumbles, regathers, carries, and then is penalised.
Yeah, definitely holding on. Penalty in there because the Six was over that ball so quickly. Hands on there, ready to steal. You can see it here. She's judged that really, really well. Won the penalty for her team.
Interesting. Exeter going for the uprights. It would stretch their lead to 5, which doesn't do too much material difference to the thinking of Eastern counties.
I guess it's just more about momentum and getting some points on the board, as they've had a few scored against them in a row, but I'd want to stretch the lead a bit more. But it does stretch the lead, and as you said, they just get some points on board, because it can, when you haven't scored for ages and you've been scored against, can get pretty frustrating pretty quickly.
Well, it's a fine effort from Plumpton. It's a great striker of the ball, the fullback, and yep, she's enjoying her time on the big screen. Why not? Clean take. Oh, lovely. Bit of biff. That's going to stoke the fires within the Devonians. And that is tough. The player has stepped back there, hasn't she, on the clear out. That looks like a matadoring to me.
Yeah, watching that live, I think player was trying to clear out, and as you said, Eva stepped back, so it looked like something that wasn't there, but kick has gone into the dead ball.
Keep retreating, please.
Should she have taken that? If it had gone dead, it would have been a scrum back. Instead, Devon have put themselves under pressure. It's a really good challenge down low from Sammy Harris, and fortunately for her, it's knocked on.
I think she was so focused on the catching of the high ball, maybe didn't realise she was behind the try line, which can happen when you're just so super focused. Yeah, look, I think she's just looking at catching the ball, didn't realise she was over the line. But yeah, could leave that, let it go dead, have the kick. And what we all want to see, big shots, great carry.
That is a proper bump from Enya Surtees.
Set!
Well, we haven't seen Devon with the ball in hand for ages. Oh, wow, that's elusive, it's slippery. And then Sammy Harris is swung to deck. Former chief herself, the Clumpton back 3 player.
The advantage you hadn't clearly released.
Penalty advantage coming. That is an astute kick, and Devon are after this, and they are through their vice captain Dorian. The race across is desperate, and it's decisive from Walsh, but the pressure still pours forward from the green and white jerseys of Devon.
Back foot, please. Good, thank you. Use it. No,
Mountford shows that she can carry for tight meters in defence as well as in a try-scoring cause.
I've seen them, by the way.
Eastern Counties very happy to play out. Devon go off their feet.
Coming in.
And from the side. And there's some attention being administered out wide as well.
I know, I've seen white 9 and white 8. Substitution, please. White 9, white 8. White 9 and white 8, please.
Hannah Barwell and Lauren Howard are making way, and the waters are being raced on. Our final drinks break of the day as we check out this dedicated chase from the girls from Devon.
Green 6 is coming on. Send her on then. And who else needs to come off? Who needs to Faye? Who's coming off for green 6? Okay, substitution, green 6, please. We will take the water break. Okay. Time off to the water. Hello.
Thank you. Time on cardless?
So you've made it to sub.
Yeah.
And your yellow is staying off, but they've sent somebody else on, if that makes sense. So you're back up to full, your full numbers.
Perfect. Oh.
Okay. Different persons come on. Got it? Okay, it's a water break. Okay, water break. Time off for the water. It's the 20. Okay, we'll take the water break now. Okay. Oh, lots of things going on then.
There's a lot of that.
Okay, water break. Faye, please let them know it's water break.
Yes, time is off.
Time is off. You've got your 3 minutes. No, you've got your 3 minute water break. That's short. Short. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes. Discipline is still a work on. With the team managers about their headaches. I don't appreciate the bounty towards each other. Neither reach out to giving.
Just shy of 20 minutes remaining of an absorbing final that has seen the Eastern Counties battle back from the brink. Devon with the fast start, but Eastern Counties with the energy. Certainly since the half-time huddles. They're keeping it in hand from within their own 22. Well, no sooner I say that. They put boot to ball, and it's fabulously collected by Sammy Harris, who's looking like a real live wire since coming on wearing 23. Can we get some running rugby? Can we get some back-to-back phases?
Thank you.
And a bit of flow?
Okay, you need to be quicker than that. You've got the advantage. White 6. Okay. Time off. White 6. Come here for me, please. Okay, I warned you, I asked you. Penalty count is too high, too slow. Slowed that down.
Carmel Leake is giving her marching orders, Kat.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that one and the speed of which, but she was supposed to roll away, or if she was slowing the ball down. Doesn't look too happy.
Repeat infringement at the breakdown.
Devon decide to go for the uprights. This is the infringement.
So tackle goes in. I don't see it. Yeah.
A touch laboured maybe, but
I think she just tried to get out of the way with her hands. And I really, as a player, I always hate the not rolling away when you're sort of pinned in or you're not really affecting things.
Well, be that as it may, Beth Plumpton is kicking like a dream, and Devon's choice to go for the post moments ago is now well and truly vindicated, because they followed it with another three-pointer, and they now have an 8-point cushion, 2 scores between the sides, and captain Jess Thomas departs the field. Bit of a legend round Exeter parts. Exeter University's most capped player, a former chief, and now potentially a county final captain with Devon. Her race is run, but it's a big 15 minutes for the replacements who've come on in green and white. Eastern counties are down, but they're definitely not out. The likes of Abby Ambrose and May Harvey, who've been leading the charge with so much gusto, know that their fight can complete this comeback. Sammy Harris, lovely footwork and balance. Now it's hands to the edge, a big arrival, and does well to wear the hit from Lizelle Heather. Tackle comes from Morgan Mooney. Devon have a bit of life in the manner in which they're carrying again.
We're just going to have a look. We see that footwork that we liked. And then...
No hands. Good, ruck was forward.
Well, no time for the replay because the penalty's been taken, and Devon have got numbers here. They flip it out the back. It's on for Harris, who puts her foot to the floor and opens her stride into the 22. She's looking for an offload, but the options are cut off by Eastern Counties. Devon can put the game to bed here with a converted try, you'd think. Chloe Spearman hurled to the turf. Eastern Counties have emerged with it once more. Megan Heath is brushed aside. The kick goes through. Harris has got all the pace in the world to burn, and she drops bravely.
That for me was a fair contest. Yep.
Burr comes off second best. And Dorian drops one over the top of Heather, who does so well to claim it initially, but then sends it out on the full. But alarm bells ringing for Devon had Sammy Harris not been so sharp.
Yeah, Sammy Harris showing her pace out wide with that run and the footwork, and she does really well to get back to it. This is her run. She just decides, pin her ears back and go. She had the 2v1, but decided didn't need it, went round the outside. Some really good footwork and support in there. And then this is the race back.
What is this for? Can you clarify for me, please?
She dives onto the ball, gets hit as she goes for it, but considered rugby incident, and play on.
Okay, we need to sort that out. That's a recognising on move, please.
Well, Sammy Harris is having a break from Chiefs in the PWR, and she's acting as a player coach, so a pretty handy player to have on the pine to deploy in these latter stages, and she's proving a cut above at the moment in those little moments that matter so much. Izzy Burr is being removed from the field of play after that collision with Harrison dropping to the deck, and I think we can all agree that the game is maybe that bit poorer with Burr departing the field. She has been a real force in the midfield for Eastern Counties. Very exciting player. The ball swiped back under pressure at the front. Counties stream through, but Devon managed to ride out the disruption. Heath, the latest to be swung to the floor. Out to the second layer, Garnet McKinder ships it along. Straighten and acceleration from Georgia Q. Now Harris delays the ball to Izzy Edworthy. We've hardly said her name in this half. It was her brace that gave Devon the cushion in the first 40. And I tell you what, if they move it left, they're on again here. Harris bounces back inside. Still the tackles arrive from Eastern Counties. Rangy running through the heart of the Eastern Counties defence. Bodies are beginning to tire. Minds fatigued from the relentless green and white onslaught coming from the southwest. A delayed ball, fractures forming in the midfield, but still Eastern Counties courageous in their tackling. They swarm on the would-be runners of Devon. A show and a go and a dart from Dorian.
Low hands.
Devon to within 5. This time it's Spearman.
Good.
There's options left and right. There's more numbers left. But Katie Bouncell tucks it under her jumper and goes it alone.
Out the way, move out, good, thank you. Well done.
Now it's Cramp.
That's a tackle, that's ripped, that's fair.
On from 15 minutes, she's been dispossessed by Jazz Simmons.
It's been held up, but it's been taken back. Okay, scrum.
And it is scant reward for the Eastern Counties who've made the strip and then been forced back across their line, and it'll be a Devon put-in at the scrum.
Okay. Substitution, please. Green 11, green 5. Green 11, green 5. No, green. You took it over and then it was held up. Or grounded even, sorry. Faye, is there something else occurring?
Returning to the field, Lulu Sinner.
Oh, thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay. Right, there's your mark. Taken over by White and grounded. Scrum, green ball.
Come on, down here.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Prime attacking real estate, centre field, options to the left, options to the right. The pick and the go from the base is denied. Eastern Counties fighting for their championship lives. It's do or die for the Devonians, who twist and thrash to a metre shy. Lifted into the path of Esme Bagwell. At long last, the Eastern Counties resolve is broken. It was relentless. It was sustained, it was disciplined. And ultimately, it's the early replacement, Kat Cramp, who wrestles her way across the line and maybe, just maybe, seals this county championship for Devon.
Yeah, I think that was really good composure from Devon, because they didn't rush it. They weren't one-out runners on their own. There was a tap earlier. She tapped her hip, called a player in with her before then getting that tip on and going round. So they worked in packs, they worked in numbers, they made sure they weren't isolated and they weren't going to get held up.
Any of them white? Okay, girls can get 1 and 3 off one, please. Thank you.
The inevitable plum version follows.
Green 9. Substitution,
And Devon now lead by 3 scores, 32-17. Surely the Division 2 County Championship title is travelling down the 303 to Devon this evening. That is bang on the money. And McKinder is there. Devon can maybe relax a little and begin to enjoy themselves.
White 17, high.
Polly Nicol in for a big carry. Offload out to the edge. And that woman there, she doesn't deserve to be on the losing side, does she? Rebecca Nasaya has just been a Devon hunting missile all afternoon.
Do I give it to the medic?
An absolute assassin in defence. Real, she gets around the hip, pulls down, pulls that body weight, gets across into touch. She must have done 4 tackles into touch at least.
Okay. Ladies, they are on the mark. Right, ladies, they are on the
Rebecca
mark.
Nasaya and the touchline.
And I need you to do this a bit quicker,
A match
please.
made in heaven.
Okay.
Not Devon, though. Into the hands of the green and white once more. The timing is beautiful and a bit of depth arrives to boot. Plumpton, not really anywhere to go.
No, that wasn't on ball.
Holly Walsh, her fullback counterpart, has had a really strong game. So nearly denied Edworthy for her first. It's been a final of fine margins and ones that have gone the Devonians' way.
No hands. Thank you. You were off feet.
But Eastern Counties, you wouldn't bet against them being back next year.
In at the side. That's right. I love the enthusiasm, but you need to tell me or I need to see it. Okay. In at the side. Actually, where you are is perfect, thank you. Yeah. They are where they need to be. Close the gap, please. Thank you.
Eastern Counties claim maybe a final line out.
She was there.
And another penalty is awarded to the game. Pick and go, or tap and go rather. And Devon need to look wide. And a bit of width with a double miss. The acceleration is awesome. Sammy Harris going the long way round. Sammy Harris on an arc, mind-bending run. Supersonic Sammy wraps up the county championship with a solo spectacular.
Yeah, there's a I'm going to do this myself moment of getting the ball running across. I didn't actually really realise where she'd started that run from. I missed the fact it's from one side of the pitch right the way round to the other side of the pitch. But if you've got the gas, as she clearly has, and gets the score.
She picked it up on the outskirts of the 22 and scored a 60-metre try.
But only went forward 10. Yeah. Yeah.
Plumpton's conversion clinic draws a blank on this occasion, but she can be very pleased.
Last 5 ladies, let's work hard, let's be open.
With her contribution, and it sounds like there is another 5 to go.
Less than 5 to go yet.
Okay, I thought there was only 1 or 2 minutes.
Less than 5 suggests more than 4.
Yes.
So there's plenty of rugby to go, but you would think that the deal is done. Bit of the fight of Eastern Counties has understandably dissipated, and Devon are beginning to feel in the mood. They've been stripped and lost the ball forward there. Well, it's been awarded to Devon. And now willing runners everywhere. It's just that feeling, isn't it? When you know the game is yours, everyone wants to get their hands on the ball. There's demanding eyes and fingertips, but not quite the precision to back up the ambition.
We've got a player down anyway, so we're in no rush. Right. Time is off. Just hold the mark for me. Hold the mark, please. Thank you. Ooh. Ooh. I'll leave you to that.
Well, Kat, it looks like this championship is heading Devon's way. But just generally, as a weekend, the county game, it's been awesome to watch. It's so passionately contested as well. It's been a tough journey for all of these counties to make it to their respective finals, and well, from all the finals today that I've commentated and the ones that I saw as well as a spectator, none have disappointed, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's been really close games that, you know, you think have pulled away and then they come back, and there's been a lot of really hotly contested games, and that's what you want to see, especially in finals.
Bind. Set. Certainly not for me. That's right, one of your players also elbowed me, so we're going to slow it down. I love the enthusiasm, but again, not at me. that's a tackle, thank you. Use it, please.
Devon in command of the ball.
Okay, you can have the advantage. White 17 high.
And their own destiny. Another high tackle.
White 17 high.
I'm going to stay quiet. There's been, I'd say, more high tackles than low tackles in this game, it appears. But actually, that one is high. I'll take that one.
White 17.
I'll take that back.
White 17. For a second. Okay.
Charlie Rooney, the
That's
culprit.
2 high tackles you've had against you. I need you to work hard. Okay, you've got 2 minutes remaining. Keep them low. Okay. Lovely. There. Thank you.
Well, that is a beautifully manufactured line out. Harris is going to go on the wraparound, but she won't receive it back because Lizelle Heather has worked hard to bind that ball up.
No! Okay, you didn't clear
Spearman
release.
back into the fog of war.
Okay, in at the side and holding on.
Too late.
Well, that's what you call a touch finder. Outstanding.
Yeah, really good touch finder in the first half. They missed a couple, but that one has to be one of the hardest kicks, and she's absolutely nailed that one. A really long kick in there, and you have to be thinking final plays have to be coming soon.
Play on for me.
Claimed by Imi Smith. Eastern Counties, they'd be worthy of another score here at Twickenham, but it looks like the most likely would be Devon. The power from Walsh. Holly Walsh will leave this field with her head held high. And off go Eastern Counties. They want to drive the tempo. They want to end on a high. Jess Norris.
That's a tackle.
Chantal Higgins, who's work on the floor to loot at the breakdown in the first half. Gave Eastern Counties life. And now here they are, the dying embers of the final, back into the 22, and it's their 22. Talia Phillips,
Got the advantage, the other side's come in.
who drives on. Penalty advantage, a judo style
10 high.
tackle, attack, a go, and Carmel Leak so close. Once more from Alana Sugden. And Eastern Counties clinch another county championship final try. They won't claim the crown, but they'll finish their trip to the Allianz Stadium on a high, and they deserve it.
Yeah, well-deserved try. I think that, you know, it's been in the tank and it's been close, and they've put on again another good performance and hard fought right until the end of this game. And it's been a long second half as well, I think, with some added time in there. So they've been working extra hard.
The conversion cannon's off the upright, but the deal is done for Devon. who swarm to one another in county championship glory.
That's the season.
It was a terrific final, one that they seized command of early with a 19-point lead. But Eastern Counties just would not lay down and die. The Devonians had to dig deep to repel the Eastern Counties, who had hope right till the very end. But a late blitz of scores from the green and white hoops of Devon means that it is Devon delight here on a scorching summer Sunday evening at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. They are the Gill Burns Women's County Championship Division 2 champions. The women of Devon have some pretty fervent fans who followed them up along the A303 to roar them on to victory today. For the Eastern Counties, they were unable to repeat the feat of 2022 when they're crowned champions over Hampshire. Chantel Higgins was outstanding, the captain, so many big performances. The likes of Holly Walsh, Izzy Burt, but to name a few. They will end as runners-up in yet another final. And you'd imagine with the qualities that they demonstrated out there today, they will be undeterred in seeking to reach a fourth final and once again try and live up to the legends of 22. Rebecca Nasaya wearing 11. Remember the name. We'll all remember her hits. And Deborah Griffin, who is set to be the president of the RFU from next year, is there shaking hands, awarding medals, and fittingly so, as she was part of the triumvirate who came up with the idea for the first Women's Rugby World Cup all those decades ago at Richmond Rugby Club. The feat of the women who'll take to the many stadiums across England later this summer will be inspiring the next generation and the players of the counties of England, like these Devonians today, who got the fast start. They got the double from Izzy Edworthy, but they had to dig oh so deep as the eastern counties just kept coming. The Southwest is truly a hotbed of rugby union. Their men fell short in the final in the match before. We've seen Topsham here in recent weeks in the Community Cup final. And Exeter Chiefs, both men and women, continue to be a force alongside the likes of the Cornish Pirates, Plymouth Albion, and all the other great clubs: Brixham, Oakhampton, Columpton, Paynton, Ivy Bridge. But this is the pinnacle for the county, and a true rugby legend of the county, Jess Thomas, with 3 on her back and flanked by her lieutenants, gets the photo for the mantelpiece alongside Debs Griffin. And now for the silver platter to be lifted and the proclamation to the nation that Devon are the Gill Burns Women's County Championship Division 2 champions.
Short. Say that again for me. Okay, advantage. That's short. High. Happy with that?
Well, that is a wrap for the England Rugby County Championship final this weekend. Congratulations, not just to our victors today, but across the weekend. And congratulations to all those who've competed throughout the competition. It is safe to say that county rugby across the English rugby landscape is in a good place. And it's been our privilege to bring you the showcase finals here across the weekends. We wish you good evening, and we hope to welcome you soon again to England Rugby's channels. Stay tuned for more action coming from England Rugby, but from the County Championship finals weekend, it is good evening.